Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. US President Donald Trump tells his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to stop deadly strikes on Kyiv. Thousands queue for a second day to see Pope Francis lying in state. A higher than expected crowd prompted the Vatican to keep its doors open overnight. India announces a raft of measures, including revoking the visas of Pakistani nationals, days after gunmen killed 26 in Kashmir. Israeli strikes kill at least 36 in Gaza as France, the UK and Germany urge Israel to allow aid back into the war-torn strip. Vladimir, stop. That is the message from US President Donald Trump to his Russian counterpart after deadly strikes hit Kyiv. Posting on Truth Social, Trump said he was unhappy with the attacks, calling them unnecessary and poorly timed. This message comes hours after Trump slammed Volodymyr Zelensky on the same social media platform, accusing him of undermining peace efforts. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed that Trump is running out of patience and regarding the Russia-Ukraine peace deal, highlighting that Zelensky is heading into the wrong direction and stalling the talks.
And it was President Obama who gave up Crimea, who allowed Russia to take it over in 2014. And so the president is not asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea. Nobody has asked them to do that. What he is asking is for people to come to the negotiating table recognizing that this has been a brutal war for far too long. And in order to make a good deal, both sides have to walk away a little bit unhappy. And unfortunately, President Zelensky has been trying to litigate this peace negotiation in the press, and that's unacceptable to the president. The American taxpayer has funded billions of dollars in this effort, and enough is enough. The president's frustrated. His patience is running very thin. He wants to do what's right for the world. He wants to see peace. He wants to see the killing stopped. But you need both sides of the war willing to do that. And unfortunately, President Zelensky seems to be moving in the wrong direction.
Let's go live to Washington to speak to former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohen. Ellie, thank you so much for joining me. The blunt message to Putin comes just hours after Trump criticized the Ukrainian president on the same platform. Are these Truth Social posts helping or hindering the ceasefire negotiations?
Leigh Ann, it's great to be with you. What you're hearing from President Trump is a lot of transparency, and that's the president's style. He is just very straightforward, both with the American people and with the international leaders that he deals with. And so the president has done more than anyone around the world to try to bring peace between these two sides. He's done more in, some 90 days than the Biden administration had done previously in over 900 days. And so, the president is really adamant that he wants to see the killing stop. He has a very strong humanitarian streak in him. At the same time, I don't think that his patience is infinite, and he wants to see seriousness on the sides of both Putin and Zelensky, that they're willing to bring an end to this war.
It feels like Trump is closer to throwing the towel in than a deal to end this war. Is this something that the media is speculating? But also, what conversations are happening in the White House at the moment, Ellie?
Well, the president and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have both said that they are only willing to engage in this process if it seems like a good faith effort, again, on the side of Russia and Ukraine, to try to bring an end to this war. And so President Trump has so many priorities that he's dealing with right now. As your audience is aware, we've got the Israel-Gaza war ongoing. We've got U.S. negotiations negotiations with Iran as we all speak. And so the president has shared again that he is happy to bring American resources to the table. And the United States has invested a tremendous amount of resources. If you think about even just the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who has gone to Moscow and sat with President Putin a number of times for numbers of hours, again, a contrast to President Biden and the Biden administration, who refused to speak with Putin at all. All of this is an investment on the part of the Trump administration to help bring this war to an end. And so what they're looking for is for the two sides to be interested in earnestly bringing this war to an end. And as you just heard from Carolyn Levitt, any good negotiation, any real deal is going to demand compromises from both sides. And this is what I think both sides need to understand. They're going to have to agree to some compromise so that they can get to an end to the killing.
Ellie, you bring up a really good point. This appears to be what is really hindering these talks, is the latest peace proposal plan that the US has put together. It's been really criticized, and it's over this plan for Russia to keep some of the territory that it has already annexed from Ukraine. Many people say this actually defies international law, and also Zelensky saying we're not going to give up Crimea. So where does this leave the negotiations going forward? How is Donald Trump going to make something happen now?
Well, you know, when you're looking at Crimea, let's understand that that Russia invaded Crimea under President Barack Obama. And, you know, you've got kind of a de facto situation right now. And as I understand it, the Trump administration is not asking the Ukrainians to recognize Russian control over Crimea. It's a question of whether the United States might offer that as a concession to, again, achieve a bigger picture here, which is an end to the war. And, you know, I think the question for President Zelensky is, well, what is his alternative? You know, what is his alternative plan? And again, you've got a de facto situation now existing for years. So, you know, look, these are very difficult questions, I understand, for these leaders to really be considering right now. But there is a war of attrition going on here. And what I think President Trump and this administration understand is that in a war of attrition, it's the Ukrainians that lose, not Russia.
Former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohanem, thank you so much for joining me and for your insights.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined from Kyiv by Ukrainian MP Olena Khomenko. Olena, great to have you on the show. Can you tell us the situation on the ground in Kyiv right now following the latest attacks that we've seen from Russia?
Today, it was another tragic night for our country. Russia launched a massive combined attack with 215 cruise and ballistic missiles and drones at Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities. In the capital, 12 civilians were killed, among them 17-year-old boy with his parents and a young brother and sister, 21 and 19 years old, from the same family. Over 90 were injured, including at least 12 children. And this attack is another reminder that Putin doesn't want negotiations. He wants only death and destruction. And today is 44 days since Ukraine agreed to complete ceasefire. It was a proposal from the United States, and it's been 44 days since Russia continues to kill people and avoid responsibility for this. And it is very important that everyone understands this, that the world sees what is really happening. It's not the only attack that happened during last days. In last days, there was another extremely brutal and deliberate Russian strike in the city of Marhanets on a bus carrying workers from mining and processing plant. It was clearly a civilian object and civilian target. 9 people were killed, 49 were injured. And the day before, there was another cynical attack by Russian drones in Kharkiv and aerial bombs on Zaporizhia against civilians, including children, were killed and wounded. And then at night, Russia sent drones to Odessa, and attacks here in Ukraine continue daily in Sumy, Kharkiv, Donetsk, and other regions.
Leigh,
this is absolutely deliberate Russian terror, which can be stopped by a single order from the Russian side, but it's not happening.
Olena, just a quick question to you there. I was just speaking to Ellie Kohanen before you, former US Deputy Envoy, and she said to me that the Trump administration is really pushing for peace. They want the bloodshed stopped. They're having so many talks with Russia and with Ukraine to try to find a deal. And she also made the point there that any good deal requires both sides to make some kind of compromise. Do you think it's time for Zelensky to make a compromise and to go forward with the peace deal that's been put forward by the US to stop the attacks that you've just been talking about?
I would like to reiterate what President Zelensky has already said many times, that Ukraine wants peace as anyone else. And with regards to the different statements appearing in media about possible territorial concessions from Ukrainian side, it is important to mention that Ukraine will always act in accordance with its constitution and sovereignty of the state. And we are confident, absolutely confident, that our partners, in particularly the United States, will act in accordance with their strong decisions. For example, in 2017, the Crimea Declaration was published by the United States Secretary of State. And the United States called for the end of the Russian occupation of Crimea, recognizing it as an integral part of Ukraine. And moreover, I would like to stress that Ukrainian people will also never accept such a condition. According to recent opinion polls, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians, 82%, oppose the official recognition of the occupied territories of Crimea, Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions as a part of Russia as a condition for ending the war. And however, it's currently known that Kyiv has not received any official proposals to discuss the exchange or surrender of the Ukrainian territories temporarily occupied by Russia.
Ukrainian MP Olena Komenko, great to have you on the show. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, residents in Kyiv describe their experience as Russia launched 70 missiles and 45 drones overnight.
I woke up from an explosion. I ran out into the corridor with my neighbors. I live behind this house. The windows started to fall, the glass started to shatter, doors started falling out of the hinges with the plaster. Then we went downstairs and there were explosions over and over again.
Why is Russia doing this? Well, it wants to destroy us, that's all.
Now, tensions are simmering as India blames Pakistan for a deadly attack that killed 26 mostly tourists in Kashmir. India has revoked visas, suspended a water treaty and closed a key border, while Pakistan has halted trade. The Indian government has not publicly produced any evidence connecting the attack to its neighbour. Meanwhile, Pakistan has denied any involvement. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condemned the Kashmir militant attacks and vowed to punish those who are responsible.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
For more on this, I'm joined from New Delhi by reporter Rebecca Bundhan. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining me. So we just heard from Modi saying the Kashmir attackers will be punished. Is there any more clarity on who carried out this deadly attack?
Well, we haven't had any official confirmation or word from the Indian government on the group that was behind this deadly attack in Indian-administered Kashmir. However, what we do know is we have seen these strong measures that have been taken by India against Pakistan, these strong diplomatic measures, including the suspension of that important water treaty, the suspension of visas for Pakistani nationals and so on. And Kashmir police have also said that of the 3 suspects that they've identified, 2 of these are Pakistani nationals. Now, what we're also seeing reported very widely in local media is that a group known as Kashmir Resistance, or also the Resistance Front, has claimed responsibility on social media, although there hasn't been any verification of that. Now, that's understood to be an offshoot of a militant organisation called Lashkar-e-Toiba, which was behind the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. So these links are being made there, but we have yet to actually get any official confirmation on the group, or any official word on that.
Pakistan is denying any involvement. What is Pakistan's response to these accusations against them?
Yes, that's right. Pakistan is completely rubbishing these links. It's saying that there's no credible investigation or evidence behind there being any links to Pakistan, and it's also taken its own retaliatory measures following a meeting today. It's also announced the suspension of visas for Indian nationals under an exemption scheme. It's also closed Pakistani airspace to Indian airlines. It's rejected that suspension by India of that Indus Waters Treaty agreement too, and suspended trade with India. So we've seen a big reaction from Pakistan as well in response to that downgrade of ties that we saw from India.
Rebecca, Pakistan is warning any suspension of water supplies by India would be viewed as an act of war. You've been speaking to me about this. We've seen protests in both India and Pakistan. What are the people calling for?
So that Indus Waters Treaty, that's a really important agreement. It was signed in 1960. It was brokered by the World Bank. It's something that's been in place for decades, despite the ongoing tensions, conflicts between India and Pakistan over those decade. So this is highly significant that India has made that announcement. Now, a lot of Pakistani people, the agriculture industry, the residents of Pakistan, they are dependent on those water supplies and that water agreement. So in Pakistan, most of the protests are really centering around the suspension or the possible suspension of that water treaty, because people are really concerned about the impact it will have on them and their own survival. So what they're talking about is water terrorism when they're holding protests. Now, in India, the protests that we're seeing here are more directed towards trying to seek justice for those victims of the attack in Kashmir, because, I mean, that's very rare to see that kind of attack against civilians taking place. That's really what's angered a lot of people in India immensely. Also, a lot of these protests as well are being directed at Pakistan, with people gathering today outside the embassy in New Delhi and staging protests there.
Rebecca Bundhan, thank you so much for joining us. More than 50,000 people have queued in the past 24 hours to pay their respects to Pope Francis at St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican has said. The Vatican kept its doors open overnight due to high turnout, closing for just 1 hour for cleaning. The line is the longest since the Pope was placed in state, stretching beyond St. Peter's Square.
It was very, very emotional. I didn't think I'd cry, but when I saw him, I did. I started to cry. It's very emotional.
When I entered the church, I was crying, you know. It's very special because I was here like 8 years ago. I see him at the window, and now I'm here, and yeah, it's special.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by Reverend Robert Gall. Reverend, thank you so much for joining me. The Basilica stayed open, as I said, almost all night to allow the tens of thousands of people to pay their respects to Pope Francis. Why have we seen such an outpouring of love and so many people joining the queue?
Well, it's really beautiful. Pope Francis, from the beginning of his papacy 12 years ago, really established himself as the Pope of mercy, of compassion, who reaches out to the marginalized and to the poor. He's also promoted peace, and he promoted dialogue among all believers in God, including the Islamic world. And the Christians all around the world see him as representing the fatherhood of God and therefore a principle of unity. And this is the Jubilee of Year of Hope that Pope Francis promulgated, which means that Christians were already going to Rome in order to receive special blessings as they renew their hope in Jesus.
He was a pope who was determined to make changes within the church. What did you make of his efforts?
Indeed, very important that he was elected by the previous conclave back 12 years ago in 2013 in order to reform the Vatican, because the economic situation, the financial situation of the Vatican is truly in disarray. And Pope Francis put in some very serious effort and established principles in the rule of law and in governance for financial transparency, really mandating it for the first time. And yet, with respect to many things of his papacy, including his financial reform, he established principles and rules, and yet through appointments and other, I would say, misdirection, he didn't follow through on those reforms. So in a sense, he prepared things for his successor in order to follow through on those principles that he really established in law regarding financial crimes, transparency, and there being a general audit of the Vatican. Specifically, for the first time ever in history, there's a general auditor of the Vatican that was appointed, but he was then ushered out of the Vatican and threatened with prosecution because he was finding corruption. And now there's a new man there who is doing a quiet job, but it's not so clear that he's doing it with such great transparency as this predecessor who was appointed under Francis. So his successor will have a challenge and an opportunity to follow through on those principles that Francis promoted.
So, Reverend, you just spoke there about what Pope Francis did at his time in the role as Pope, but There's so much speculation. This is what I wanted to talk to you about, is who is going to be the next pope. And do you think the next pope will follow on those lines of reform as Pope Francis did? Because everyone's wondering if this is what's going to happen.
An excellent question. And so while they're preparing for the funeral, the cardinals from around the world, and these are cardinals are like senators in a democratic government. So they're all men and they're all priests and they're all bishops who have been selected mostly by Francis to elect his successor. And there's 133 of them that are coming now to Rome. Many of them have already arrived for the funeral, and then they'll be gathering for the conclave. Now, with respect to Francis's reform agenda, he really wanted to make the church more of a welcoming church. And in doing so, at times, he seems to have watered down what the church really believes in. He wasn't always capable of articulating with clarity the principles of the church's tradition. So I suspect that his successor, the new pope that will come, will be one who will continue with his spirit of reform while also being more clear about the tradition of the church that we believe was handed down to us by God.
Reverend Robert Gould, I hope we get to speak to you again. Thank you so much for joining me.
Wonderful. God bless you.
As many mourners lined up to see Pope Francis lying in state, some of the late pontiff's relatives also paid their respects for a final goodbye. Now to the Middle East. At least 36 Palestinians, including 3 children, were killed as Israel resumed airstrikes on Gaza following the collapse of a 2-month ceasefire last month on the 18th of March. The bombardment hit several areas, including displacement camps in Nuseirat and Khan Yunis.
We were sitting in peace and a missile fell on children. 2 children and a woman. I do not understand.
Meanwhile, the UK, France and Germany are condemning Israel's 50-day blockade on aid into Gaza, calling the situation intolerable. These countries are also warning that Palestinian civilians face the risk of starvation, disease and death. For more on this, I'm joined by UNRWA spokesperson Jonathan Fowler. Jonathan, great to have you on the show. So Israel has now blocked aid into Gaza for over 50 days. Can you explain the situation on the ground there right now?
I mean, quite frankly, we're running out of words to describe the situation. Apocalyptic does not do this situation justice. It's simply appalling. I mean, imagine nothing getting into a war zone where a civilian population is in absolute desperate situation for more than 50 days. I mean, it's not complicated to imagine the results. The situation on the ground now is, for example, we've run out of flour to distribute. We a couple of days ago, we give out food parcels which contain dried food, things like that, that help people survive. That's run out. We have nothing left to give on that front. I mean, people, sadly, in Gaza are kind of well honed in the need for resilience in this kind of setting. So as soon as the ceasefire collapsed, because we'd been able to lift humanitarian aid to significant levels during the ceasefire, people had to a certain extent stocks. So people immediately began rationing that stuff. The problem is, after more than 50 days, what people were being forced to ration in terms of what they had and what we were forced to ration in terms of what we were able to give out, that's running out. In the coming days, the health effects, the impacts, the malnutrition, the kind of things we're seeing already. These are just going to get worse and worse. We're not at a sort of tipping point, but we're slithering slowly into an enormous hunger crisis and famine-like conditions. And that this is extremely worrying and really needs to focus people's minds around the world.
Jonathan, humanitarian organisations are ready and waiting to get assistance into Gaza. What needs to be done to get this aid to those people you've just described to me that need it as soon as they possibly can get it?
Well, it has to be allowed in. I mean, it's not complicated. We have 3,000 trucks. UNRWA, the agency I work for alone, we have 3,000 trucks of supplies sitting outside the Gaza Strip, ready to go in. This was the kind of stuff that was, the flow that was going on during the ceasefire, of course, which was, not sufficient to meet needs, but did more than to get aid in than before the ceasefire. But of course, that was all stopped. Stuff is sitting outside. It is not complicated. This is a man-made crisis on the ground in the Gaza Strip in terms of human hunger. Basically the siege has to end. Aid has to be allowed to flow in. This is a basic of international humanitarian law. This is something that applies universally. That's what has to happen.
And at the moment, organisations like yourself, are you able to help people at all in Gaza during this blockade? What are you able to do?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We are the largest humanitarian agency operating in the Gaza Strip from the United Nations. We've had a long-term footprint in the Gaza Strip because of the mandate that we have from the UN General Assembly to provide public services like education and healthcare. Now, in times of conflict in the past and during this war, we've pivoted to a more sort of typical humanitarian operation. But we have 12,000 operational staff, and those staff are doing their work stoically. They're continuing. Our water engineers are continuing to do what they can, building spare parts from scrap metal to try to restore pumping stations. We have teachers, other staff who are doing what we call back to learning activities, trying to sort of give children a bit of a respite, give them sort of basic play, psychosocial support. We have around 15,000 patient visits a day in our clinics. So, we are continuing what we can do to serve the community. So, I don't want to give the impression that the fact that the food that we're able to distribute has run out means that we cannot continue working on the other things we're doing. But of course, our staff are also part of the community themselves. So our own staff are running out of food and having to ration. And this is an extremely difficult situation. But we continue to stay on the ground. We're continuing to deliver. And that we must be able to continue doing that.
UNRWA spokesperson Jonathan Fowler, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
We can now go to Jerusalem to speak to Israeli Foreign Ministry Special Envoy Fleur Hassan Nahum. Fleur, thank you so much for joining me. So we've just heard from the spokesperson of UNRWA. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is unprecedented. He's called it apocalyptic. When will Israel lift this block on aid?
It's very difficult to actually take anything that he says seriously because we've heard these superlatives, apocalyptic, before. Last year, this time, there were reports on famines that were later refuted. So it's really, we have to take all of this talk with measure. What he did say, which is correct, is that during the ceasefire, there were floods and floods of humanitarian aid going in. And this is what people are eating. But what, unfortunately, is missing from his report is the fact that Hamas, for a year and a half, have been stealing humanitarian aid, selling it in the black market at a terrible premium for people. They're well stocked in their tunnels. And there are now demonstrations against the rule of Hamas because people understand the catastrophe they have brought on their own people. That's the first thing. And secondly, we can say that this could all be over in a second, to return the 24 living hostages who are currently living like Holocaust sufferers in tunnels. Today's Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Israel. We have 24 Holocaust sufferers at this very moment in the tunnels of Gaza. If they bring them out and if they return our dead, this is all over. Simple as that.
Okay, Fleur, what do you say to claims by Hamas and aid organizations that humanitarian aid is being used as a bargaining chip and a weapon of war? I know you've spoken about the hostages there, but what is your reply to that?
That our 24 living hostages are being used as a bargaining chip and a weapon of war.
OK, France, Germany and the UK have also condemned the blockade, saying it is intolerable. This is strong criticism. I know that Israel is calling for its hostages to be back, but what is your response to the unfolding humanitarian crisis?
Unfortunately, all of this lies at the feet of Hamas, who started this war. War we didn't want, war we didn't ask for, war we didn't want to fight. We didn't want to lose all those young people, babies. We've had this terrible attack, this terrible massacre on us that unleashed the war. All I say to these countries is that if that would have happened to their country, I wonder what their reaction would have been. And if they want to help the Palestinian people, then perhaps they should take President Trump's advice and let some of those Gazans into their countries as refugees. Maybe that would be more helpful to the Palestinian people than them making declarations that mean nothing.
So, Fleur, this week, an Israeli delegation attended mediation talks in Cairo. There are reports a long-term ceasefire that would last between 5 to 7 years was proposed. What's Israel's response to this right now?
Well, I'm not privy to the negotiations, but Israel has made very clear that it's got two war aims. One is to return our hostages, living and dead, and the second is to ensure that Hamas no longer rules the Gaza Strip. And any reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, if we bring in regional partners or you bring in international organizations, who's going to want to invest in reconstructing Gaza when it's still being run by genocidal jihadi terrorists that take their orders from the Islamic Republic of Iran?
Israeli Foreign Ministry Special Envoy Fleur Hassan-Nuham, thank you for your insights. Let's take a look at some of the other headlines making the news today. The Muslim Brotherhood has been banned and considered an illegal organization in Jordan. Last week, 16 members were arrested on suspicion of plotting attacks involving rockets and drones. Jordan's Interior Minister described the Muslim Brotherhood's activities as a threat to citizens and a barrier to national development. The wildfire in New Jersey has grown to more than 20 square miles and could continue to burn for days. Officials said the fire is believed to be the second worst in the last 2 decades. The blaze has prompted major highways to be closed and thousands of people to be evacuated. At least 236 residents were injured after jumping from buildings in panic following a 6.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Istanbul yesterday. Officials said the earthquake lasted 13 seconds and was followed by more than 100 aftershocks. And Boeing says Chinese airlines are rejecting delivery of new planes due to US President Donald Trump's tariffs. The airline manufacturer plans to resell potentially 50 planes to alternative buyers. China represents 10% of Boeing's commercial plane backlog. Let's take a look at the top of business news now. Wall Street's main indexes have been mixed on Thursday. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq are rising as investors assessed a slew of mixed corporate results and also monitored developments in the US-China trade war. Escalating trade tensions and worries of economic slowdown in the US alongside concerns over the threats to the independence of the central bank have caused investors to exit US equities. Mourners from around the UK are flocking to Rome to pay their respects to Pope Francis after his death on Monday. Travel company On the Beach says it has seen an unprecedented rise in bookings to the Italian capital in the past 24 hours, noting a spike of 400% since the Pope passed away. Turning to the sports news now. Newcastle United manager Eddie Howe has returned to work after recovering from pneumonia. The 47-year-old, who has been in hospital and missed Newcastle's last 3 matches, will return for the club's game against Ipswich Town on Saturday. Howe led Newcastle to a League Cup triumph with a win over Liverpool back in March. And Leicester City striker Jamie Vardy will leave the club at the end of the season, bringing to a close a 13-year spell in which he established himself as one of the greatest players. Leicester were relegated on Sunday with 5 games of the Premier League campaign to play after a 1-0 defeat at home, and that was to Liverpool. A reminder of our top stories. US President Donald Trump tells his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to stop deadly strikes on Kyiv. Thousands queue for a second day to see Pope Francis lying in state. A higher-than-expected crowd prompted the Vatican to keep its doors open overnight. India announces a raft of measures, including revoking the visas of Pakistani nationals, days after gunmen killed 26 in Kashmir. Israeli strikes kill at least 36 in Gaza, and as France, the UK and Germany urge Israel to allow aid back into the war-torn Strip. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. That's followed by Hadley Gamble's exclusive interviews with the Minister of Finance of Lebanon, Yassin Jabba, and former automotive executive Carlos Goshen. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Did you ever miss a Zoom meeting because you got the time wrong or called someone halfway across the world only to realize it's the middle of the night over there? Yeah, you can thank time zones for that. They control when we work, when we sleep, and when we travel, and when we even Zoom. But have you ever wondered who decided what time it is? Let's take a closer look here on Pixel with me, Joanne Soria. Time zones exist because of one simple, undeniable fact. The Earth rotates. It takes 24 hours for our planet to complete one full spin on its axis. That means while it's sunrise in Paris, it's already afternoon in Beijing, and still pitch dark in New York City. Different places experience daylight at different times. And get this, even if we didn't have time zones, noon in some places would be in total darkness, and sunrise would be anywhere on the clock, basically complete chaos. But time zones weren't always around. For most of human history, people used local solar time. That means noon was whenever the sun was highest in the sky. Simple, right? But things started to get a bit complicated in the 1800s. The invention of the telegraph and railroads connected people and places like never before. And suddenly, knowing the exact time somewhere else became critical. Train stations in particular became a timekeeping nightmare. In the US alone, there were once over 300 different local times. Just imagine trying to schedule a train across different towns with that many local timings. That mess led to a solution, thanks to Canadian railway planner named Sir Sandford Fleming. In the 1870s, he suggested dividing the Earth into 24 time zones, one for each hour of the day. Each zone would span 15 degrees of longitude, and to make it official, world leaders met in Washington, D.C. in 1884 to standardize the system. At that meeting, they chose Greenwich, England, as a starting point, home of Greenwich Mean Time, or GMT. They also drew the prime meridian, 0 degrees longitude, right through Greenwich. From there, time zones were born, slicing the Earth like pieces of an orange. That sounds simple, right? Well, in practice, not so much, because time zones aren't actually straight lines. They zigzag all over the map. Why? Because countries decide their own time zones. Politics, economics, convenience, they all play a role. Take India, for example. It spans 2 time zones geographically, but uses just one, that's Indian Standard Time. China is even more extreme. It stretches across 5 natural time zones, yet the entire country runs on Beijing time. And Nepal? It's the only country with a time zone that's 45 minutes off GMT. Very precise. As if things weren't complicated enough, some countries shift their clock twice a year for daylight saving time, an effort to save sunlight by making better use of daylight hours. But not everyone does it. Many countries, and even some states in the US, opt out entirely. Arizona, for instance, doesn't observe daylight saving time, but the Navajo Nation, located within Arizona, actually does. Yeah, even within one state, 2 different clocks. So what's the big deal about time zones? They're not just trivia. They're essential to how our world works. They help planes fly safely across continents. They keep stock markets coordinated. They let you schedule Zoom calls without waking someone up in the middle of the night. In a world more connected than ever, understanding time zones is a kind of global literacy, something that helps us navigate across borders, time, and technology. So the next time you check the time in Tokyo or wonder why it's dark in California while you're eating lunch in Riyadh, remember, it's all because our planet is spinning. And someone somewhere thought, hey, we should make time for that. I'm Joanne Surya. See you next time on Pixel.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The World Police. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek term thrown around to deride the US, but does the world actually need one strong, capable leader? Without it, is there chaos or greater global cooperation? The rise of China, coupled with President Trump's America First policy, has thrown the current world order off balance. So, are we witnessing a changing of the guard? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Since retaking the White House, President Donald Trump has made some bold and seemingly irrational moves, upending the global trading system, openly criticising Ukraine and re-engaging with Russia, and even threatening to take Greenland by force. They may appear unrelated, but there is one common thread.
China. China.
China.
China. China.
China.
China. China. China.
China.
China.
China wants to make a deal.
China is the biggest threat to the US as the dominant superpower since the Soviet Union. China's GDP is projected to reach $25 trillion by 2030, second only to the US. America has a larger defense budget, but China's manufacturing capabilities are unrivaled. And then there's China's pragmatism. Unlike previous US administrations, China's global alliances and deals aren't underpinned by ideology. It boasts win-win deals to build highways, high-speed rail lines and other critical infrastructure without becoming embroiled in domestic conflicts, regime change or multi-trillion-dollar wars. Today on Counterpoints, we'll debate if Trump's actions show the US has accepted that China is a real threat to its dominance. What will determine global dominance in the future? And how will the US-China competition affect global conflicts? Welcome to Counterpoints on Arabiya English. Joining our panel on the current US-China standoff and its repercussions globally is Elliot Abrams, Distinguished National Security Advisor, who has served Republican US presidents from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Beijing-based Center for China and Globalization. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Now, leaders from both the US and China have referred to their relationship with each other as one of the most consequential bilateral relationships in the world. For years, their interconnectedness has allowed both countries to prosper, but recent developments suggest that period is over. Victor, let me start with you. Do you think that recent actions by the Trump administration has revealed what America maybe hasn't admitted for a long time, that it is really concerned by China's rise and perhaps considers it a threat to its global dominance?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, China's rise is inevitable. No one can stop it. The United States cannot stop it. That's the mega trend. Secondly, this trade war launched by President Trump and his government against the whole world, including China, is the wrong war. And it's not constructive. It throws all the rules of the game out of the window. It damages the free trade. And while different countries need to come up with strategies, how do they want to deal with the United States in this manhandling of mankind, China has decided to rise up to the occasion and strongly defend the free trade. China will fight to the end, as the government has declared, and China has now imposed a retaliatory tariff up to 125% against all U.S. exports to China. Now, if things are not handled well, this means complete stop of China-U.S. trade, both ways. No goods exported from the United States to China, and complete stop of everything made in China to the United States. This is decoupling. If the United States wants to really welcome this, China will reciprocate, and causing the breakup of China-US relations. Whether this will evolve from peace to war, well, let's all be prepared. In essence, what China now declares is that it is prepared to fight to the end. Trade war, tariff war, technology war, or real war. So the ball is in Trump's court. You decide, and I will reciprocate. I will never succumb to the US pressure. And this is the moment of truth. China wants to defend free trade. The United States wants to destroy free trade.
Right.
The rest of the world is watching, and there will be a choice by the end of the day.
Elliot, if we look beyond the trade war onto global dominance in general, do you agree with what Dr. Gao is saying, that China's rise is inevitable and it's unstoppable?
First, thank you for having me. China's rise is inevitable. China's belligerency, and you just heard some of that belligerency, I would have thought is not inevitable. Maybe it is under Xi Jinping. But the problem that the United States has with China is not its rise is China's conduct. First of all, China, from the day it joined the World Trade Organization, has never believed in free trade, and it has not practiced free trade. It has taken advantage of the WTO to build up its own economy at the expense of other economies, and it has used its power to threaten neighbors. For example, the Philippines. That's just one very good example. Or Vietnam, there's another example. Or Taiwan, there's another example. The problem is not China's rise, which I agree is inevitable, and which ought to favor the people of China and really the people of the whole world. But it isn't doing so because of the way China is actually conducting itself.
Could the same be argued, though, about the US? When we talk about conduct, a lot of the US's allies would argue that perhaps the US's conduct doesn't represent that of a global leader anymore either.
Well, I wouldn't defend every single thing that President Trump has done. But I think if you look at the Philippines as a good example, there was a point at which the United States had bases in the Philippines. The Philippines told us, you should leave. So we left. Now, the Philippines being threatened by China, the Philippines is asking us to help with their defense. So we're helping. I think that's the way a friend should behave. Now, when it comes to tariffs, I think what President Trump is really saying is, look, China wants to manufacture every single thing that people are buying in the world and slowly but surely hollow out their own manufacturing. It isn't just the U.S. that is saying that's not acceptable. I think you'll increasingly find the Europeans saying that that's not acceptable either. So I think what President Trump is trying to do is to say that unfair trade practices are not going to be permitted. Now, Victor says he wants free trade. I don't really think we've seen free trade on the part of China over the last couple of decades recently, and particularly under Xi Jinping.
Victor, would you like to respond to that? Is China interested in free trade?
2 points. With due respect to the distinguished American panelist, the Philippines. Allow me to announce it for the record. To have U.S. operating military bases in the Philippines today is against the Philippine Constitution. So you are engaged in the illegal activity in the Philippines, according to the explicit provisions of the Filipino Constitution. So my advice is go to check out the Filipino Constitution and see whether your operation in the Philippines is legal or not. Secondly, it's very evident that the United States wants to turn the Philippines into a proxy and even wants to go far to provoke some conflict between China and the Philippines so that it can benefit its geopolitical ambitions against China. This is a very explicit game plan. We can see it very clearly. The Filipino boundary is well demarcated by the Spanish-American Treaty 1898. Everything that belonged to the Philippines was handed over by the Spanish Empire to the United States. It was, again, very much declared, very clearly defined when Japan surrendered. Everything belonging to the Philippines was handed over by the Japanese occupier to General MacArthur. So anything which was not in the U.S.-Spanish Treaty of 1898 did not belong to the Philippines. Anything that Japan did not surrender back to the United States did not belong to the Philippines. We do not need to go back to the Congressional Library in Washington or the Naval Archive.
I think we may have lost Victor Gao there for a moment. We'll re-establish that connection and go to you, Elliot Abrams. What do you think about China's activities in the South China Sea? Is this an example of where the US can exert its dominance as a superpower when we talk about global dominance maybe in terms of defense budgets and military capabilities?
Well, the United States is not seeking global dominance. It is seeking to help people who are near China who fear this new China. Who do I mean? Everybody. I mean, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, South Korea. You can just look at the map. Really, all of China's neighbors now fear its effort to dominate first the South China Sea and the first island chain, so-called, and then all of Asia. And the United States, sure, we're responding because in some cases we have defense treaties. In other cases, we have friendship. I mean, in the case of the Philippines, we had bases, we gave up the bases. Now the Philippines wants help from the United States in defending itself. But so do really all of China's neighbors, except perhaps North Korea, which is a sort of more or less ally of China. So I think the problem here is, go ahead, yeah.
Well, I just was going to ask, that's all well and good if we consider perhaps previous US administrations, even Republican administrations, who had very active foreign policy interventions. Donald Trump, the current US president, seems more keen on domestic focus, America first. So is the US relinquishing their rights and responsibilities as a global leader? They can't complain when someone else steps in.
Well, first of all, this behavior on the part of China, to which I was referring, which belligerent behavior, I would call it, that has led so many of its neighbors to fear it, has been growing slowly but steadily over the last, 15 years, let's say, really since Xi Jinping took over. So it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It is true that President Trump would like to be able to concentrate more and more on the American economy. But what does that mean? For one thing, it means dealing with China and trade with China. It means dealing with the fact that most Americans, and this is really bipartisan, most Americans have come to the conclusion that China today, under Xi Jinping, is a greatly expansionist military and economic power that is trying to achieve dominance first in Asia, but then outside of Asia. So I wouldn't focus too much on the Trump administration. And in fact, to the extent that we want to, Trump has made it very clear that his main concern outside the United States is China. That's why the tariff policy is focused so much on China rather than, for example, on Europe.
Do you think then that it is realistic that we are moving away from a unipolar superpower system where we have the US at the top to maybe a point in the near future where the US and China are going to be sharing and competing equally for global dominance, more of a multipolar view?
Well, yes, in the sense that there was a kind of unipolar moment at the end of the Cold War when the Soviet Union collapsed. And that's, 35 years ago now. And in those 35 years, China has invested a great deal in its military, vast expansion of its military, in an effort to rival the United States as a superpower. So I think that's right. I think we're in a place where there is no unipolar leadership by the United States. The question is, what kind of global power, what kind of superpower will China be? And I think an awful lot of its neighbors are telling us all that it is a pretty belligerent superpower and that they're afraid of it.
Is competition, though, in terms of global dominance, for want of a better phrase, a good thing? Is it about time that the US needs to accept that it doesn't act alone and in a vacuum?
Well, I don't think the United States ever really wanted that kind of global dominance, unipolar systems. But when you say, is it about time? I mean, the question really, I'd say two questions. One, what are the facts? And the facts are that China, from a military and economic point of view, has been rising steadily over the last couple of decades, or actually several decades economically, since really the arrival of Deng Xiaoping. And that is an inevitability. What is not inevitable is how does this newly powerful China behave economically and militarily? Does it threaten its neighbors? Does it use its economic power to dominate other countries? Does it, for example, does it try to dump massive amounts of manufactured goods on other countries and thereby hollow out their own manufacturing capabilities? A lot of Americans would tell you that's the kind of thing that happened here. And there are a lot of other countries, I think, that are afraid of it. And I think you're going to see more tariffs on China, particularly with the U.S. tariffs preventing some manufactured goods from coming here. There's a great fear, I think, that China will be targeting other economies and trying to move out its manufacturing there, because the fact is they've overbuilt their manufacturing capacity. They have much more capacity than they need to serve the people of China.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second segment about what global dominance looks like. And I see we can welcome back Dr. Victor Gao. Thanks for rejoining us. I apologize for that slight technical glitch. Let's move on to our second sort of segment of our debate. The US under Donald Trump has pursued a more perhaps realist foreign policy. He's interested in doing business with countries rather than lecturing them on how they should govern. So this is something we've been seeing from China in their dealings with foreign countries for quite a long time. So, Dr. Gao, let's go straight to you. Is the US under so much pressure from China that now they're taking a play directly out of China's playbook and operating on the world stage the way China has been?
Well, first of all, doing business is fine, but doing business by holding a gun at your head is not acceptable. Not to China, probably not to everyone else. Different countries may have different views about what the United States is doing, and it wants to tailor-make its response accordingly. That's fine. But for China, you cannot hold a gun to China's head and issue ultimatum and demand all the impossibilities, for example, and ask China to swallow that. China is the country that values dignity and decency and honor more than economic gains or economic losses. So if you want to hold a gun at China's head, China will hold a gun at your head. If you want to strike China in the cheek, China will strike you back. That's the decision and the determination of the Chinese nation. This is not belligerency. This is the minimum decency you need to apply to international relations. How can you demand other countries, I will slap you in the face, don't slap me back, otherwise I will punish you more? That's the law of the jungle.
But does China really have the power to be that sort of bold against the US? They have a much bigger defense budget.
Let me assure you one thing. I studied arms control and deterrence at Yale Graduate School, Political Science Department. By today, China and the United States can both destroy each other and cause Armageddon for mankind. China wants to pursue peace. The United States is advocating for war, tariff war, trade war, technology war, talent war, and possibly a perverse version of the proxy war or Cold War or hot war. China wants to promote peace of all kinds. Now, for your benefit, China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. Can you believe it? We've dealt with countries of all kinds, different sizes, different conditions, and we treat them equal, big or small. And China wants to pursue peace. China wants to be the barrier, standard barrier of free trade. Now that the United States abandons free trade and uses bullying and intimidation to force other countries to follow its line of thinking. No, this is not what China wants to do, and China will not accept that.
Elliot?
This is the moment of truth. Who is the standard barrier of free trade?
Go ahead.
I would say that China does not practice free trade. It is not, and it has never been, the standard bearer for free trade. For example, free trade would not permit the massive theft of intellectual property in which China has been engaging for decades and is still engaging today. That's not part of free trade. The United States, as you should know, under President Trump, above all, wants to avoid war. He is currently engaged in an effort to bring the war in Ukraine to an end, to bring the war in Gaza to an end. A negotiation with Iran has just commenced. So the last thing President Trump wants is foreign wars. But what he is doing is, to begin with, protecting the American economy. And that's not a declaration of war. That is an effort which I think any government would undertake to protect its own people and its own economy from practices that, in his words, have robbed the American people and the American economy over the last few decades. So I think Dr. Gal is being quite belligerent in his rhetoric. I'm not entirely sure why. Donald Trump is not threatening war against China. But the United States does have some treaties with Japan, for example, defense treaties. And we're not prepared to see China run roughshod over the rights of all of its neighbors.
Dr. Gao, the US may not be declaring war on China, but Vice President J.D. Vance recently said, to make it a little more crystal clear, I'm quoting here, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. So it's maybe not a declaration of war, but it's certainly not a show of respect to another global leader. Is this how a world superpower should behave?
Well, J.D. Vance and I went to the same law school, Yale Law School. I was 20 years ahead of him. I'm ashamed by what J.D. Vance said, because he kept talking about the Chinese peasants, etc. Let me make the simple point. The urban population in China is about 3 times as big as the total population in the United States. The middle class in China is more than the total number of the people in the United States. So if J.D. Vance comes to China, he could barely find a peasant at all, because he will see the urban population. And by today, China is one of the leading industrialized nations in the world. Now, talking about intellectual property, let me emphasize one point very briefly. China now has more patent approved every year than the United States. China is a leading nation of protecting IPR. So no more use those misinformation or mislabeling to describe China. China is a fierce defender of the intellectual property rights for its own good, for mankind's good. And the United States has accused China of intellectual theft for something which it does not even have. And Huawei now has more powerful intellectual property rights, creating more wonderful, miraculous products than anything that the United States can dream about. So if you want to talk about RPR, we can spend an hour talking about RPR, but let's talk back about this trade war. The trade war launched by Trump is wrong. It's the wrong war. It's the war against mankind.
Right.
China is fighting back, and China views this the moment of defending open trade and free trade. Lighthizer even said, no trade is free. That means his mind and his soul are not free. He's suffering from demons. He's suffering from all these ulterior motivations. In China, we advocate free trade. China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. This is a convincing evidence that by practicing free trade, China is #1 in terms of international trade with the rest of the world.
Okay, I can see by your face there, Mr. Abrams, that you want to respond.
Well, I just don't think, these statements are persuasive. China protects intellectual property rights for China. It doesn't respect intellectual property rights for others. In fact, most frequently, it tells companies that want to do business in China that they must hand over intellectual property rights. And then what the Chinese do is copy the product and then produce it in massive volumes so as to put that original company under enormous economic pressure. But again, I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm struck by the rhetoric that Dr. Gao is using, which is a rhetoric of war, 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 which is, again, the last thing the United States or Donald Trump, President Trump, wants. But this is, I think, this is indicative of the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy, as it's called, that Xi Jinping's China has adopted. And it is exactly that to which the United States is responding.
We were talking there about intellectual property. So let me ask you both this. What will determine global dominance in the future? It was simply currently or in the past the size of a country's defense budget. If you had big military, you were a big superpower. Will that change? Is it going to be R&D, innovation, AI? I'll ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. Will that play a greater role in the future? Maybe not overtake defense, but is it going to be more important in maintaining global dominance?
I think so. I wouldn't use the term global dominance, but I would use the term economic and military power. Both are much more linked now to high tech. We began to see that in the war in Iraq, which is, 20 years ago now. And we see more of it with artificial intelligence. And I think you can't find a military analyst today who would not say that tomorrow's military power is greatly linked not just to the industrial plant of a country, but to the highest levels of technological advancement. I think that is true.
And what about you, Dr. Gao? I mean, the US still has a bigger military budget. Is China looking at innovation, at artificial intelligence as a way it can counter perhaps what it doesn't have in tanks and missiles?
Well, talking about the military budget, the U.S. military budget is larger than the next 10 countries' military budget combined together. So the United States has a lot of military budget, a lot of equipment, etc. That's for sure. Now, the point I want to make is that if you can destroy the world 1,000 times versus, for example, if you can have the world destroyed 10 times, there is not a lot of difference. Now, in the world of nuclear age, mutually assured destruction is the rule of the game. Between China and the United States, they have already reached mutually assured destruction if any country wants to use war as an instrument to achieve its geopolitical goals. Both China and the United States can destroy each other multiple times, regardless of whether the United States has a larger budget or otherwise. Therefore, from the Chinese view, the world in the future, according to my personal dream, for example, should be a world of peace, a world every country will be treated equal. Every country respects each other, and no country will be allowed to dominate against any other country. MAGA, or Make America Great Again, is fine, but you cannot achieve that at the expense of other countries. You cannot achieve your greatness by belittling, by delegating or relegating other countries to the lowest echelon of the hierarchy. Every country has its ambition. Every country wants to be in the first front, first row, for example, and no country should be allowed to trample rules of free trade, to trample international order, and to dictate to others, to issue ultimatum, to hold a gun at your head, to demand submission to my will. This is the law of the jungle, and China will never have a part of that, and China will fight to death to oppose that.
Before we move on,
Mr. Abrams, it's interesting. Can I just say, if that were the policy of China, then first, China would not be massively expanding its nuclear weapons, which the United States is not doing, but China is. It seems to want to be able to destroy the world over 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Secondly, China would not be massively expanding its conventional strength, which won't really have any effect on the United States and our nuclear standoff. The purpose of that is to intimidate neighbors.
All right. Well, we sort of are linking in. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Can I add a point? Everyone knows that the United States has the largest, if not one of the two largest nuclear arsenals in the world, and China's warheads added up together only account for a fraction of that of the United States. That's number one. Number two, in terms of conventional weapons, China is a complete match against the United States. And China does not want to look at its neighboring country. We have 14 land neighboring country. We have 6 maritime neighboring country. No one is a match against China. China's military buildup, if it is real, is basically to prevent the United States using war as an instrument, try to surprise China and try to wrestle China down, or to delay China, to derail China's peaceful rise. That's the only purpose. China is making sure that the American gets the message. If you want to impose war on China, you get war. If you want to destroy China, you get destroyed. If you want to bomb China out with nuclear weapons, you will be wiped out with nuclear weapons. That's the mutually assured destruction theory, mad theory, that everyone in Pentagon, everyone in Washington, D.C. should fully know about. China is not going to be pushed around, and China will fight to the end, one way or another, peacefully or otherwise. So the choice is in Washington. China wants to be a partner of the United States, rather than being a slave of the United States or being a subordinate of the United States.
Jesus.
Trump said one thing.
Does that sound like the words of a partner, Mr. Abrams?
No. I mean, again, the belligerence of this rhetoric, war and attacks and nuclear war, it's really quite striking. About the United States bombing China, I'm not quite sure where this is coming from. Well, it's coming from Beijing. And it is this kind of rhetoric, but more importantly, this kind of policy that has led the United States and others to be fearful of the direction in which Xi Jinping is taking China.
Well, we are talking a lot about conflict, even though we've been hearing that China wants peace, the US wants peace. The Cold War was obviously one of the arguably most dangerous periods in history, with 2 nuclear powers hovering their fingers over the big red buttons. And now it sounds like there's an allusion to maybe the same period happening now. Elliot, do you think that we are actually heading to a turbulent period of conflict because of this US-China competition, or is this just bluster?
Well, I think it's more than bluster. I think we're seeing actually Chinese actions in the South China Sea. We're seeing actual preparations for an invasion of Taiwan. We're seeing China taking territory maritime territory that belongs to others, that is in their economic zones. So I think it's more than just bluster, and I do think it's dangerous. I think this is not what the Chinese people want, but it is the policy of the Communist Party and of Xi Jinping. So yes, I think we are in for a period of greater danger for all of those who are neighbors of China and for the United States. And why? Well, we see it in this kind of remarkably belligerent tone that Victor Gao is taking.
Dr. Gao, do you want to respond? Is this a period as dangerous as the Cold War?
Well, first of all, since the end of the Cold War in 1991, how many wars has the United States been involved? The world knows. If the Americans pretend not to know, the world knows. How many wars has China been involved in? 0. Let me emphasize, 0. This is the track record of China defending peace. And that is the track record of the United States being involved in war after war after war. So I think while the American policymakers in Washington may pretend that they don't know the truth, mankind as a whole knows about the truth. They know China today is the most important stabilizing force in the world, Washington is the most disruptive force in the world. China stands for peace. The United States is eager to use war to solve its geopolitical problems in one region after another. No one can hide away from the hard truth and hard data. That is the world we are faced with. China wants to promote peace. China wants to promote peace with the United States. But if the United States dares to impose war, any kind of war, tariff war, trade war, technological war, cold war, proxy war, hot war, China will fight back. That's not belligerence. That's the Chinese people's determination to anyone trying to impose war on China.
Mr. Gao, do you agree? I mean, if you ask some of China's neighbours, India comes to mind, would you say that China hasn't provoked any conflict?
China has never provoked the conflict. Even if you look at the 1968
I'm going to ask
clash.
I'm going to ask Mr. Abrams to respond to that. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Abrams. What do you think about what Dr.
Well,
Gao
I think if China and India have fought, China and India have fought, China and Vietnam have fought. China is today supporting Russian aggression in Ukraine, Putin's war in Ukraine. China is today threatening all of its neighbors in the South China Sea. So I think a peaceful China would not be speaking the way Dr. Gao is speaking today.
Dr. Gao, what do you think about that? We have heard in the news recently about Chinese fighters being captured in Ukraine, fighting for Russia. China may not be there as an official military boots on the ground, but obviously China behind the scenes is lending support.
Come on, China has a population of 1.4 billion people. You have read reports about Chinese nationals fighting on the Ukrainian side, being killed on the battleground. Now you talk about an arrest of a couple of Chinese nationals fighting on the Russian side. I haven't verified all the details, but assume it is true. It is not surprising. The Chinese people have freedom of movement back and forth across the border. And I would not be surprised if there are Chinese nationals fighting either on the Russian side of the war or on the Ukrainian side of the war. This is natural. There are lots of mercenaries, one kind of another, fighting on one side of the war or the other side of the war. If you go to Kyiv, you see national flags of almost 100 countries honoring the dead soldiers killed in the battle. So let's be honest, let's be realistic. We are talking about a war. And you are talking about 1.4 billion people in China. Some love Russia, some love Ukraine. And if, as the American panelist, with due respect, said, if China is really involved in the war, supporting Russia, the war would be over immediately, because no one can fight against the military might of China if China supports the military operations by Russia.
Okay, well, let's turn our attentions to the Middle East then. And let me ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. We have seen China trying to take on a mediating role, bringing together the disparate Palestinian factions to try and get agreement there, to provide a suitable alternative during the peace negotiations. Do you think that the US has languished its role as a global diplomat and now China has had to pick up that mantle?
No, I think, in fact, the Chinese role in the Middle East has not been particularly strong, neither militarily nor diplomatically. The United States is working now with the new government of Syria, with the new government of Lebanon, working with the Israelis, Palestinians, Jordanians, Egyptians to try to get some kind of peace agreement in Gaza. I think, in fact, China's influence in the Middle East, diplomatically and militarily, is quite limited.
Dr. Gao, does China have the ability, if you say it wants peace, why hasn't China maybe done more, played more of an active role in trying to mediate the situation in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, everyone knows that China brought the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran together, and they shook hands and they agreed to peaceful coexistence. This is one of the most important breakthroughs in human diplomacy. And I think both countries count on China as a guarantor for that peace accord between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran. And this actually is a cornerstone of peace and stability for the long run in the Middle East. Now, there is a war involving Gaza, involving parts of West Bank, involving southern Lebanon, involving Syria, etc. China's position is very clear. China always supports the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. China always demands the two-state solution. China will always oppose very vehemently against any Israeli attempt to seize the land of the Palestinian and to damage and undermine, sabotage the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. So whatever China is doing as a permanent member state of the United Nations Security Council, as one of the largest economies in the world, is for record of mankind. China is doing the right thing in opposing injustice and violation of the Palestinian people's rights, and China will continue to do that. And in this process, you do not know how many people in the Middle East, for example, the Palestinians, they basically say they can only trust the Chinese. They cannot trust any other country because other countries have their ulterior motives, their own agenda. Talk to the Jordanians, talk to the Lebanese, talk to the Syrians, for example, talk to the Saudis, talk to almost all the Arab countries. They see China as a country without vested interest. And they want to rely on China to achieve the legitimate goal of the Palestinian people. That is their own homeland. That is their own sovereign country. That is becoming a full member state of the United Nations. China is behind all these policy initiatives, and China declares to the world, China is the staunchest supporter of the Palestinian people's legitimate rights.
Mr. Abrams?
Well, first of all, that reading into what Arabs think is something I would never dare to do, and I don't know how Dr. Gao or anybody else can do it, and I think it's false. But with respect to Israel and the Palestinians, it's interesting because China's views, China's rhetoric have risen and fallen. China's relationships with Israel have risen and fallen. They've been closer and more distant. And it has nothing whatsoever to do with China's policy toward the Palestinians. That's completely derivative. What the Chinese have done is move closer to Israel when they thought there'd be maybe some high-tech benefit. Now they've moved further away because they've moved further away because they seem to think that the most important thing is to be on the side against the United States. So if Israel is going to be allied with the United States, they'll drop it. But if you follow the rise and fall of China's relations with Israel and the tone of its rhetoric on the Palestinians, it has nothing to do with Palestinian rights.
Dr. Gao, is there a lack of sincerity to China's actions?
Allow me to. Absolutely not. China has the unique and extraordinary skill of having good constructive relations with Israel on the one hand, as well as with Palestine and all the Arab countries and Muslim countries in the world. China now deals with Israel as it is for those bilateral relations for the mutual benefit of Israel and China. China continues to pursue that. For those actions committed by the Israeli government, Israeli National Defense Force against the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, China rise up to condemn, regardless of the constructive bilateral relations between China and Israel. Therefore, I think most countries find it puzzling. How can China maintain good relations with Israel on the one hand and be the staunch advocate of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people on the other hand? That means China does not have a vested interest in this whole war. China supports whichever party which is the right party and condemns whichever party which commits atrocity and denies the people of their legitimate rights. This is what China has been doing for decades, and this will continue to be done by China in the coming decades. China is the strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people from the very beginning till eternity, period.
We're almost out of time, but
I wish you were equally. I just want to say I wish China was an equally strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Chinese people, who have no civil and political rights whatsoever under Xi Jinping.
I did want to ask you, though, Mr. Abrams, what did you think about what Dr. Gao said there? Do you think that perhaps China is able to mediate, to have a distinct and special relationship with both sides, that the US no longer can because it has a vested interest?
No. China does nothing for the Palestinian people. Take a look, for example, at the aid that it gives the Palestinian people. Pennies, nothing. No, I think it's false. That is, what is China's influence in Syria? Basically none. It's Israel, Turkey, the United States. What is its Syria, Lebanon, the Palestinians? There's actually rhetoric. There's no real influence. When peace is made in Syria, when peace is made in Lebanon, when efforts are made for peace between Israel and the Palestinians, Egypt counts, Jordan counts, the U.S. counts, the EU counts. China these days does not.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue, but we are out of time. I thank you both for your respectful and insightful comments. Thank you for being part of our panel on Counterpoints. Mr. Elliot Abrams, Republican Presidential National Security Advisor, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes at Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for coming and for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
I want to ask you about essentially how you're going to restore a feeling of security and confidence in the financial sector in Lebanon.
This is an uphill struggle. It's not easy, but it's doable if we really do the work properly. Unfortunately, in Lebanon, usually your priorities go vertically. In Lebanon, the priorities are horizontal. So you really have to deal with everything at the same time. That's what we are trying to do. I thought from the beginning that I have to start with the deal with the IMF. Everybody has standing on the sidelines, watching. Are we really going to be doing reforms? I mean, governments before have promised. We have so many laws that are actually structural reform laws that for years haven't been implemented, that we really deal with the very important sectors in Lebanon. So we have these, low-hanging fruits that we are starting to use to actually appoint. The government has made a very transparent process of how to appoint, officials in many places. We're starting to appoint regulatory authorities that will have to start the job of restructuring these sectors. The first thing I did, I had a meeting with the IMF representative in Beirut. We had a big chat for an hour, and then that afternoon I was happy to receive a communique from IMF that they're ready to engage. And that's how it started. So we have had 2 meetings so far. We're having meetings here.
Now, Morgan Ortagus, the U.S. Deputy Representative for the Middle East from the U.S., suggested just a couple of weeks ago in an interview with me that Lebanon was going to come to these IMF meetings prepared to take an IMF deal.
We are on the road. Like there was a requirement for us to start actually restructuring the banking sector, which, you know, Lebanon, unfortunately, for the past 5-6 years, has been hit once again and again and again. So we had a crisis in the banking sector back in 2019. Nobody did anything about it for the past 5-6 years. So that's also where we wanted to start. So we passed, and this is the first time the government actually passes a bank secrecy law, amendments on the bank secrecy law, which opens the door for the Bank Control Commission, the central bank, to really have no objection, nothing objecting to its access to all accounts.
Is it retroactive?
Yeah, 10 years back.
10 years.
10 years back, and this.
So you're really going to name and shame
the banks. The judge is not me, but I mean.
But you're pushing for that to happen.
No, we are actually doing the right thing. You know, this has to happen. This has to, because many people probably took very high interest rates. There was all this talk about it, but just to make sure that no wrongdoing has been done, this was necessary. This was passed in the government last week. We managed to actually pass it in the joint committees. And the speaker today, actually, as we speak, today, this morning in Beirut, he actually called for a General Assembly. It's going to be on the agenda on Thursday. So that, I'm sure, is going to be done. We also passed a new law to regulate the banking system. And this has also been passed in government. And this morning it has been passed over to the Finance Committee that will have a look at it and then will approve it in Parliament. We are a democracy, so we have to go to that process. We cannot just sign it in and it's a law. It has to go through a democratic process. But I'm sure it's going in the right direction. So the government has done.
So you're getting close.
We're getting close. We are in the process, and it takes a bit of time, but hopefully it will happen. I'm confident it will happen.
I want you to walk me through that banking secrecy legislation, because you're saying it's retroactive as much as 10 years. This should catch in the net those who made out like bandits in Lebanon.
Look, everybody who's been in doing the right things had no problem. But if somebody has doing, wrong things, he probably will have to pay for it, because what is actually, all this relates to people's money, deposits, you see. So people want to know what happened, and the process is going to happen. Now, who is going to do it? You see, we are actually, by making these laws, we are providing the tools for the central bank and for the Bank Control Commission to start doing its work properly. They haven't been able to do it before because there were vague sentences in the last alterations of the bank secrecy law in 2022. It wasn't very clear what they could do. Now it's very clear that they have full access to all accounts with names and amounts and everything.
Do you think some people ought to be worried?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the judge. You see, I'm not. We have to do.
But the thought process is that so many people behaved badly across all sections of Lebanese life that it could be a bloodbath if that information is released.
But why don't you wait and see? I mean, you see, we are a democracy. We have a judicial system, and we have a banking commission. And maybe you would be happy to know that also the...
And you're saying it works now.
It's going to work because there's a new law for independent judiciary. This law will be soon on the agenda of the Council of Ministers to approve and send it also to Parliament. It was in Parliament. It was withdrawn by the Minister of Justice last year to have another look at it. The government took it back now, and is going to be approving it soon, and it will go to Parliament for approval. So you will have, from now on, hopefully, an independent judiciary. You see, it's unfair for a person in any position to make pre-judgment on anybody. You know, maybe there's been wrongdoing. Okay, we'll find out soon.
The question that I hear again and again is, when are we going to get the money back?
Yeah, depositors.
Depositors. Can you tell the Lebanese people that money is coming back?
We have been telling them. We have been telling them.
All of it?
We have been telling the depositors from day one when we took over as a.
But not everyone's going to be made whole.
No. Let's wait and see. First of all, we are saying that there's not going to be, let's say, cancellations of deposits. We're going to start a process of giving the money back. It's going to be gradual. First, we'll start with the small depositors that are 84% of the depositors. And that's agreed with the IMF. This is the process that has been agreed. And then we'll move on to higher deposits and then higher deposits. There will be a kind of issuance of bonds, arrangements. There's no banking system in the world that can give all the money to all the depositors at the same time. It doesn't happen. The mistake that took place in the 2019 is failure of Parliament or central bank to issue a bank control arrangement or law. And there was a rush on the banking system. And I repeat, no banking system in the world. So hopefully, this is the second step after we have done these two laws, given the tools to central bank to start the process of really finding what happened, what is going to be available, and putting together a plan. We have, by the way, a new governor who just was sworn in a couple of weeks ago. He's with us here as well in Washington.
I'm chasing him for an interview.
He doesn't like to give interviews.
He told me.
He from day one he said he's not going to be giving. He's in a position. He needs to be silent and he needs to do his work very carefully. We're also changing all the. There are going to be appointments next month for vice governors and for the Bank Control Commission. So there'll be a new team. And so they have the tools now. They can start the process of really looking, without any constraints, to what happened.
So we can look forward in Lebanon to a day of reckoning for bad actors.
It's going to come. Well, it should have come maybe earlier, but it is going to come.
Tell me this. When you take a step back and think about what happens next with the banks, Carlos Ghosn told me just yesterday that right now the banks in Lebanon are zombie banks. They're not acting in the way that they should be. What does the banking sector look like in your mind a year from now?
At the moment, of course, their money is with the central bank. So once why are we passing this regulatory law to regulate the banking system? To get back a working banking system. I told the Banking Association when they came to see me a few weeks ago, you have to keep in mind, we are not going to allow in Lebanon any bank who doesn't have capital adequacy and who's not really adhering to all the international requirements, Basel 2 and 3 and all the requirements. So regulating them means the central bank has to go back to being a regulator. For a while during the past years, the central bank became everything in Lebanon. Lender of last resort, giving housing loans, you name it, he was doing it. And this actually...
Riyad Salameh.
Yeah, it's not the business of the central bank. The central bank should be doing its job, regulating the banking system. Lebanon, you see, some people think that we are out to really get all the banks or bring new banks from abroad. It's not true. We want actually our banking system to be back healthy and operating properly.
But will we see consolidations?
Yeah, this is a process. It might be consolidation, it might be recapitalization. Everything is allowed, you see, and it's all in the law. But we need a banking system. We are today, unfortunately, on the gray list of FATF. Do you want to be there? Of course we don't want to be there. And do you want to remain like this and go to the blacklist? We don't want to do that. But how do we get out of that list? We need the banking system because we are there. We are accused of being a cash economy. But do you think the Lebanese like to have cash at home? Of course not. It's risking your life and your money. So we want to go back to a normal banking system, get the money back. It's not only that we will get off the gray list. It's also all this money, which they say is billions, stashed at home, goes back to the banking system.
How far away are we from that?
We are in the process, you see. Nobody likes to give dates when you are just starting. We are in the process.
But you think people will put their money back in the banks? They'll have confidence once again?
If they see that the process that's taking place is actually a sincere one, is actually dealing with the problem and assuring them that these banks that are going to be working in Lebanon are safe, are under proper regulation, and have proper capital adequacy and adhering to all international requirements.
May I ask you to make the case for why Lebanon needs an IMF bailout? Because a lot of people say it doesn't. They've got gold. What is it in your mind that is so important about essentially putting Lebanon in hock to the IMF? Because it doesn't work out for a lot of countries that do it.
No, you see, unfortunately, you see, Lebanon has failed for a long, long time to do any reforms. I just told you about all the unimplemented laws and the sectors. I mean, can you imagine what happened to us in Lebanon?
I witnessed it and reported on it.
You see, we have lost billions in the electricity sector.
Yes.
For getting a few hours a day. I mean, is this comprehensible? You know, such a well-educated nation with, well-educated people all over the world working.
Corruption.
It's corruption, clinging to authority. In the new law, there will be no minister able to do all things himself. There will be a regulatory body that regulates the sector. We're going to get the private sector to get involved. That's the law. This is the law that was put in the drawer for so long. So, we'll have a private sector going into generation. We will have private sector going into distribution and collection. And we will keep for the state the transmission.
Yeah.
So we're taking a loan now from the World Bank to spend $250 million on transmission, reduce losses on this process. And so actually...
so why do they need the IMF loan in Lebanon?
Let me tell you why. Because nobody anymore, you see, we have called wolf so many times that nobody believes us anymore. Why are we here in a big presence? 4 ministers, governor of the central bank, advisors, etc. Why? We want to try and close this gap of confidence that has been created over the past years. We are going everywhere. I went to Kuwait to the conference, came here. We're only here 8 weeks or 9 weeks in government. But we are going to be all around the world, and we are going to be doing the right thing. Everybody now who wants to help Lebanon, we have huge needs for reconstruction. I mean, look what happened to Lebanon. 2019, banking crisis.
IMF is about restoring confidence?
IMF is actually giving you a bill of health, that you are on the right track to...
But do you want to be in debt to them just for a bill of health?
It's not only about money. It's about getting the certificate, because everybody in the world today is on the sidelines watching. I received in the past few weeks so many visitors. I make 7, 8 appointments, all international, and everybody sits next to me. After 3, 4, 5 minutes, how are you doing with the IMF? So the IMF became a requirement to give you a clean bill of health, that you are really moving on with all your, cleaning the banking system, moving on with all the reforms that you have promised many years ago, and so on. So yeah, I mean, that's why we need it. It's the door that we have to go through to go back to the world. Don't forget also we have other problems.
Yes.
We have defaulted on our Eurobonds, and we have to go back to restructuring that. And so it's all, everything is needs fixing. And I think the IMF is not only about money, it's about technical assistance. It's about probably giving confidence to everybody that Lebanon is on the right track.
You were just in Kuwait. Talk to me about Gulf investment, because essentially what I've heard from Gulf countries is that they're willing to put their money in Lebanon, but only when Hezbollah is disarmed. What was the message you got from them?
Yeah, they are actually, frankly, they first stress on the issue of reforms, and they say IMF. But also, on the other hand, without they saying it, we know that everybody today is waiting for the implementation of 1701, which is happening.
Yeah. How much money do you anticipate Lebanon will bring in terms of that FDI, foreign direct investment?
At the moment, I don't think much is coming at the moment. But we have to wait for...
But how much do you anticipate? Is it going to be a gold rush?
If we have total stability, like the economists say, assumes total stability, yeah, Lebanon is a small country. Lebanon could come back quickly, especially with all the geopolitical changes happening around us, We are praying all the time for Syria to really be stable. Syria is our entrance to the Arab world. We are hoping that whatever is happening in Oman succeeds, because that helps as well. So we have for many years been victims of whatever happens in our neighborhood. So let's hope that things
You're
go
optimistic?
Cautiously. I've learned, I'm an aged person, so I've always learned to be cautiously optimistic. But I'm hopeful. You see, I can see that Lebanon can easily be much better than it is at the moment. It has the potential, it has the human resources, it has the diaspora, which actually, in spite of everything, has kept Lebanon floating with the remittances, you see. So, I mean, this is the capital of Lebanon, and it's a beautiful country. You were just there, you were telling me. You enjoyed going there. Lebanon could compete easily, to be back as a country that can attract investment. Actually, we are at the moment, when I was in Parliament, I introduced a members' bill and got a law passed for regulating PPPs.
Yes.
So how do we, I know there's no appetite only for grants. There's more appetite for investment. So that's why we are we had the first meeting for the Higher Council for Privatization and Partnership. In that meeting, we announced that the airport in the north, René Mawad Airport, or Tlayat Airport as they call it, could be up for PPPs. The Prime Minister took a helicopter there and announced that. And already there is interest for it to become, let's say, a cargo hub and probably low-cost airline.
Tell me about taxation. How quickly are you going to sort this? Because a lot of people are worried that any retroactive taxation is going to really put them out of business.
No, we are not going to be butchering, I mean, what we want to do is we're not going to put new taxes, but we are going to make sure to collect whatever is owed. See, there are two files that I'm going to be, because I was busy in the first few weeks with the IMF issue and meeting people and all that. Now, as I go back, I have two files to really concentrate on: customs and taxation. Customs is also, I think, a priority even on taxation, because customs, that's where you pay customs and you collect VAT. So if we are able...
In theory.
No, it will happen. It will happen. We are, you see, I don't believe that you can treat corruption by just changing people. If you get somebody new, they will teach him in 2 weeks how to make money also. The greed is always there. No, we're going to change the system.
Are we talking about artificial intelligence and technology?
So what we are going to be doing customs, first of all, we are going to be putting, X-rays with artificial intelligence, but we're not going to buy them. We're going to do it on a BOT basis, because I want those who provide them to maintain them.
Yes.
Sit by them, because before we had X-rays And what used to happen, the truck will hit it and it will go
Yes.
out of order, and then it'll take weeks or months to really repair it. So I'm going to put them all over, not only in the port, the other port in Tripoli and all over the land borders. And I'm going to introduce in the container terminals the pre-shipment inspection on high-value goods, you see. So all this underpricing and all that should stop. That's how you really enhance your revenues from customs and VAT. So that's in the process of being done.
Yes.
And then on the tax system, one of my priorities now is to digitalize.
Yes.
You need to, I mean, unless they can't do things on paper, and so everything has to become, online and properly digitalized. Maybe I'm planning to create in the ministry a data center, one data center for everything.
Yes.
So it's under control, it's properly maintained. We get all the resources, human and other, to put them there. And we're going to try to make Lebanon, regarding the finance ministry, online. Regarding all the other ministries, also we have been negotiating now with the World Bank a special loan to digitalize all ministries. Lebanon has the human resources to do that. I mean, our boys and girls are working all over the Arab world and Europe and Africa, and doing all these specialized jobs, And we are finding a huge response for people to come back. I'll give you an example.
One question before we move there. Absolutely, you have incredible human capital, but you also have issues with electricity and internet. So if you're going to upgrade, that requires that you're going to have to improve that internet.
The internet actually in Beirut itself is fine. It's being...
I'm there quite often. It's a bit spotty.
It depends where you stay, but unfortunately, the new minister is very aggressive.
Yes.
He's very aggressive. And
so you see this improving across the country?
Let me tell you what's going to happen. For example, we are going to be changing the board of directors of CDR. And it's being done in a very transparent way. So the OMSAR, the Ministry of Specialized in Recruitment, announced that it's going to be recruiting people to fill these jobs. You know how many candidates applied? For 8 jobs, 650. Many of them from abroad. Also, they announced the regulatory authority for the telecom. You know how many people applied? 525 so far.
So you feel the confidence in what you're doing?
People, we improved their wages. And so as these regulatory authorities start working, for example, in the telecom and internet issue, OGERO, which is at the moment a government body, is going to become Liban Telecom.
Yes.
Liban Telecom will be given a new license for mobile phones. It's going to own the internet and the landlines. And it's going to be a company owned by the state, but it is going to sell at least 30 to 40% to the private sector, one of the big companies in the world or in the Arab world. So the private sector will be running it and offering the service, you see. So these are changes that the law stipulates that happen, but they never applied the law.
Yes.
Okay? So same thing is going to happen to electricity. I explained to you that the private sector will be building new generation, and also we're going to get the private sector in distribution and collection. So the private sector is going to get bigger and bigger role in all this.
Talk to me about the macroeconomic picture, because there's a lot of uncertainty right now.
Well, uncertainty in Lebanon, yes, there is. We are actually hoping that stability will come soon, you see. The president is working on, he's handing the file of the 1701.
Yes.
And as you saw when you visited Beirut today, you noticed a difference on the airport road, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. So things are going to start to move, towards stability. I hope that we will reach that soon.
Tell me about the gold, because there are questions about how you may decide to manage the gold given where prices are today.
The issue of the gold, you see, gold actually provides confidence.
It does.
It does. But neither the Ministry of Finance nor the central bank can take a decision about gold. It's the parliament. If time comes when maybe there's a need, we have to go to parliament and see what they decide.
Well, some people would say that Lebanon isn't a country in debt simply because of the amount of gold you have.
We've been lucky. Gold is going up and up, you see. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to be commenting on this at the moment, you see. I mean, it's too early until we have really real figures and a plan. I would be very careful commenting on this issue.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to cover Pope Francis's death and funeral arrangements set to take place on Saturday, the 26th of April, while many others reported Donald Trump's statement in which he affirms that he has no intention of firing U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell, and the immediate effect of such affirmation on global stocks and the value of the U.S. dollar. However, Donald Trump's policies continue to be the focus of many newspapers and media outlets today. The New York Times, for one, published an analysis on its front page detailing how President Trump's vows to deliver big, beautiful deals on everything remain unfulfilled. Tyler Pager's article explores President Trump's ambitions and promises to secure swift, sweeping deals on global conflicts and trade. The review highlights how, despite Trump's claims of rapid progress, like ending the Ukraine war or brokering Middle East peace, most goals remain unmet. Pager details Trump's blunt, threat-driven negotiation style, which often leaves critical details vague and results elusive. The article notes Trump's eagerness to declare victory, sometimes before substantive agreements are even reached, and examines criticism that his approach risks corruption and instability. While Trump's team remains optimistic, Pager's analysis reveals a persistent gap between political rhetoric and tangible results, providing a clear, balanced look at the complexities of presidential deal-making in today's volatile landscape. Eduardo Porter wrote in the Washington Post today, examining how the limited scope and eventual end of America's Trade Adjustment Assistance (TAA) program contributed to political upheaval and deepened social divides. The author argues that the TAA, created to help workers displaced by globalization, was always too stingy to make a real impact, leaving millions unsupported as industries shifted overseas or automated. This neglect fueled resentment and paving the way for the rise of Trump-era populism and a backlash against trade, immigration, and even liberal democracy. The article contrasts America's weak safety net with Europe's robust welfare states, noting that while European societies have weathered economic change more peacefully, rising immigration is now testing their social unity too. Now, ultimately, the piece questions whether democracies can build solidarity across diverse societies to sustain open, fair economies. Michael Peel and Hannah Kuchler published an article in the Financial Times detailing the cost of Trump's attack on American science, saying that the sweeping cuts and ideological interventions in U.S. publicly funded science threaten to undermine the innovation that has been a central part of U.S. economic strength for decades. The article describes how new executive orders, including a ban on federal grants for diversity, equality, or equity and inclusion research, have derailed critical studies, such as those on health disparities among Black women, and slashed funding for major institutions like the NIH and NASA. The article highlights, as you can see, the resulting turmoil. Thousands of jobs are lost, and also cancelled projects, and a chilling effect on scientific inquiry, with critics warning of lasting damage to American innovation and global leadership. As the US steps back, countries like China are poised to benefit. Scientists fear that these changes will undermine medical progress, climate research, and the nation's reputation as a leader in discovery. The Wall Street Journal published an article today by Sean McLean detailing Elon Musk's decision to spend significantly less time on Doge starting in May. Now, the article highlights Tesla's sharp 71% drop in first quarter net income, underscoring the economy's or the company's struggles with global competition and shifting trade policies, and the fallout from Musk's polarizing role in the Trump administration. Now, the article points out that despite Musk's pledge to reduce his federal duties and focus on Tesla, the company's missed earnings expectations and warned that tariffs and also political tensions are rising or raising the costs and threatening demand. Tesla's sales indeed fell significantly in key markets like US, China, and even Germany, while consumer backlash and protests further damaged its brand. In fact, the article includes, as you can see here, the charts that describe and depict the sharp decline in net profit during the first quarter of this year, and the difference is evident, as you can see on the chart, between Tesla's revenue during the first quarter of the last 2 years here, and then the significant drop that happens in 2025. However, the article notes some bright spots, including growth in Tesla's energy and software businesses. Looking ahead, the article concludes that Tesla is betting on affordable new models and a robo-taxi launch to revive its fortunes. Moving on to the Times of Israel now, which published the full extent of Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar's affidavit. The piece highlights what the head of domestic security agency says, that he was fired for refusing Netanyahu's demand for personal loyalty above respect for the law, and for defying also pressure to abuse the Shin Bet's power to serve the PM's or the Prime Minister's needs. The article presents detailed and unprecedented, quite honestly, public affidavit from Ronen Bar, contesting his dismissal by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Bar asserts that his removal was indeed not for professional failures, but due to his refusal to show personal loyalty to the Prime Minister or misuse Shin Bet's power against peaceful protesters and political opponents. He describes mounting pressure from Netanyahu. Then, as you can see in the article here, he describes mounting pressure from Netanyahu to act beyond legal boundaries, especially regarding protests and the Prime Minister's criminal trial, and also details his resistance to such requests. Bar also also refutes claims that Shin Bet failed to warn of the October 7 Hamas attack, outlining the agency's actions and warning that his dismissal threatens the independence and professionalism of Israel's security services at a critical time. And we'll end with The Guardian, where Owen Jones published a sharp criticism today of the Western political and media response to Pope Francis's death, exposing what he calls widespread hypocrisy among leaders who now praise the late pontiff while ignoring or undermining the causes he championed. The article highlights how Pope Francis's final years were defined by his outspoken advocacy for Gaza, calling daily to support its embattled Christian community, condemning violence as well, and labeling Israel's actions as terrorism and potential genocide. Despite these courageous stands, Western leaders and much of the media largely sanitized, as the author says, or ignored his criticism, offering only vague tributes. The article argues that this selective remembrance serves to erase uncomfortable truths about Western complicity in Gaza's suffering and the broader suppression of dissent on the issue. Ultimately, Jones contends that Pope Francis's moral clarity and willingness to confront power made him a rare, uncancelable voice for justice, whose legacy should not be whitewashed or depoliticized in death. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining me on Al Arabiya.
Good morning, Hadi.
Walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Look, I think we are in a situation of high uncertainty, it's obvious. I don't think the end game is obvious. I think everybody is assessing the different opportunities. And as a former CEO, I would say I would have not taken any decision so far, waiting for where the ball is going to end up, falling, because any very premature decision can cost you much more than staying still until you see what's going on. Because a lot of companies have a supply chain which is a global supply chain. As head of Nissan and Renault, we used to have plants in Mexico, in the United States, obviously in Europe, in Brazil, in Korea, in Japan. So if you change anything now, not knowing what's going to happen, it would be very dangerous.
Do you see that there may be some buyer's remorse on President Trump as a result of what's happening?
I don't know. I think it's still too early to say. I think people want to see a little bit what's going to be the outcome of all of this. Obviously, when something surprising happens, even though it's not a surprise because he announced it during his program, some people are going to say, look, it's a good thing. Other people are going to say, no, it's a bad thing. And you're just in the middle and trying to assess how the situation is going to hit you as a company or as an industry or as a country. I think it's too early to say.
Tell me about the dollar. How worried are you about the destruction of the dollar? Are we going to see it replaced as the world's reserve currency?
I don't think personally that there would be a currency that's going to replace the dollar. I think what may happen is that if there is a persistent weakness of the dollar, there may be a flight towards gold and our cryptocurrency and other kind of, I would
We're
say,
already seeing that movement.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing this movement, but it can be much more massive if the fear start to grow onto the market. But I don't see that any other currency could replace the dollar for the moment.
Are you having that feeling that you wish you'd bought some gold?
I bought gold, but it was a long time ago. I'm very happy I did that. Yeah. I did that. Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah. Tell me this, when you take a step back and look at the car industry today, there's a lot of fear in the United States about what this means, not just for imports, but also for domestic vehicles, because so many of the parts in domestically made vehicles in the United States are made abroad. How do you see that playing out?
Again, I think it's too early to say. I understand from the beginning what's the intention. And again, I'm going to give you two examples. In China, which is the largest market in the world, more than 90% of the cars sold in China are made in China. In the United States, which is the second largest market in the world, less than 50% of the cars sold in the United States are made in the United States. So obviously, there is temptation to say, well, you know why? That means you guys should can afford to build more cars in the United States because this is your main market. And the president has already sent the signal by saying, I want you to build more cars in the United States. So no matter where the tariffs will end, I think this is a signal for a lot of car manufacturers to build more cars in the United States. And it's happening. You know, some announcement made by car manufacturers saying they're going to, load more the plants that they have in the United States on detriment of the plant at origin. Nissan, for example, announced that Smyrna in Tennessee will be more loaded on detriment of production coming from Kyushu in Japan. So there is already an effect, indirect effect of this intent to say, I cannot accept that to have such a small share of the production when I'm such a big player in the game.
If you were in the chair at Nissan right now, what would be your first move?
If I was in the chair of Nissan right now, first I would not have waited until the situation comes to this. I would have already loaded the plants in the United States a long time ago. Nissan has one of the largest North American plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. It's a huge plant, it's a modern plant, it's very efficient, and they didn't use it fully. It didn't use it fully because it wanted, the management wanted to privilege some of the production coming from Japan. Terrible mistake. Obviously, economically, short term, they want to benefit from the fact that the yen was weak. It weakens a lot. But this has a backlash, political backlash. I mean, it's difficult for people in Tennessee to see such a plant not being loaded for cars sold in the United States while you continue to ship a lot of cars from Japan.
Is this an opportunity for economic diplomacy in your mind? Because oftentimes it seems as if the president listens more to the business and financial community than perhaps he does to those in government.
No, and obviously we're going to see a lot of diplomacy around this. And I am sure that a lot of wins are going to be scored, particularly in situations where there is a total unfairness and unbalance into this. But again, we're going to wait until the end game unfolds. But there are a lot of situations, for example, where you wonder why there is this completely uneven situation, because you're not talking about developing countries here. You're not talking about countries which are in need. You're talking about large economy already benefiting from a very strong stronghold. So I think the president will have some wins without any doubts.
Talk to me about EVs, Tesla in particular. What happens to that company?
Look, if you take the history of EV in 2008, 2009, there were probably two guys believing in EVs. Tesla, that means Elon Musk was one of them. I was the other guy because we launched the first mass-marketed car, which was the Leaf of Nissan. But Tesla was a startup, and they struggled a lot to begin, while we were able to be supported by the huge business of Nissan and Renault on the side. There is no doubt in my mind that the future going towards electric cars. And the people who understood this quickly were the Chinese. That means on top of Elon Musk and some people in the industry like myself and very few other people, the government of China understood that if they want to build a car industry, they're going to have to build it on a technology where they don't have a handicap toward the European or toward the Americans or toward the Japanese. And it was electric car, because electric car were received into this country with some kind of, yeah, maybe it's work, maybe it's not work, maybe we're going to hybrid, maybe hydrogen. Well, they said, okay, this is our opportunity, let's go for it. BYD, which is today one of the most challenging worldwide auto company, they didn't do cars. The first car they did was in 2006 or 2007. They were battery makers. So they just started to do cars, electric cars and other cars, but mainly electric cars in 2006. Today, BYD is worth 4 times more than Renault, which has been on the market for more than 80 years. It's unbelievable. It worth 6 or 7 times more than Nissan, which has been here for 80 years. It means that this industry, if you do not understand what's coming and you do not execute and adapt to what's coming, you're going to lose in the game very quickly. And the people who are betting on the right technology or on the right segments will be big winner. BYD will be one of them.
The backlash on Tesla, and do you see that brand evolving? Does it need a rebrand? Should it be bought out? I mean, what's the future there?
No, I think, frankly, Tesla is going through maybe a rough patch now, but first, Elon has announced that he's going to go back to his business, so we're going to pay more attention to Tesla, number one. Second, it's a very innovative company, and it's not going to stop there. So I think they're going to be bringing back new innovation with new technology into the car. So I trust they will do the job in order to get out of this patch. But they're going to have, particularly when it comes to electric cars and autonomous cars, they're going to have a tough competition, particularly coming from the Chinese.
Yeah. Would you buy a BYD?
Oh, without any doubt. Yeah, I'm here. I'm testing a lot of cars because all the distributors tell me, when there is a new one, please, can you give us an opinion? Yeah, and yeah, they are fine. They are competitive. I think the head of Nissan or the head of Renault should be very scared when they see this kind of cars coming, and particularly at the price where they are present. And BYD today is practically at the same level of sales than Tesla, without selling, I understand, any single cars in the United States, which is unbelievable.
Tell me about Europe. Are we going to see a war in Europe, in your mind?
Well, Europe, in Europe, yeah, I mean, when we talk about Europe, in Europe you have different realities. You have, in my opinion, the Europe of the future, the one who's challenging the outdated ideas and the old-fashioned stuff. And then you have the old Europe who tries to always to do a little bit more of what they've done, and which put them into the situation where they are. Unfortunately, as you know, I'm a French citizen, and I'm very sad to see the situation of France today, which is still struggling with the problem, which is a classical problem of a high debt and deficits that they don't know how to manage. That means we have a lot of words, you have a lot of verbiage, you want to protect this, you want to protect that, etc. But at the end of the day, the whole boat is sinking. In a certain way, what's happening now is probably going to force a lot of countries to get out of the comfort zone and to take finally the necessary decision they need to take in order to shape up, to shape up their economy. Because ignoring the problem and pushing the problem for the next generation or pushing the problem for the next government or next administration is not going to work. The policy of en même temps, I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to do this and that, and it doesn't work anymore. You're going to have to choose one specific camp, have the courage to assume it, and change the situation once for all, and tackle the problem which is a threat for you.
President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he's pretty much done with Europe, and not just with NATO spending towards the war in Ukraine, but also with the tariffs that he's been suggesting. In your mind, does that leave Europe very vulnerable?
I think it's an opportunity for Europe. That when the President of the United States said, look, Europe is not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say, well, is it justified? In this case, you just, bend the knee and it's over. Or do you reshape yourself? Or do you revamp yourself? And there are forces in Europe fighting for revamping Europe, but to revamp Europe, you need to get rid of the old stuff that is leading you nowhere. There are going to be a lot of struggle inside Europe for that. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to prevail.
Is it going to be France? Is it going to be Italy?
Well, you know, Italy is probably one of the new challengers who wants a new Europe. You know, you have Eastern European countries also are new blood in Europe. They want something completely new. And then you have the old-timers, you know, like France in a certain way, unfortunately. Well, Germany is changing. You know, it used to be like this. Well, it's changing very fast. Fascinating to see how things are going to change in Europe and what's going to prevail. But I think the position of President Trump ignoring, in a certain way, Europe, or saying, you know, you're not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say,
to galvanize Europe.
We really matter. We are one of the largest economy, and we want to do what is necessary in order to get back on track.
Tell me what you think of Lebanon today. What's happening in this country?
Well, what I can say is Lebanon today is better than what Lebanon was a few months ago, because the people of Lebanon gained trust into the new leadership that has been nominated. Now, I think there is a lot of expectation of concrete realizations, you know. And when you go on the street in Lebanon, you know what people want. I mean, they don't care about the big speeches, you know. What they care is about electricity. They want to be able to pay for the school. They want to be able to have security. They want to be able to have a port which is working, an airport where they can fly. That's what they want. They want some basic stuff. So I think if some concrete, visible realization come on these fields, this trust will grow. If people will continue to listen to bickering and delaying and discussions about nominations and plans and in 3 years it's going to be much better. Yeah, it doesn't materialize. Then I'm expecting a backlash.
Is Hezbollah over?
Well, it looks like, I'm sure as a party, certainly not. I think they represent a portion of the population, and in a democracy, they should be playing a role. But I think it looks like as a military force, everything I'm hearing and I'm seeing, it's over.
Do you think they'll be able to disarm them without conflict?
This is the big question. This is a big question. Will this generate a conflict, or can it be done peacefully? Well, everything I'm seeing from the people who are really leading the country today is trying to do it as peacefully as possible without another disruption that the country doesn't need.
Tell me what you think of the banking secrecy laws. Do you anticipate we're going to see names? Is there going to be naming and shaming of who sent money out of the country?
Well, if there is enough pressure from the public opinion, particularly on the politician, yes. If there is not enough pressure, or if you're lost in the discussion, I think obviously all the people who benefited from it are going to try everything to avoid it. So future will tell what's going to prevail.
Do you think that there's enough time for this technocrat government to really get much done?
You know, if I was in a position like this, I would start with quick wins.
Yeah.
Very important quick wins. You know very well, when you have to turn around the situation, people have no patience for what's going to come in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You need to feed them first with quick wins. Things that they are expecting, concrete, that they see a modification, something for the better. The quick wins allow you to sustain and feed the patience of people for some bigger wins to come. What you cannot do is feed people with words and promises until the big wins come. People never wait for the...
What are some quick wins today, do you think?
Well, obviously, electricity is a big win. Traffic is a big win. Environment is a big win. You know, establishing some rules. For example, you know that there is a lot of corruption in the administration. You have to, even today, even though there is a lot of speech, lack of corruption, if you go do certain formalities today, corruption is still going on. So people can see a discrepancy between what people, the intention from one side and the reality. So when this reality start to change, people will start to get hope. So these are the quick wins I'm talking about. Obviously, you're not going to establish a new infrastructure in 6 months. It's going to take some time. But for example, signing a contract with a company which is going to build, I don't know, a power plant that was going to deliver for you in 18 months, this is a quick win, because this is something where you are promising you're going to get out of trouble in a certain point in time, and it's going to be to your benefit. Quick wins are extremely important.
If you were sitting in the central bank governor's chair and you were trying to decide how you were going to structure things going forward, who of the small depositors would get their money back? How would you do that?
You know, I think what they're doing now, which is privileging the small depositors and moving up, is very fair. It's very fair, because small depositor has no. I mean, he puts his money in the bank because he has no other way to do it. Bigger depositors have options. You know, they can put them in the bank in Lebanon, put them somewhere else. So, in a certain way, you couldn't say that all the depositors in Lebanon benefited from the very generous high level of rates that the central bank have fed the public for a while. Some people didn't have a choice. I mean the teacher and the officers in the army and the retirees, well, whatever they want, they had the opportunity to get X%. They are, and now everything is blocked. So starting with the small depositor and moving up is the right approach. It's a fair approach. It's a just approach. Even economically, it makes a lot of sense. And moving up. So we'll see what's going to be the end game. But the first measures taken, saying we're going to privilege smaller depositor, makes a lot of sense.
What happens next in your mind when you think about the future here, beyond getting some money back into the system? Are we going to see consolidation of the banking sector? Are we going to see new players coming into the market? How do you recapitalize the banks?
Well, today, if you ask a shareholder in a bank to put more money in the bank without knowing exactly what's going to be the game, nobody's going to put money. That means the people are reluctantly putting money to preserve their former capital, but if they are persuaded that their former capital is not preserved, they're not going to continue. You know, nobody throw good money to save bad money. It's too early to say what's going to happen, but I think to reestablish the trust into financial institutions is going to take more than a few words and a few promises, or even a few laws. Because the system is frozen now. That means most of the banks are zombies. They're just working, but they are alive, but they are not alive. So we're waiting for the decisions to be taken to see exactly how this will play.
Tell me about the future of Carlos. I know you're teaching.
Yeah. No, I do a lot of things in Lebanon. That means obviously
You're testing cars.
Yeah. I test cars, yes. I mean, this is a hobby more than anything else. I test cars, motorcycle, bicycle, you know, the new electric bicycle. I love mobility. I follow mobility. I continue to do that. I dedicate some time at university. We have a seminar on crisis management and strategic...
I'm told that that's booked out for years.
Yeah, it is. It is booked out. It's very successful because obviously young people like... they don't like academia so much. They like experience. They like people who have been through this, done things, so they can hear from somebody who are doers and not somebody who just juggling with some ideas. And I'm very happy to do that. On top of this, it maintains you young. On top, I help some startups also here. Not only help them with advice, but from time to time I participate with them. You know, books, movies, I read a lot. I do a lot of things that I didn't have time to do. And you know, I spent also a lot of time fighting for my rights, and particularly for the rights of my wife, because as you know, I've been the object of, frankly, an incredibly unfair and unjust accusation, particularly from Japan, followed by the French after. And the most obvious for me is the wrath of the Japanese prosecutor against my wife, because she had the red notice on her for a so-called perjury, And the perjury is she did not remember something that she should remember. They decided that she should have remembered something that she said in front of the judge she didn't remember. And this event happened 6 months before they put the red notice. And when it happened, when I escaped to Lebanon, and I came to Lebanon, and I announced that I'm going to talk to the press, they struck her with the red notice. We have been fighting this for 5 years. Lawyers, Interpol, and this is where I discovered how ruthless this world is, and that justice has nothing to do with the reality that I'm dealing with, where the hostage justice system in Japan is being exported to other countries through Interpol. Yeah. So, they have anything against you, they just sent to Interpol red notice. Interpol, they told us they don't look at the merit of the accusation, and they're just implemented because obviously Japan is a big donor.
Yeah.
So my only hope is obviously in front of the Japanese inequity and in a certain way kind of difficult to understand how they're going after my wife. They're going after me. This I can solve it with them, but after my wife is there is only the only possibility. She's a U.S. citizen and she's a hostage.
What are the Americans doing?
Yeah. Well, we try. I mean, unfortunately, with the previous administration, we tried everything. They didn't seem to care. I know that President Trump and the new administration care a lot about hostages, and particularly American hostages. And my wife is a typical American hostage held in Lebanon. She has been held for 5 years. And our only hope is a signal from their administration to the Japanese. They're not pleased with this, and I'm sure this will solve everything.
And she's a citizen of New York.
Yes.
A resident of New York.
Resident of New York,
So
yes.
she should be hearing from those who are in government. Talking about senators, talking about those who have access to the White House.
Well, frankly, she tried the senator of New York. They didn't care too much about the case.
No response.
No response, not at all. They even, we asked for meetings to explain the case. The senator didn't pay a lot of attention. In fact, the only senator that are really paying attention are the Republican senators today, and we're trying to reach the White House to say, please, during the negotiations with Japanese, if you mention this, it will be a long way to stop this. I mean, somebody cannot stay all his life hostage for such a, it's not even a crime in many countries. Perjury, when it's a case of your husband, doesn't even exist in many countries. They don't take in consideration the testimony of your wife. Japan decided that this is a perjury, and they have told us many times the only way to solve this is she comes back to Japan, she will be put in prison, and she will be waiting a couple of years for her to be tried, and then we'll see.
How would you describe your life in Lebanon?
Peaceful.
Good life?
Yeah, peaceful. Peaceful. I mean, obviously, you cannot have a good life in Lebanon with so much misery and poverty developing around you. You're affected by that, and we're trying as much as possible with Carol to help. But it's peaceful. It's peaceful because, in a certain way, I lost part of my geographical freedom, but I gained my freedom in terms of time. When you're CEO of many companies, you're not free of your time. You have a board meeting, and you have an executive committee meeting, and you have an investment meeting, and you have this, and it's dictated on you. And the time where you do whatever you want to do is very limited. Now it's the contrary. I do whatever I want, and this is a new freedom for me.
Would you want to join the government in any future administration here in Lebanon?
No, I'm a non-political person. I'm absolutely not attracted by that.
Why?
But a lot of people told me, why? Yeah, but you have a lot of experience. It can be helpful. I say, I'm fine. I'm ready to help. I'm ready to advise. I'm ready to consult. If my experience can be helpful, I will do it, but not as a political player.
Why?
Well, I think in order to play in politics and to be successful, you need to like politics. And one of the reasons I don't like politics is, again, I'm an engineer, and for me, the best road between two different points is a straight line. And you know that in politics it's never the best road. It's always you have to turn around and go by and say things and play games. And this is absolutely not my forte. I don't like that. I like people who are very straightforward. I like people who go to the point. I like to make a complex situation simple for people to act. And you know, often in politics, as you make a simple situation more complicated, so nothing is get done, or you can get benefit of it. So these kind of strategies.
We find it frustrating.
I find it frustrating. Yeah. Well, and again, I have nothing against politicians who like to do that, and we need politicians.
Yeah.
But that's not my game.
So it hasn't stopped Elon Musk from working with the Trump administration. He's getting a lot of pushback for that. Do you think it's surprising?
Frankly, when I look at Elon is not a politician, frankly. He has
the chainsaw.
No. I mean, he's not a politician, obviously.
Yeah.
He's not. And I don't think, and he said, by the way, that in a few weeks, he's going to stop playing this role. He may be an advisor, no problem. He can give advice, etc. And he's going to go to his businesses, yes. Yeah, some characters are incompatible with politics.
Do you think that was a mistake for him to get involved early on?
It's his choice. You know, you make choices in life. Is this a mistake or not?
Given the impact on the business.
I think Steve Jobs said one day, whatever happens to you, you never know it's good or bad until 10 years later.
Yeah.
You know? so you never know. So we're going to have to wait 10 years to be able to assess if this was good or bad.
Carlos, it's great to see you.
Thank
you so much for joining me.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. US President Donald Trump tells his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to stop deadly strikes on Kyiv and says we're putting a lot of pressure on Russia. Thousands queue for a second day to see Pope Francis lying in state. A higher-than-expected crowd prompted the Vatican to keep its doors open overnight. India announces a raft of measures, including revoking the visas of Pakistani nationals, days after gunmen killed 26 in Kashmir. Vladimir, stop. That is the message from US President Donald Trump to his Russian counterpart after deadly strikes hit Kyiv. Posting on Truth Social, Trump said he was unhappy with the attacks, calling them unnecessary and poorly timed. This message comes hours after Trump slammed Volodymyr Zelensky on the same social media platform, accusing him of undermining peace efforts. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Thank you for both joining me this evening. Dr. Eli, can we start with you? And we're just going to go to these talks that have been happening between Ukraine and Russia to try to reach some of an agreement. Relations just appear to be getting worse and worse, despite Trump's efforts to try and get some sort of deal happening.
Well, I think really things are not going as well as they should, or as fast as he pretended he wants them to be, even on day one after the election and so on. I'm not sure if there's a misreading of what Putin wants out of this war. Practically, with the leaks that we've heard from Trump's team, they have given Putin almost everything that he wants, including keeping the territories, keeping Crimea, Ukraine not joining NATO, and still Putin is adding the aggression, bombing Kyiv, killing civilians, and so on. So something is not there. And In the same approach, Trump says that he's putting enough pressure on Russia, but we just haven't seen that bear fruits. We've seen the pressure on Ukraine very visible, very harsh, very public, while so-called pressure on Russia still is not visible and has not materialized.
We did see Donald Trump speaking in the Oval Office earlier, and he said there is a lot of pressure on Russia. That's why they're talking. It's just not something that's been made public. Why do you think it's been made so public when it comes to Zelensky?
Well, I think because Ukraine is the weaker link in that sense, and they rely completely on the US support, and then Trump has been taking advantage of that. On the other hand, we see Putin does not feel the need to negotiate yet. And in basic negotiation approaches, we know that unless you feel the need to actually negotiate, as long as you think you can achieve what you want by other means, you will continue doing that and rejecting negotiations. And just Putin is not there yet on that feeling of that he needs to sit down and get to a deal. He's not there yet.
Gemma, Trump talking directly to Putin today on his Truth Social. We see him doing this quite a lot, asking him to stop after these deadly attacks happened in Kyiv. Do you think this blunt message is enough?
I think the frustration really came through. You could sense Trump's frustration. And it was an interesting read because you could either read it as from a friend to a friend, Vladimir, stop, or you could read it as someone angry, an errant child, you know, who isn't kind of playing the game. So you could read that both ways. But definitely the frustration is coming through. And as we've talked about, Trump said he was going to solve this on day one of his presidency. That was one of his promises. Whether we call it a promise or we call it a soundbite, we're now on day 100. So again, I think there's a sense of not having achieved what he had said he wanted to. And I think what we know about Trump is that he likes to achieve his goals. When he sets his mind to something, he wants it. So that's, I think, part of the frustration is coming out in that way as well.
And would you agree with that, Dr. Ellie? We've got day 100, as Gemma said, next week, fast approaching. Do you think he's just got too much going on, Donald Trump, at the moment?
Definitely. I think he is fighting on too many fronts, internal, external, the tariffs, the relation with China. All of these are overburdening his team. You see Witkoff running from country to country, trying to break a deal. And this definitely has to take its toll. And as I said, maybe there has been some underestimation of how serious the crisis is or how easy it could be solved. For example, as simple as getting to a ceasefire, just to stop the killing, and then sit down and talk about all the other details. Even that was not being able to achieve.
And actually, earlier I spoke to former US Deputy Envoy Ellie Cohanen. She told me why President Trump is being transparent when it comes to trying to bring a peace to Russia and Ukraine. Take a listen.
What you're hearing from President Trump is a lot of transparency, and that's the president's style. He is just very straightforward, both with the American people and with the international leaders that he deals with. And so the president has done more than anyone around the world to try to bring peace between these two sides. He's done more in, some 90 days than the Biden administration had done previously in over 900 days. And so, the president is really adamant that he wants to see the killing stop. He has a very strong humanitarian streak in him. At the same time, I don't think that his patience is infinite, and he wants to see seriousness on the sides of both Putin and Zelensky, that they're willing to bring an end to this war.
Dr. Ellie, I actually found it interesting what she was saying to me, Ellie Cohanen, because you said Trump has a real humanitarian streak. This is one reason why he wants the war to end. And we know the fatalities on the front lines and across civilians has been very high. But she also touches on patience there. You spoke about that a little bit earlier. Do you think Trump is just all out frustrated now?
Well, I think the humanitarian issue has been his forefront approach since the beginning. He's putting that out there pretty much. But also, practically speaking, war is wrong, is bad for business. And he's a businessman, and he wants to do deals. And he wants Russia on his side when he's fighting China. And there's so many things going on in his business mind and how to make America great again and so on. So I think, yes, he cannot afford to keep that dragging for long. And sooner or later, if Putin is not cooperating, I think the US needs to change strategy and start putting some serious pressure on Russia.
And let's talk about social media, Gemma, because we saw Donald Trump there. He posted about Zelensky, and then, of course, he posted about Putin. But what is it all about diplomatic negotiations now? They all seem to be playing out in real time on social media. We've seen Trump, of course, do this. Zelensky himself posts a lot. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we need a new term for this type of diplomacy. I remember back in the 80s when it was America and China, they had ping-pong diplomacy.
Exactly.
So I think we need this someone needs to coin a new term for this. Whether or not it's diplomacy or whether it's an attempt to make instant headlines, because as we know, anything that Trump tweets or puts on Truth Social, instant headlines around the world. And what he says can affect markets, can affect business, can affect relations between, the EU, the US. So I think we're in this brave new world. Social media has obviously been around for quite a while, but it being used for diplomacy is still quite new. So everyone's navigating their way. And I think with Trump, he is just forging his own path,
But you did mention something to me earlier, which I thought was quite interesting when we were talking about this before the show. You said this is what his voters love. This is what the people love, don't they? I must admit that even us journalists,
he keeps you busy.
Very
that's for
busy,
sure.
yeah.
Absolutely, shooting from the hip. And other people might look at it and say, why does someone not take his phone off of him? Why don't they change the passwords while he's not looking? But his voting base and his core supporters, this is what they love about him, that he speaks immediately without going through loads of think tanks and filters and PR experts and spin doctors. People are quite savvy about that now.
Oh, absolutely.
So this is part of his allure and part of his charm to his fan base. That is, something happens, he gets straight on, and they feel like he's talking directly to them.
And he's obviously been very transparent.
However, this is the kind of things that put people in trouble and even may derail negotiations or public diplomacy, if we want to call it that somehow. I think a basic rule for any politician anywhere around the world is don't speak. Don't shoot from the hip. Don't speak without thinking. Don't speak without going through the filters of your advisors, especially on social media where millions and millions of people can see. But that's him. That's his style. I think at some times it might be definitely backfiring on his policies and sometimes even putting him under legal issues, like the issue when he posted about the now is a good time to buy, and then at noon he changed his opinion
when
about
we saw
tariffs.
that big drop in the market.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's dangerous, but that's his style. Let's hope it will not get him into more trouble or derail the negotiations even further.
Yeah, but it's been so interesting seeing Donald Trump this time around when it comes to social media, and obviously that very big spat in the White House with Zelensky. I'm sure things like that happen behind the scenes, but something that we never, ever were privy to. So now we're almost seeing the inner workings played out in real time.
Seeing that publicly was quite fascinating.
Yeah,
obviously
absolutely.
It was awkward and it was difficult, but you're right, it was a peek behind the curtain that we're not usually privy to. Yeah, it was fascinating.
It was definitely part of his approach to embarrass Zelensky and put him on the spot and try to trigger something out of him. So it's part of his style again, but it's bad in general to the relations of states between each other.
But actually, I just want to say that that's all the time we've got for on this chat, which was super interesting. But before we move on to our next story, earlier I spoke to Ukrainian MP Olena Komiko, who told me why Ukraine won't trade territory for peace, particularly over Crimea. Let's take a listen.
with regards to the different statements appearing in media about possible territorial concessions from Ukrainian side, it is important to mention that Ukraine will always act in accordance with its constitution and sovereignty of the state. And we are confident, absolutely confident, that our partners, in particularly the United States, will act in accordance with their strong decisions. For example, in 2017, the Crimea Declaration was published by the United States Secretary of State. And the United States called for the end of the Russian occupation of Crimea, recognizing it as an integral part of Ukraine. And moreover, I would like to stress that Ukrainian people will also never accept such a condition.
Now, more than 50,000 people have queued in the past 24 hours to pay their respects to Pope Francis at St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican said. The Vatican kept its doors open overnight due to high turnout, closing for just 1 hour for cleaning. The line is the longest since the Pope was placed in state, stretching beyond St. Peter's Square.
I was very, very emotional. I didn't think I'd cry, but when I saw him, I did. I started to cry. It's very emotional.
When I entered the church, I was crying, you know. It's very special because I was here like 8 years ago. I see him at the window, and now I'm here, and yeah, it's special.
So, Gemma, absolutely remarkable scenes again today that we're seeing.
So, day 2 of the Pope lying in state. And I think these are momentous global occurrences. Irrespective of whether you're religious or not, or what religious you are, the Pope was the head of the Catholic Church, an icon to many. So, to see this many people queuing and flying over as well from all around the world, it shouldn't really be a surprise, but I think the strength of feeling that comes out when someone so famous as well passes is still quite sort of shocking to watch. Just to see so many people queuing up for hours and hours. Obviously, we saw it when Queen Elizabeth II passed as well, similar scenes. And I do feel that people, as I said, irrespective of their religious beliefs, it's being a part of history to go and see him lying in state. And I feel that there's definitely something to be had from that.
Oh, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I remember I covered Queen Elizabeth's funeral, and it was very, very emotional on the day. You don't realise how much emotion it brings out. But, Dr. Ellie, people are actually taking selfies with the Pope's body, and many are saying this is really disrespectful. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on this.
Well, I wouldn't do it myself. I wouldn't go as far maybe as disrespect. People are just trying to mark the moment, are just trying to be part of that historical moment. And then he himself has been so close to so many people, other than the billion Catholics around the world plus. You have a different way of doing things. He made the Vatican closer to the people, more open doors and so on. So in that sense, maybe it's also kind of a tribute to his legacy, that no borders between the Vatican and the people, no borders between the Pope and the believers and so on. But personally, no, I would hesitate, and especially if people are posting it on social media, that's very unlikely or not the best thing to be done, actually.
Yeah, would you agree with that?
That's where, we were discussing this. Where's the line?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, that is a dead body that you are taking a photo of yourself with. I completely agree. Posting it on social media it leaves me feeling like this is a little bit off. But if you were taking the photo for just to look back on, again, I'm still not there with it, because I think the moment is enough. You take the snapshot with your eyes, you remember it with your mind. I don't think you need to take a photo. So it's not something I would do, whether it was for social media or for personal use.
I think we were saying also that to a certain extent, maybe people are taking that as a tourist attraction, unfortunately,
Yes.
rather than a moment of prayer, a moment of, respect to that great figure and that personal connection in that sense. They're making out of it a tourist attraction or just, attracting people in that sense. I'm not sure also how much the Vatican has actually put limitations, because as you were saying in our discussion before, that in the Sistine Chapel or in other places, when the Vatican wants to put...
Yeah, they are very strict.
In that sense, they're not being very strict, so maybe in somehow they are allowing this to happen, but where is the limit?
Yeah.
This is the big issue.
No, it's absolutely true. I think sometimes you can take it for personal memento, but maybe don't put it all over social media. But there are some really fabulous stories, Gemma, coming out about the Pope. We're learning more and more about him after his death. We're getting some stories. He was even a bodyguard at one point. It's quite remarkable.
He was a nightclub bouncer, and I think we can all relate to those jobs that we did when we were younger. He was also a janitor.
Wow.
So he was a nightclub bouncer, which is very hard to picture, and a janitor as well. And I think it's like finding out that Queen Elizabeth used to be a waitress. You don't imagine that these icons had a previous life, really. You can't imagine them before he was the Pope. But obviously he had this whole life beforehand. And come on, we've all had jobs that we have done in the past.
I think it's important to make the distinction a little bit, because he's not born in royalty in that sense.
Yes.
And then this background of poverty back in Argentina, I think this also made him who he is.
Yeah,
and this made him a person or a pope or a papacy altogether that is very close to the poor, very close to the social issues and to the needs of the people. So I think it did mark him, these kind of jobs that he did, the kind of life that he lived. It made him the Pope that he was.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Just to find out that he was working on nightclub doors, I just couldn't really get my head around it. But we're talking about the travel, and obviously security right now around the Vatican must be absolutely so tight. All these big top leaders from around the world are coming to, obviously, the funeral on Saturday. But I did see this. The travel company On the Beach, which is a UK travel company, has said that flights from the UK to Rome in the past 24 hours spiking 400% since the Pope passed away. Just the gravity of it.
Yeah, and the pressure that must put on, on flying into Italy and securing, obviously, accommodation. There's so much to think about when you want to do a trip like this. And it's obviously it's last minute as well, because obviously no one expected him to pass away. I think it's been fascinating to watch how many people globally feel that they want to be in that space for this moment.
I think it's also important to mention, as we said earlier, he made many Catholics who were a bit far from the church. He made them feel closer to the church again and to him personally. So I can imagine a lot of people who would want to be there at that moment, other than the fact that it is a historical moment anyway, and then later on with the conclave and all of that. We see some excitement, and people would like to be there and wait for it and so on. But definitely, I can imagine thousands and thousands of people from all over would want to be in the ceremony on Saturday, or at least to pass by the church before that.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating scenes. Thank you so much for all your thoughts there on the Pope. It's time to move on to our next story now. Tensions are simmering as India blames Pakistan for a deadly attack that killed 26 mostly tourists in Kashmir. India has revoked visas, suspended a water treaty and closed a key border, while Pakistan has halted trade. The Indian government has not publicly produced any evidence connecting the attack to its neighbour. Meanwhile, Pakistan has denied involvement. Earlier, I spoke to correspondent Rebecca Bundhan, who's told us the latest developments from New Delhi.
Well, we haven't had any official confirmation or word from the Indian government on the group that was behind this deadly attack in Indian-administered Kashmir. However, what we do know is we have seen these strong measures that have been taken by India against Pakistan, these strong diplomatic measures, including the suspension of that important water treaty, the suspension of visas for Pakistani nationals and so on. And Kashmir police have also said that of the 3 suspects that they've identified, 2 of these are Pakistani nationals. Now, what we're also seeing reported very widely in local media is that a group known as Kashmir Resistance, or also the Resistance Front, has claimed responsibility on social media, although there hasn't been any verification of that. Now, that's understood to be an offshoot of a militant organisation called Lashkar-e-Toiba, which was behind the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. So these links are being made there, but we have yet to actually get any official confirmation on the group, on any official word on that. Pakistan is completely rubbishing these links. It's saying that there's no credible investigation or evidence behind there being any links to Pakistan, and it's also taken its own retaliatory measures following a meeting today. It's also announced the suspension of visas for Indian nationals under an exemption scheme. It's also closed Pakistani airspace to Indian airlines. It's rejected that suspension by India of that Indus Waters Treaty agreement too, and suspended trade with India. So we've seen a big reaction from Pakistan as well in response to that downgrade of ties that we saw from India.
Now time to take a look at another story that's been making headlines with Leigh Ann Gerrans. And one political party over in the UK has proposed plans to fine people who don't use headphones up to £1,000. So that's around $1,300. They've been dubbed headphone dodgers. So let's get into this. So it'll be great to hear your views. Gemma, tell us more about these plans.
As someone who, when she lived in the UK, used public transport quite a lot.
We all do those, yeah.
Yes, and here, obviously. There is nothing more annoying than someone sat next to you watching a TV show or playing loud music on their phone. And you do think, why aren't you wearing just a pair of headphones? So the plan is from the Liberal Democrats, which is a party in the UK, and they plan to dish out £1,000 fines. Obviously, big questions around it. How will you police it? Obviously, the public transport network is huge. Are they expecting citizens to make, citizens' arrests? And obviously, how comfortable do we feel approaching someone and just even politely saying, hey, do you mind turning that down? So there's a lot of questions that have come from announcing something like this.
We've definitely, all of us have experienced this kind of annoying behavior, not only on public transport. I've seen it in gyms, on the beaches, any kind of a public space. Unfortunately, we've seen less and less respect to the surrounding, less and less respect to the well-being of the others around us. And it's getting out of hand. So now, the issue with that, definitely there's a political story behind that political party specifically asking for that kind of a huge fine in that sense. But it poses a lot of legal issues also. So in the sense of who will enforce that? How will you enforce it? On the train or on the tube or on the bus? And then the issue also of the grey area. So how loud is too loud? Yeah. Who can decide? And what kind of music is annoying? What if it was classical music but a bit too loud?
I would find that annoying.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
or if it's Baby Shark played over and over again.
Very annoying. Yeah. But that's sort of something I was thinking about earlier. How do you police it? Yeah. That's going to be the difficult thing. Once again, what's too loud? But do you think this is just becoming a bad habit in general? Like, are we just not really thinking about other people as much as we should do?
I think there's this notion that we're also individualistic and unique and special in our own little bubbles, that perhaps I do feel like social media has played a part, that we all feel a bit like we're not part of a bigger society. We're all these individual bubbles. So looking beyond your bubble is something that, you need to talk to your children about, and it's not something you teach in school. It's something that comes from the family and from society and from your friends. So it's sort of got to be ingrained in the culture. But we are kind of slipping further and further away from that, I feel.
What did you call them? The live TV attitude, or was it?
Yes.
That was terrible.
Yeah. Tied into it is people walking around on their phones talking like this.
Nothing annoys me more than that. And
I call it reality TV behaviour.
Reality TV behaviour.
Because on reality TV, and please don't pretend that you don't watch it.
I love reality TV, yeah.
Everyone talks like this because obviously the cameras have to pick up on the conversations. But now it's all the time, and no one's doing this anymore. It's always so everyone else can hear the conversation. And it's not as exciting as reality TV, so we really don't want to hear the conversation.
Yeah, I think maybe not only the way we are raised up and how aware we are of surrounding, it's also some kind of a rebellious attitude, that antisocial, that counterculture idea, all of that, is that I don't care about the system, I don't care about your opinion, I'm going to do whatever I want to do anyway. And this is definitely troubling society altogether, this kind of attitude and this kind of approach to the law, to the community, all of that.
So I was thinking about this when the story came past me earlier today. And I don't know, in some ways I was wondering about myself on the tube many years ago when I moved to London, and saying my friends and I were going to go for a night out. I know we always sung and danced on the tube and listened to our phones. Can that really be classed as antisocial behaviour? Or should we just be allowed to have some fun?
See, we all think that when we do it, it's cute.
I thought it was really
But when
cute.
other people do it, it's annoying. Yeah. We all definitely think that. Yeah. And my music's really cool and everyone wants to hear it, but your music's like really annoying.
No.
So there is this notion of looking past yourself, but I'm sure you dancing on the tube after your lovely night out was wonderful for all the commuters.
There's photos on social media.
No, I think we should be tolerant a little bit, let people enjoy their life.
Something fun.
But again, disturbing the public is generally something that is not welcomed by all things. But how much do we need to put a law for it, and how do we implement the law? It's a bit maybe too much to push it. Yeah. We just need to have some kind of an enforcement of mutual respect in that sense, but also let people live in that sense, let people enjoy the moment as long as they are not directly affecting you or your journey in any way.
But do you think that £1,000, which is around $1,300 I think that's a pretty steep fine?
Usually the people who sing on the train are people who cannot afford to pay $1,300.
If you sing really well, though, maybe you can make the money back. You could become a busser or a performer.
No.
Definitely not at that stage of their life, at least. Young people having fun, or even, people, as we said, who are living that kind of a rebellious stage. These are usually people who cannot afford it. Yeah. So you're actually pushing them to jail or to some kind of an even worse situation. So this is also need to be considered.
But sometimes if we do hear somebody listening to loud music, watching a film near us, I don't know about you, Gemma, but I would be quite scared to say something, I think. I'm not sure how you would feel, or yourself, Dr. Ellie, but it's always a difficult conversation to have.
It is, and as you said, it's an act of rebellion. It's anti-establishment, which is great. That's part of youth. But it's also aggressive, and it can be perceived as a bit scary and a bit aggressive to everyone around because you don't know this person. And I also think, it depends on how you approach someone. If you approach someone yelling and accusatory, that's going to cause an argument. But also, if you approach someone politely, excuse me, do you mind? You also don't know what reaction you're going to get either.
And I think that's what would make me a bit nervous. I don't know if you've ever had to approach anyone yourself.
Definitely, and sometimes the reaction was very positive. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize I was annoying, and they change the attitude, and sometimes it was very confrontational. So that's why you need to sometimes measure what would be the consequences of your intervention. Would that escalate into a fight or whatever, and especially if you're with your family or something like that. But yeah, it's not obvious to approach the people because you don't know what to expect from their reaction in that sense. But in a proper setup, I guess it's fine to approach and to say sorry, even if the reaction was not very positive. At least you would have tried to make a point.
No, and I think this is my time to apologise on air to anyone I annoyed 20 years ago on the tube on a night out. I do apologise. But it was great to hear your views on that story. And it's a really good debate, isn't it? Because it's something that does annoy us all, but we don't really get to talk about very much. But we've now reached that point in the show where Gemma and Ellie have actually come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. They've been doing their homework for us. Ellie, yours is about a YouTuber who remains in custody. And this is after he took a Diet Coke and I think it was a coconut to an island. What more?
Well, the fact is that, like every YouTuber, this guy is going around the world trying to get exciting stories to raise his viewers and so on. This time he decided to go visit a secluded island in the Indian Ocean, which is declared by the Indian state as a preserve, as a natural reserve, because there's a special tribe that lives there that has been in complete isolation, and they continue to live in a very, very primitive way in their own culture and own things. So the Indian state has been significantly trying to protect this environment altogether, to preserve that culture and to preserve that tribe. And that guy just decided to swing in with a Diet Coke and leave it there, regardless of what kind of bacteria could he bring in, what kind of conflict could he bring in, and so on. So his action was not only illegal, it was also reckless. It could have endangered the tribe itself.
Oh, absolutely. Gemma, I don't know what you think, but we've seen this sort of behaviour before from social media influencers.
Yes, we have. It's anything for likes, anything for the algorithm, anything to get viewers and subscribers, because that's how they make money. I think with regards to this, the last person who approached the island was killed by the tribespeople. Then his body was buried on the beach, and the Indian government said they are not going to go and recover the body because, again, that's interfering with the tribespeople. So this is very well documented that you don't approach this island. Fishermen are not allowed to take you there. You don't get permits. You don't get visas. The Indian Navy does patrol the waters as well. This YouTuber knew all of that, and they still decided to sort of put the tribespeople in danger for the sake of likes and subscribers.
It's actually quite frightening, isn't it, when we have a look at it a little bit like this?
And it's, again, the attitude of anything for likes, no matter how crazy, how dangerous, anything for likes. This is the attitude that is becoming really dangerous.
I think the fact that it's a Diet Coke as well, that kind of speaks volumes.
Yes.
It wasn't some art or a book or, you know, something like that. It was a Diet Coke.
Not even a full-fat Coke. That, you know, I still think that the real Coke is better than the Diet. I mean, come on. And then, Gemma, yours is about the key to a perfect day.
Perfect day, yes. So scientists in Canada feel they've cracked the code to the perfect day, which includes 6 hours of family time.
Okay.
I personally think is quite a lot.
I think that's too much. I don't know what
You're saying that on TV.
Already, yes.
Be aware. Your
Sorry,
children
family.
might be watching.
They should be in bed. 2 hours spent with friends and 1.5 hours of socialising. And that's separate. So that's 3.5 hours of socialising. Again, I'm sort of exhausted just thinking about it. 2 hours of exercising, 1 hour of eating and drinking, and 1 hour of screen time. Now, also 6 hours of work. Now, that comes to 19 hours and 45 minutes. So that leaves 4 hours and 15 minutes for sleep. And I think for most people, their perfect day involves more sleep than that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the key in that is to balance your day out and not do too much of one activity and try to diversify as much as you can. But then setting it in these kind of measurements, I think it's very personal for every person. How much he can spend with his friends, how much he can handle of family time, how much he can handle of work. And usually, again, work time is known to be around 8. Maybe a little bit less is not bad. Some studies have shown that more productivity can come out of 6 hours of work per day. But definitely we need more sleep. All studies say at least 7 hours of sleep in that sense. So the morale, I guess the aim of the study is in good faith, but it's not to be taken literally in that sense and to be applicable for everybody everywhere.
And I also thought that was quite interesting. You know, it says only 1 hour a day should be spent on screens or watching TV. But the reality is we all work in front of screens now and we have mobile phones. How doable is that?
Yeah, reading it, it's lovely to think, oh, this is the perfect day. But applying it in real life would be very difficult. Obviously, as well, there was 15 minutes of commuting. Now, anyone who's commuted to work.
Good
very much.
Which word is that?
You're still at the end of your road after 15 minutes. So there's a lot of idealism in there, and it is lovely. But yes, most of us work in front of screens. So having 1 hour is not feasible.
And we do mix a lot. I mean, sometimes the family time is in front of a TV, enjoying some activity, or maybe exercising with your spouse or something like that. So we do mix things together. No need to separate that rigidly again, but I guess it's good to keep some balance somehow.
Yeah.
It's all about balance and moderation in life.
We can sacrifice some family time for some sleep.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, you could all have a snooze together. There we are. So there are more sleep with the snoozing family time. But thanks so much for both of you for joining us today. That's correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Here's a reminder of our top stories. US President Donald Trump tells his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to stop deadly strikes on Kyiv and says we're putting a lot of pressure on Russia. Thousands queue for a second day to see Pope Francis lying in state. A higher than expected crowd prompted the Vatican to keep its doors open overnight. India announces a raft of measures, including revoking the visas of Pakistani nationals days after gunmen killed 26 in Kashmir. And that's all from us on W News Extra. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by The Dressing Room with the football stars Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Carlton Cole. Enjoy that. Goodbye and thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in today's programme, as the Ukrainian capital faces one of its deadliest Russian strikes in months, the US President Donald Trump is accusing President Zelensky of jeopardizing peace efforts by not recognizing Russian control of the Crimean Peninsula. Plus, we're going to be taking a look back at some of the week's main developments in Washington. We'll have the latest on the Trump administration's tariff policies. We'll be talking about the future of Elon Musk and a drop in tourist numbers to the United States. All of that under discussion. Hello and welcome to the programme. We're going to begin in Ukraine, where the capital city Kyiv has faced one of its deadliest Russian strikes in months. At least 9 people are reported to have been killed, dozens more injured in those overnight attacks on at least 13 sites, which caused multiple fires and left people trapped under the rubble and debris. All these strikes came during a visit to South Africa by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Well, following those strikes, the US President Donald Trump took to Truth Social and slammed the Russian President Vladimir Putin. He wrote, "Vladimir, stop," saying that the strikes were not necessary and that this came at a bad time. He said, "Let's get the peace deal done," President Trump implored. Well, let's kick off with a discussion between Jan Halper-Hayes, a former member of President Donald Trump's White House transition team. Welcome back to you, Jan. And we're also joined by Sir Gerald Howarth, the former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from the United Kingdom. Thank you both very much indeed for being with us once again. You've both met before, in fact, on this very programme. I'd like to start by just looking at some of the language coming out of Washington the last 24 hours or so. President Trump suggesting that President Zelensky is somehow jeopardizing the peace process because he won't recognize Russian control of the Crimean Peninsula. Jan, who does Mr. Trump view as the aggressor in this war, Russia or Ukraine?
Well, he views both of them as aggressors. But here's the thing about understanding Trump. Because people take him literally in the moment instead of understanding strategically. So he generally has 4 different strategies. If he's criticizing Zelensky, really the issue is why 11 years later is Zelensky now fighting for Crimea when he could have taken action, or any previous politician could have taken action. So Trump tends to look at this and wonder why people think he's siding with Russia. He's not. What he wants is a ceasefire and some peace plan so that everyone can live without war.
OK, Sir Gerald, let me ask you to pick up on that. Zelensky should have dealt with this a long time ago. Why does he suddenly mind so much about Crimea? And President Trump says Zelensky is so hard to deal with. I don't know what you think he should be doing differently.
Well, hello, Tom. I don't think that he should be doing anything differently. I don't know how he managed to put up with the most puerile president of the United States that we've experienced in our lifetimes. Donald Trump and his ignorant henchmen are not only demanding the complete capitulation of a sovereign state, Ukraine, but they're also risking the outbreak of further conflict for 3 reasons. First, I think the president and his entourage are naive. They're naive in believing that President Putin wants peace. He doesn't want peace at all. The President of the United States offered him a deal, and he basically dragged his feet, as everybody, all the commentators said he would, and he did. And last night, of course, he attacked, as he always does, a residential area, having the previous day taken 9 people out of a bus. So I'm afraid he's very, very naive. Secondly, I think that he and his entourage are ignorant. What Jan obviously does not know about is the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, signed by her president, President Bill Clinton, on behalf of the United States, signed by my Prime Minister, John Major, on behalf of the United Kingdom, and signed by Boris Yeltsin on behalf of the Russian Federation. And under that agreement, the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine were to be respected. So when it came to the annexation of Crimea, of course, we wanted to do something about it. But of course, the United States didn't want to do anything about it, didn't want to. And in fairness, other Western leaders also thought that it might risk escalation. And of course, Putin calculated that would be the case, that nobody would take action. And as a result of being able to act with complete impunity in seizing another country, he has, of course, been emboldened, as further tyrants around the world will also be emboldened. So the idea, the Jan's idea that they're both agree, I'm afraid, Jan, I find it deeply offensive. Zelensky did not order his troops on Moscow. Putin ordered his troops to the outskirts of Kyiv, and it hadn't been for in-law anti-tank missiles provided by the United Kingdom, he might well have taken Kyiv as well.
All right, let me pass it back to Jan. There we hear from Sir Gerald that people in the Trump administration are not just naive, they're also ignorant. He also takes offence with your comment that they're both equally to blame for this war starting in the first place. Your response?
Well, I find it kind of funny that he has an emotional reaction to just my opinion. And I could respond as well with kind of the name calling and the accusations of these ignorant and whatever. But that is not helping your viewers. What we need to look at is both sides don't want a ceasefire. They are requesting that the U.S. give Ukraine more ammunition to fight. But why? Why should we? Why do they need to be in a war? Why does Sir Gerald support that fact? Does he want peace? Is he a neocon? That's what I'm curious about, because I don't understand why people argue for this war to continue.
Well, let's ask him. Sir Gerald, your response. Why do you want this war to continue, and why should the United States pay for it?
Well, the United States hasn't paid for it. The United States has made a contribution, but their contribution has been less than the combined contribution of the European countries.
The question is, why do you want it to continue?
I don't want it to continue, but you are unbelievably naive, Jan. And I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking your president, who I think has forfeited the right to claim that the United States is the leader of the free world. There was an unprovoked aggression, an unprovoked brutal attack on a sovereign state. Your government had signed an agreement agreeing to respect the existing borders of Ukraine in 1994. Your president completely, I doubt he knew anything about the Budapest Memorandum, but you and the Russians are in flagrant breach of that agreement. The only country which is not in flagrant breach is the United Kingdom. And your naivety in suggesting that both sides are aggressors. It was Putin who launched an attack on Ukraine, and the Ukrainian people want their country back. They do not want it given away by the United States to Russia, and they're fighting for their country. You don't seem to understand that. It's not a question of wanting to continue the war. It is wishing to drive out the aggressor. And your president is all your president is doing is asking for a sovereign country to capitulate. And I can tell you, if you do that, and if President Trump succeeds, all he will do is to embolden Putin to attack elsewhere. Now, if you and the United States are no longer interested in Europe, that's fine. You have become an unreliable ally, and we shall have to sort ourselves out.
Okay,
we can no longer trust America.
Let's let Jan respond to that. The United States is no longer reliable. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's his opinion, that the U.S. is no longer reliable.
Of course, it's my opinion.
Please. The thing that I find interesting is that he's rehashing a lot of the old news and the Budapest Agreement and different things that we talked about in 1994. What is going on right now that these two leaders do not want to come to the table? They're putting different obstacles up. And what we have to look at is what they're saying and what their actions are. We shouldn't ever trust Putin to stand by something, because every time we get close for a ceasefire agreement, what does he do? He launches another attack. And that's what we should be looking at and analyzing, rather than rehashing and saying we're ignorant and naive. That gets nowhere, and it offers nothing to the viewers and the listeners.
Okay, so Gerald,
Well, I think it does inform the listeners. It informs the listeners of the facts. And the facts are, as I have stated.
The fact that I'm stupid and naive, that's an opinion.
Well,
it's not a fact.
I believe that the president, those around him, and those of you who support him, I believe are dangerously naive, and I have explained why. Because Putin has been able to act with impunity until now. And if he is not defeated, if he is not removed from a sovereign country which he has invaded, if he is not removed, then there's every possibility that he will either come again for the rest of Ukraine, which he's not been able to take as a result of the capitulation ordered by the President of the United States of America, or he will seek to attack elsewhere. He might even take the view that NATO no longer has the will to invoke Article 5, because Putin has made it crystal clear in his speech of July 2021 that he resented the fall of the Berlin Wall. He resented the reduction in influence of the Soviet Union, and he wishes to rebuild the Soviet Union. And that is what he has been doing. And you and those who think like you are being incredibly naive. And you have just said that you should never trust Putin. But that is exactly what the President of the United States and those of you who are supporting him are inviting us to do.
Jan.
No, what we are trying to do is get to peace. But you were a Secretary of Defense. And so why are you busy criticizing and calling us stupid and naive instead of laying out how you would deal with this situation in this moment with what is going on?
Okay, so John, what would you do? What would you do in this particular situation where you in the White House?
I'll tell you, are you asking me, Tom?
Yes.
Yes, I'd be absolutely crystal clear. Unless, I have said this from day one, for the last 3.5 years, I have said that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, watch out elsewhere. And so I believe there is only one solution, and that is to drive out the aggressor. And I in fact, was in touch with my friend John Bolton 2 years ago, and I asked him, I said, why are Republican friends, because I'm a conservative, so I'm a Republican, why are the our Republican friends not supporting the Biden $66 billion defense package for Ukraine? And he came back and said to me, basically, Gerald, well, I'll put it politely, they do not understand. And that is the problem. We have got to defeat him. And simply, I beggar's belief that you over there think that by calling on President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people to capitulate and hand over a large slug like Arizona or Texas or Wisconsin, hand those over to a brutal aggressor. I just don't understand. When we were faced with Hitler's attempt to invade the United Kingdom, say he had successfully invaded part of Eastern England, would the United States president, would Roosevelt have said, "Oh well, UK, give Suffolk and Norfolk and East Anglia to Adolf Hitler"? I mean, for goodness sake, wake up over there in America. You are provoking the Third World War by your extraordinary naivety. And I'm sorry to speak in these terms. And I know my colleagues do not speak in these terms. My son-in-law is Shadow Secretary of State for Defense here. And I know they feel constrained. And I do not criticize Sir Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, for seeking to humor this deranged president of yours.
Okay,
all right, Jan, let me can I just summarize for you? Sorry, Jan. So what we were just hearing there from Sir Gerald is an aggressor shouldn't be rewarded. And he's also saying that if this isn't dealt with in the right way, there'll be more to come. I mean, that's the essence of it, isn't it, Sir Gerald? How would you respond to that, Jan?
Well, number one, to bring up John Bolton, the ultimate neocon, Donald Trump said the reason he brought John Bolton with him when he met with the North Korean leader was that just his presence communicates neocon. But he had no respect for John Bolton. He brought him in to understand that side of it. But more importantly, is where the American people are, is we don't want any wars. And I have nothing to respond to Sir
Gerald.
Gerald, sorry about that, because again, we keep going to the past and rehashing, and other people, and we're naive. But he hasn't told me how we could be smarter, how Trump should be smarter, how Rubio should be smarter. What should be done? That's what I want to hear.
I have told you, ramp up the defense contribution. United States, not alone in this, unfortunately. The United Kingdom has been the only one which has stepped up to the plate right at the outset.
Okay.
But the United States and other countries, you have dragged your feet.
Make more war.
Let me finish, Jan. Jan, let me finish if you don't mind.
Sorry.
The United States and others were slow to deliver equipment. The United States prevented us, President Biden prevented us from deploying the Storm Shadow missile, which we make with the French, because it's got some American components in it. This is absolutely disgusting. And the United States has dragged its feet. Eventually, President Biden did agree to a substantial package, but it was too little, too late. You have got to ramp it up now. And unless you understand that Putin has got to be defeated, he is throwing men in a most immoral fashion. He's throwing men at the front line. All you are doing is giving him a breathing space to reinforce his front line and take more territory. If you do not stop now, you are just appeasing a known aggressor. And I do not, for the life of me, understand why the people in the White House do themselves not understand this simple fact. It is a fact of life throughout history that if you humor an aggressor, he will take advantage. And that is what Putin is doing now. So my advice to you is do what we are doing, which is ramp up as much defense material, military equipment as you possibly can. I am going to Ukraine next month. I'm not delivering military equipment, but I'm going out there as part of a convoy, because that's what we are all doing here in this country. I don't know what you're doing in the United States, except calling for peace and doing nothing positive about it. But I am going to go out there to try and help the people of Ukraine.
Let's let Jan into the conversation and pick up on what you're saying there, Sir Gerald. I mean, what is the United States going to obtain on Ukraine's behalf, and what has it obtained so far?
Well, let's see. Zelensky wants us to still be protectors if there is a ceasefire. And according to Trump, part of that has to be that if we have a contract to mine their minerals, then our people will be there and we will be invested in keeping the peace. So those are the things that I'm looking for. Why that? And they're moving forward on that. They signed an agreement on March 19th to move it forward. So what they're trying to do, look, in negotiations and in a situation like this, what's most important to Putin, what's most important to Zelensky, and what is most important to the people of those nations who are having to live with war going on. And so that is the approach.
Let me respond to that. And
Go ahead.
Your viewers in the Gulf will be interested to hear that in return for some Americans being on the ground, American civilians being on the ground in Ukraine, raping that country of its natural minerals, its rich natural resources, they will have no security guarantee. That is the peace proposal put by President Trump. It is venal, it is immoral, and the argument was that this would help to repay what the Americans have already paid in terms of taxes to fund the export of defense equipment to Ukraine. We on the continent of Europe and the United Kingdom, we have asked for no such thing. And I think it's utterly venal of President Trump to seek at a time when Ukraine is fighting for its life to say, give me your natural resources. And I won't give you a security guarantee, but I'll have American Americans in the country, and that will deter Putin. You are unbelievably naive, and on this particular count, utterly, reprehensibly immoral.
Okay, I'm going to let Jan respond to that. Immoral because of the minerals deal. Clearly, Sir Gerald strongly disapproves of that. Why do you think the minerals deal is justified? Just for the benefit of our viewers, according to the latest numbers, and do correct me if you don't agree with them, $287 billion has been spent on this war by the Americans and the Europeans combined, and that split is almost even. 122 billion the United States, 121.87, so almost the same number, just a couple of million short, by the Europeans. So, Jan, what's the justification for this minerals deal?
Well, make a deal. If we are bringing our troops over there, where is the benefit back to us? And so that is a form of negotiating. But, you know, if we look at the dynamic of this conversation, we won't come to an agreement because the ideology is different. I'm thinking, how do we get both of these people? How do we find out what is most important that will make them stop fighting? Versus Sir Gerald, who clearly wants this to go on. His ideology is very different. So I can be called naive because I don't agree with him, but that doesn't make it so. We are coming from two different positions, and that's the important thing to understand. And I am representing Trump's position as well because he doesn't want wars.
Sir Gerald, no more war, let's talk peace.
Dan. Don't be so fatuous he doesn't want war. Who of us does want war? None of us wants war. What has happened is that Putin and Russia have launched an unprovoked, massive, brutal aggression on a foreign country. And if it happened to you in Pearl Harbor, that was the last time you were invaded. And actually, when you were attacked on 9/11, who came to your aid? We came to your aid. NATO declared Article 5 for the first time ever. You are ungrateful, and I think that it is you fail to understand history. And if we do not stop Putin in his tracks, do you not understand? Not only will he seek further attempts to rebuild the Soviet Union, but all you are doing, and all your president is doing, is emboldening China. So what happens if China launches an attack, as President Xi has claimed he will do? What happens if they launch an attack on Taiwan? What are you going to do?
Okay. Thank you for the history lesson. The question is, what can you do today to bring Putin to the table? How can you set up an agreement that will cease all of this? With you, I don't have any response to your constant judgment, very negative judgments, because those are your opinions, but they are not facts. That's what you think of us because our ideology is different. And that is important for people to understand why it's hard to move it to a peace process.
Okay, we're running slightly short of time. I'd like to just bring the conversation to a conclusion because the United States, not just the president, but others in his administration have said that if we don't get to some sort of a satisfactory point in this process, the US will walk away and they'll be done with this. I think President Trump said take a pass was his exact language. Sir Gerald, let me ask you, what would happen, and keep it brief if you will, both of you, what would happen if the US just walked away and said, it's not our problem anymore?
Well, I think America has pretty well walked away already. I mean, this morning, President Trump responded to another brutal attack on the capital city of Ukraine, which killed a fairly large number of civilians. I am not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv. I am the President of the United States, not happy. That is, he is one-sided. they have pretty well walked away already. And my message is to my own government and to those of us on this side of the Atlantic, we cannot trust the United States. We need rapidly to rearm this country, and we need to continue as we are doing, and as our Prime Minister has said we will do, to stand by Ukraine, and however long it takes, we have to drive out this brutal aggressor. And if we have to do it without the United States, as Winston Churchill said, the United States generally doesn't come up, but in the end they do. I think it's been a disastrous time since the election of President Biden, and amplified massively. And I'm not just giving you an opinion, Jan. I'm explaining to you in words of one syllable what has happened.
All right.
That Putin has taken advantage, and he will continue to do so.
Sorry.
And my view is widely shared on this side of the Atlantic.
Okay, so Gerald, Jan, we're going to give you the last word. If the US walks away, what happens? I'll tell you one thing that won't happen. President Trump won't get a Nobel Peace Prize, will he?
Does he care? No.
Oh, he'd like the Nobel Peace Prize, wouldn't he?
You know what? No, he doesn't really care. He really doesn't. You know, the fact that you think that he cares about his ego and acknowledgement, no. We know how much he cares about the country and what he wants to do. I am just so perplexed because, you know, I was on a panel with the former Defense Secretary Ben Wallace, and he raised a very good point. Europe is learning that America is not going to bankroll and be the protector. The Marshall Plan is no longer in existence, and it's time, he said, that the UK learns to stand on its own 2 feet. Well, if the Ukraine-Russia war is more of a threat to the European nations, why don't they come together? Why doesn't a leader emerge who's trying to bring things together or resolve the issue? That's what I'm looking for. I can't go to the past because we can't change the past, but I can look at the roadblocks and the obstacles today and how do we overcome them. And we need to understand steps that we can take. And whether Sir Gerald doesn't agree with the mineral deal, the fact is that he's already decided that we will be raping. See, you have to listen to the words he uses, that we'll be raping the nation when, in fact, we will be investing money and have our people there. And so we can't have a good discussion if he's using terms like raping as opposed to how do we bring this to a closure.
All right, well, we've brought this conversation to a closure, but I'd like to thank you both very much indeed. Jan Harper-Hayes, you had the last word. Also, a very big thank you as well to Sir Gerald Howarth. Great to have you both with us once again here on Al Arabiya News.
Thank you.
We're going to stay with Ukraine and get some more analysis now. From California, we can speak to Colonel Brendan Carney, a former U.S. Marines chief of staff in Europe. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Colonel. We were just speaking there to two guests who had obviously very different opinions. And I put this question to them. Who is the aggressor in this war? Is it Russia or is it Ukraine? What's your answer to that very simple question?
Well, it is a very simple question, and a very simple answer is Russia is the aggressor.
Okay, so why is it that we're seeing so much pressure being applied by the Trump administration on President Zelensky? We've heard in the last day or two President Trump describing him as hard to deal with and being tricky and dragging his feet. I mean, what's he doing wrong in the eyes of President Trump?
Well, his basic mistake is that he is not agreeing with President Trump, and that bothers Trump immensely. But, you know, once again, I strongly believe that President Zelensky got the backing of history and has got the moral high ground on this particular issue. Unfortunately, I don't believe the president's approach follows along those same logic lines that I have.
So you don't think there's anything that President Zelensky should be doing differently at this particular moment?
No, I think President Zelensky is doing the right thing in terms of participating in the talks and trying to find a solution. The problem is President Trump is promoting a solution that requires primarily Crimea being retained by the Russians. And I think the Ukrainians are absolutely right that their territory is something that should be returned to them in full.
And it seems that President Trump has had a bit of a rethink on the issue of the Crimean Peninsula, because there is a message dating back to his first presidency, during which time President Trump said the United States rejects Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea and pledges to maintain this policy until Ukraine's territorial integrity is restored. I mean, what kind of a pledge was that?
Not a very good one, Tom. I think we both agree on that. I don't understand why he is taking the position he is, other than if he's trying to force a peace. And a forced peace is not going to be a lasting peace. And I just don't see the Ukrainians being able to go ahead and enter into that type of agreement that involves that much territory being ceded to Russian aggressors.
President Zelensky says the Constitution would prevent him from doing so anyway. Does that sound right to you?
It does. It does. Again, you know, President Zelensky has to operate within his laws, not within the United States laws or President Trump's perception of what is right or wrong. This is a country that was invaded. This is a country that is defending itself. And this is a country that has to choose how to make a lasting peace.
Okay, and where do you think Ukraine's European allies sit on all of this?
You know, I think the Europeans have got a much more pragmatic approach to this than the United States has, unfortunately. I believe the Europeans are going to back President Zelensky. I think there's enough historical experience with Russia that the Europeans know that you cannot, under any circumstances, go ahead and let the Russians dictate the terms of this peace. Europe has got to face these guys down, and unfortunately, I think that's where it's going to lay until President Trump decides to go ahead and fully back Ukraine.
We had the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio showing at a meeting in London yesterday. The Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, is heading to Moscow to meet with President Putin on Friday. I mean, what sort of a message do you think the Trump administration is trying to send to America's traditional allies at this moment?
Well, unfortunately, I think this is a rather unsophisticated attempt at a little bit of bullying. I can't think of a better word or a more technically sophisticated word to describe it, but I think the United States is pushing itself around a little too much here with this type of ham-handed approach. I think the Europeans have got to be involved in this, and I like the fact that they are. And the Europeans and the United States should be going forward together in concert. But absent the United States being a willing participant, the Europeans are going to have to solve this.
What would your advice to the Trump administration be on how best to move forward at this particular moment?
It'd be very simple. I think the effort at peace is good. At trying to facilitate peace talks, I think is a wonderful effort. But let's go ahead with and in concert with the Europeans. And let's make sure that the Russians know that we are serious about supporting Ukraine in all fairness with their agreement with Russia. It's not a United States agreement that needs to be dictated. This needs to be an agreement between Ukraine and Russia.
Now, we've been hearing the Trump administration saying that a deal is very close. I mean, what sounds to you like being kind of these last-minute sticking points if the deal is indeed that close?
Well, you know, I hate to say this, but I don't believe the deal is that close. President Trump has traditionally gone ahead and put sort of lipstick on a pig, an American expression, oftentimes when there still are problems out there that arise. And I think it's good to have a good attitude about this. but there's nothing that is indicating to us out here, I think an impartial observer, that the deal is close. The Russians are continuing to pound Ukraine. The rhetoric doesn't seem to be changing from Russia. Maybe we'll get a sense of what's going on, Tom, this weekend when both President Trump and Zelensky are at the Pope's funeral in Rome to see if there's a warm handshake, any backslapping, something that would give us a visual indication that these two are talking to each other in a meaningful way. And maybe then we can honestly say a deal is close.
Yeah, well, President Trump has said he's not sure if a meeting will take place at the Vatican on Saturday, so we'll have to stay tuned on that one. But in terms of the situation on the battlefield, just lastly, I mean, what's your understanding on where things stand at this particular moment?
Well, once again, we're looking at the Western Front in 1918. We have a very, very tough fight going on between the Russians and the Ukrainians, and of course, small participation on the part of the North Koreans. Little gains on both sides, no great movement. No one is in command of the air. So it's a static situation. And unfortunately, those type of situations bring with it a great deal of casualties. And I think both sides are suffering. And certainly the civilians, Ukrainian civilians, are suffering with this pounding that continues, despite the Easter pause that never occurred. It's really, really a tough battlefield situation that's going on in Ukraine.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. I really appreciate you speaking to us once again. Colonel Brandon Kearney, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
So at this point in the week, we've decided we're going to take a look back at some of the main developments across the Atlantic and see what's been happening in the world of US politics. And to help us today, we're joined by Angie Wong, a Republican committee member from Florida, who joins us now. Angie, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Quite a lot to talk about because it has been an eventful week in US politics and for US relations with trade partners. First of all, the US Defense Secretary is finding himself in the spotlight again after reports of sensitive information shared on a second Signal chat. Do you think Pete Hegseth's job is in danger?
Oh, very much so. Democrats are certainly taking on this matter because it's actually a very simple matter. You know, we have security protocols in this country, especially when it comes to private military movements. And he cannot be, Pete Hegseth, our defense secretary, should know better than to be using an open sourced communication tool like Signal. I mean, this is very dangerous for our national security. I'm just curious why he didn't learn this in orientation when he took the job. So President Trump right now is still defending him, as well as the press secretary and some Republicans. But even myself as a Republican, I'm scratching my head going, just get off the platform. Why can't he do that?
I mean, just looking at what's happening at the Pentagon, would you say all is well? Because one Pentagon spokesperson resigned last week and talked about drama, talked about turnover, talked about a full-blown meltdown at the Pentagon. It all sounds pretty extraordinary, doesn't it?
From the outside looking in, it certainly looks that way. It looks like a rookie mistake. And unfortunately, there are lots of rookie cabinet members amongst the Trump administration. Something like this should have been handled internally, but instead it got blown up in the media because guess what? The secretary is a media personality, so he is taking the hit on this. Unfortunately, there were lots of fall guys from his own team that were fired recently by President Trump, although that did not make the story go away. The story keeps growing and it keeps getting more and more legs. At some point, I think Democrats may see a win if Pete Hegseth does not turn the page on this. I don't know how he can. Normally in media, you just switch to another topic. This time, this story has been going on for several weeks. So I think President Trump has to acknowledge that this is a serious matter. This is not just, oh, it's Signal. This is an old story. Well, it doesn't brush off that easily because it does concern our national security.
And what about within the party itself? What sort of a figure does Pete Hegseth cut?
Within the party, he's a pretty newcomer. I mean, for the most part, he was a news anchor, and that's how most families here in the U.S. knows him, is because he did the morning shows here. So he's very familiar. It's starting to look more and more like he was hired, not so much for his professionalism and certainly not for his know-how amongst the being a federal worker. It's more because he can deliver the message and he looks good on TV. So, you have to show me at some point that you can actually do this job. And I think more and more Republicans are scratching their heads going, I'm not sure about this one. We'd like to see some actual movement, not just doing more and more media appearances, which is what he's been doing to defend himself. At some point, he's got to stop defending himself and actually start performing, doing the work.
The White House press secretary sort of really echoing President Trump, as you'd expect her to. The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, she said. I mean, do you think she'd have said that if perhaps there were a few cracks emerging? I mean, do you think, is the essence of my question, that the support President Trump has expressed for Pete Hegseth, would you say that support is intact?
I don't know it's intact today, but with President Trump, things could unravel tomorrow. As President Trump heads to his first 100 days, we're going to start measuring what his achievements are, what his successes are. And I think the media now, along with Republicans, are willing to call out when things were sloppy, such as this signal debacle. So when President Trump does something right, we're happy to praise him. But if it's sloppy, we're also going to make sure he knows about it.
OK, Angie, another Trump administration heavy hitter facing some challenges is, of course, the billionaire Elon Musk. And speaking to investors in his auto firm Tesla, Elon Musk said that he would spend less time from now on in his role spearheading the Doge efficiency department. However, he's confirmed that he was not stepping down. There you are, it's written there, not stepping down from that special government role. This, of course, comes as Tesla stocks and prices and profits dive after some backlash over Elon Musk's decisions at Doge, including slashing federal staff numbers. OK, so just looking at the situation there with Elon Musk, I mean, he was only ever going to do 130 days, wasn't he? Because that's the length of a mandate for someone on this type of a contract. But do you think the Doge's future, I mean, I'm talking about the whole department, do you think the future of that department is in doubt?
Oh, I think that's one of the most successful stories to come from the first 100 days of the new Trump administration is the Doge efficiency audits. I mean, and we're now starting to see the same exact rollout in states versus federal government. I think the reason why Elon has to step down is because there is an internal feud between him and also the Trump tariffs that affects his own businesses like Tesla. I mean, Tesla in the last quarter has seen a 42% dip. And that's, I'm sure his board of directors over at Tesla is not very happy about him being best friends with the Trump administration at the same time hurting his businesses. So I think that's one of the reasons why he has to go back to his own businesses and take care of those things. But look, Tesla relies heavily on the global supply chain. And if the U.S. is going to go to war with China and other suppliers, well, Tesla is going to be affected. I mean, I don't see how this wouldn't be a conflict of interest for Elon Musk.
Sure. I mean, it puts him in a tricky position, doesn't it? And I'm just wondering whether you think that's where he was coming from when he called Trump's economic advisor, Peter Navarro, dumber than a sack of bricks. That's not the sort of language we hear very often. Do you think there's been some friction between Elon Musk and some other people in the Trump inner sanctum?
Oh, certainly, because Elon Musk has had Trump's ear since even before the election day, right? So, and rightly so. He's a great advisor, and he's done very well for our country with the Doge initiatives and other things. But for now, if there is a conflict and his business comes first, remember, this is how he made his billions. He's not going to give that up based on an internal fight between himself and Peter Navarro over this trade. Ultimately, I think that this is a peaceful exit. I don't think Elon Musk will ever leave entirely, but he just may not be so visible. He may not just hang out with Mar-a-Lago, golfing with Trump every day. So maybe that might slow down a little bit.
So not a permanent exit. I mean, could there be another role in the offing for Elon Musk in another capacity? I don't know if the rules stipulate that he has 130 days in one job or whether that's a cumulative 130 days in the entire administration. But could he come back?
I mean, he could come back, and certainly he's always going to be a senior advisor to Trump on some capacity. Ultimately, the role for heading up Doge has already been filled, and that team has bulked up in numbers over the last few weeks. So the Doge initiative will continue. Whether or not Trump is going to be, replying to Elon Musk's texts, I mean, that's still to come. I think they're still very friendly. I think Trump respects him. Although there are fractions. Look, this is Washington. Everybody wants Trump's ear, and Elon Musk has it. And the minute that people feel like he's stepping away, someone else will try to jump in to give him advice. And I think Elon, he's a global player. He understands the fractures from everything that's from the tariffs to all the other Trump initiatives. He sees how all of this goes, and he can also monitor it using X. Right? That's one of the almost like the crystal balls. You can see what people are saying and how people are reacting to your policies. This is better than any political director can do. And Elon Musk holds the keys to that. So I think that friendship and that relationship will continue on even after Elon Musk's exit next month.
Okay, well, that leads us neatly into our next chapter because, of course, in the midst of these national issues, the reciprocal tariffs we've been talking about between the United States and China are sparking concerns of a trade war. Some would say that war has already begun. President Trump, however, saying yesterday that the high tariff on Chinese goods may come down substantially as the two countries engage in discussions. Let's take a listen.
Well, I mean, China, look, I have great relationships in China with President Xi in particular, but China has been charging us massive tariffs for many years. That's one of the reasons they were able to steal so many of our companies. They took our companies out of America and they built their plants in China. And one of those things, so now we're reversing it, but at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No, we're going to get along great with China, I have no doubt about it.
Okay, President Trump speaking there about tariffs, notably on China, because, of course, China facing the biggest levies of all. I mean, the situation's changing pretty fast. I mean, it's quite hard to follow exactly where we are with tariffs because the policy and the directives change quite quickly. But do you think people there in the United States are starting to feel some of the effects of the tariffs?
Oh, well, absolutely. And mostly because of the uncertainty of the market. One day we're going to we're going to tariff every single country. The next day, no, that country might be exempt. Another day, no, we need steel and we need semiconductors. It looks messy. The rollout was terrible because what it's caused is uncertainty in the global markets. Because Trump could change his mind every 2 minutes. And that is, markets can't handle that. In fact, it was Richard Branson who came out today saying, we can't predict what's going on. And it's so uncertain that people basically stop buying because if you buy stock today, it depresses tomorrow based on something Trump says on the news. So that is what's happening. And now the criticisms are coming out because this is not how you handle a tariff rollout. You can't just say one thing and then change your mind the next day. So all of this has been affected now. Most recently, just even prior to me coming on the show, tariffs are now back down to 50-60% for that. And Trump has just made that announcement on the Chinese tariffs. Just yesterday, it was 200%. So, at some point, something's got to give. You got to give clear direction, especially to shareholders and to businesses around the world. You can't just, make up numbers like this.
Okay, so I mean, clearly the markets are rattled, but moving from Wall Street to Main Street, I mean, that uncertainty that you talked about, is that denting consumer confidence, do you think, on Main Street?
It hasn't just yet, only because I think when you run the numbers and you do the audits, you realize, well, the U.S. probably doesn't make enough light switches or any of the things that we consume on a daily basis, right? And then so now you're having these adjustments. Before, it seemed almost like a bluff. These tariffs numbers were jumping into the hundreds all of a sudden, and both sides were playing. Luckily, there was some diplomacy that was played that says, let's cool the temperature a little bit, let's start some negotiations. I think that's what's beginning right now, because we're starting to understand both sides needs each other. You can't, the U.S. doesn't produce all that it consumes. And we will need to, at least for a certain period of time, play with other countries and also import from other countries and export to them. So I think those things are coming around. That's why I say the rollout for these tariffs it's been very messy. I know that Trump was trying to use it as a negotiation tactic. Doesn't always work that way. And I think now that it's been several weeks into the making, we're starting to see the backfiring of it. And I think Trump is looking for a graceful exit from this.
Okay, another dispute and, let's say, argument that's brewing there in the United States. The prestigious Harvard University, very much in the line of fire over differences in ideology with the Trump administration. This issue can be traced back to the pro-Palestinian protests on Harvard campuses, which caught the attention of the government's anti-Semitism task force. Well, Harvard now faces a $2.2 billion funding freeze after declining proposed changes. Well, the university has now begun a legal challenge against the Trump administration. Angie, I mean, should the US government be weighing in when it comes to the governance, the discipline, the hiring, the admission policies at a university?
Well, universities can run themselves. And here's the thing. If universities and institutions like Harvard were not taking federal funds, it wouldn't have to entertain any sort of mandates from the president or any federal worker. But if it does take federal funds, yes, it does have to oblige to some guidelines. Now, President Trump wants the admissions, hiring, and curriculum changed at Harvard. And Harvard's president, Alan Gerber, said, no, we're not doing that. So both sides are going to take this to the fight. Now, Harvard law students are probably, salivating at this because we know that this is all going to end up in the Supreme Court at some point. And maybe that's, the showdown. But look, Harvard has a $53 billion endowment. $2.2 billion per year. It's not going to really make a dent. And quite honestly, if I were in the board of directors discussing this at Harvard, I would say, well, you could sit it out for 4 years, right? I don't know if this really matters. I think the lawsuit that has been put out there, the legal case, I think that's just going to just delay things and buy some time while all this goes forward. Look, the same thing happened at Columbia University, but they reversed and they said, look, we don't want your federal dollars and we'll sit this one out. You can't mandate what we teach here and you can't tell us what to do. This is, I guess, Trump's bullying doesn't work at these universities. And I think if all the Ivies stood together, they could probably just wait it out.
Just really quickly before we move on, I mean, if we've got here the Trump administration versus Harvard University, who comes out on top?
Unfortunately, in this case, maybe Harvard, because they've been around for several hundred years. And 2.2, although, yes, it does dip into a lot of their medical research budgets. I'm sure they can make that up with donations. But look, at another university, the University of Pennsylvania, where Trump himself is an alumni, they took down his portrait in the clubs. So, I think that taking a fight with the universities, he can do it all day long, but honestly, he's got other bigger agendas to achieve. I think leave the Ivies alone this time, just achieve some of your more broad stroke national policies.
All right, Angie, we're going to move on because we're almost out of time. I just want to ask you because inbound international tourism to the United States has fallen at least 10% during the month of March compared to the same period last year. That's according to data shared by the Commerce Department. Outbound US tourists have also increased 1.6%. Well, let's listen to what President Trump had to say when asked about this shift.
There's a little nationalism there, I guess, perhaps. It's not a big deal. And our dollar is a little bit on the low side. And that means that a lot of tourism is going to come in. But I could see a little bit nationalism at work. And I can see it likewise with us, not wanting to go to certain countries. But that will work out very easily.
Okay, President Trump brushing it off. You know, we're talking here about a pretty record decline in U.S. arrivals, in foreign arrivals in the United States by tourists. Is this something you're hearing about? Do you get the impression that people are indeed changing their minds about visiting the United States, and if so, why?
Well, you know, the messaging from the Trump administration for the last few weeks has been, well, there's no welcoming mat for foreigners, right? It's a very unwelcoming climate. There's been a cancellation of a lot of student visas, and cultural exchange may not be high on the Trump agenda right now. So the politics are not aligned with the tourism. And look, the tourism industry in the U.S. is over $2 trillion a year. It provides 18 million jobs in this country. So President Trump should maybe think about changing his tune on some of the American nationalism over welcoming foreigners, because we do like that tourist money.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about billions of dollars in losses here, Angie. I mean, does it feel like there's a bit of a boycott going on? Is that sort of what your friends are telling you as well?
Oh, we're seeing it every single day. We're seeing more domestic travel than international travel even. The Secretary of State has even issued some travel alerts. I know that in Europe, they've also issued travel alerts on U.S. travel. So, you know, all of this is wrapped up in the politics and the messaging coming out of the White House, which is, at the moment, foreigners are not as welcomed. So, you know, we do need to be careful of that.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Angie Wong, Republican committee member in Florida. Real pleasure talking to you, and thanks for helping us digest all of those topics.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. Gentlemen, how are we?
Really good. Really good.
Good,
mate. It's been a long weekend.
It's been quite long, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been quite long.
It's been long,
What
mate.
have you been up to much? What did
Mate,
you get up
what
to
have I
over
been
Easter
up to over
weekend?
Easter? What do I do over Easter? Kids, mate, they're like 3.5 weeks off school, innit? So you're at the end of it now. So you're. I'll tell you what I did do. 2 things actually. I had a golf lesson with a whole family golf lesson. Lovely.
You probably needed it.
Yeah. I've gone to the geezer. He said, "How much?" He said, "Do you play?" I went, "I've been playing for 20 years, mate, but I need to reboot the whole swing." He's gone, right, listen, right, he's gone, right, let's have a look at you, and he's filmed me, right, and like, you know when someone films you and he's looking over and going like, what have I seen?
All over the guy.
So he's holding. I've never ever done this. He's trying to hold my head when I'm swinging. Don't move your head. I keep moving my head like that. So, Carly's
like a naughty school child you are.
He's going, no, you keep moving. I'm saying, Matt, I don't think I'm moving my head. And then he shows me the video, and my head's doing this like mad thing when I'm swinging. And then Carly's like laughing her head off at me. The boys are playing, and I don't know if you play with the boys. Like golf can be dangerous, right? You have to be the rules. So stressful for me because they're swinging clubs and they're missing each other by that. Like walking in front of tees, so it was good. I want to play football. I want to play golf with the kids, so I want them to learn. But it was just stressful. So that's what I've done on Saturday, and I actually played football yesterday for my team. I ain't played football for 6 months, Coley.
So how'd that go?
Yeah, normal service resumed. No.
Breaking ankles,
mate. I feel like a bag of spanners today, mate. I needed a shoe on to get me out of bed. Yeah. You know when the alarm goes off, I tried to get my neck up, my neck sore. Good shout out though. We played a team from Silvertown, and I'm looking over, and like you think you're playing. Like what they're gonna be like. They were great lads. Like none of that silly kicking, smashing me or anything like that. Good banter on the pitch. We won 4-1.
You get any mums' names or? Did you just leave that one alone this time?
If people haven't listened to that episode, they'll be thinking, "Mum's name."
Yeah. Did you get any details?
No, do you know what the banter? It always makes me laugh. Like the ref turned, and the ref was good value as well straight away because, mate. It always stuns me how serious everyone takes it on a Sunday. Like,
that's what I can't. That's what I can't handle.
Yeah,
I can't handle that. Like, I just want to roll out and just go out for
a bit of fun.
Yeah,
but everyone's got expectations, like high expectations as well. So listen, mate, see what you used to see on the TV. Or Match of the Day. That's not me anymore. I can't do it.
I ain't that man.
I'm not that man anymore. So I don't want to disappoint them.
Yeah.
Like, used to go, well, Colin really used to be something. Look at him now, he can hardly move. I'm better than him.
I've had that as well. Yeah. Oh, it's horrible.
I had that in the height of my career. I remember I was in the
height of
my career.
No, we was in Iron Napa.
Levels.
We was in Iron Napa, right?
Yeah.
We was in Iron Napa, and I was, you're coming through like the square, and everyone's boozing, and it's like a good party vibe. And there's these kids playing football.
Yeah.
And I've seen the football, and I'm half cut. And the guy's gone, I've gone, yes, mate, give me a kick. And everyone's gone, there's Joe Cole. And I thought, right, because I love a football, so I've gone, right. I tried to do some moves, right? Yeah. And I looked like I'd never, ever seen a football. It looked like the football was not my friend, right? Yeah. And I could hear this little kid going, Dad, I thought you said that was Joe Cole. he went, he is, son.
No, he is. He's just out of practice, isn't it?
I just skulked off into a bar and just had a word with myself.
Bridget, you've got a five-a-side football pitch in your garden.
Yeah, I have to be fair, yeah.
Do you use it?
Do you know what? My kids always use it. They always have mates over and that, and I've got a ball launcher and stuff, but that's that's my part now, is just operating the ball launcher. Like, my knees just ain't what they used to be, mate.
Launcher at your son's head.
Yeah, basically.
You've got to wear a helmet when you
play. Mate, I had it done and they didn't use it for about a year. I thought that was a waste of money, and they both got into it.
Do you know what, right? Your garden, Bridget's garden's like,
it's
like Euro Disney, mate.
It is.
They've got ball launchers,
they got bunkers.
They got a swimming pool. They've got little areas.
Oh,
man.
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Treehouse, mate. You got a treehouse here?
Yeah.
No, we did have one actually.
Did you?
It got replaced by the football pitch.
Oh, see.
You're like...
just plant another one. Plant another tree and put a treehouse in it. Like,
plant a tree.
Plant a tree, not plant a treehouse.
To be fair, it's a
plant
nice
a tree,
garden.
let it grow, then put a treehouse in it.
It come in use at the weekend actually.
Go on, tell us.
We basically, when I used to go on holiday when the kids were a bit younger, I used to pretend to be a zombie. And basically I used to chase the kids around like after dinner.
Yeah.
Our kids used to absolutely love it. But it become a thing at the house. Whenever kids come over, they're always like, oh, Dad, be the zombie. So basically about 10 o'clock, it's got really dark, and I've got the garden speakers, and I put a load of haunted music on. And basically I go out in the garden, and they've just got to walk around the garden, and there's me just popping out of bushes, chasing after them and everything. So I spent an hour doing that the weekend, but the kids loved it. It's you know, it was a good laugh. You can imagine, can't you? Got all like
amazing,
wolves howling and everything. I'm
Yeah.
just in the bush jumping out. Of them,
Yeah,
mate,
that'd be so
brilliant.
good if you're a kid, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you're a kid. I
But no,
wouldn't be able to do it.
my knees were in bits, mate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Like,
thinking. I'm
honestly,
thinking about my
that
knees.
injection, I felt all right, and I think
No,
that
100%.
was too much, crouching in bushes and running around.
Oh, was
yeah,
it? Oh,
just
you
killed me
pushed
a
it to the
little
limit.
To
bit.
be
Yeah.
fair, your walking gait's a bit like a zombie now anyway.
It's always in character. Always in character.
Oh, you idiots. What about you,
mate.
Geese? What did you get up to?
My son was down, obviously, from Hull. He had Caden. Yeah, Caden was down from Hull. He didn't have a match this weekend, obviously, and yeah, so we went to watch his brother, because his brother's just signed. His younger brother's just signed for West Ham.
Yeah.
So went to watch him train and that was yeah, and it's his first week.
Yeah.
First week, so we went to go and support him.
First week on the because he's going into the apprenticeship next year.
No.
Year 11. No,
So
he's year what?
The older one's already he's already a scholar
He's
at Hull City.
Year 12. Well, I don't know. I always
Yeah,
messed up
yeah,
all the
year
years.
12.
Yeah, I messed up the
And then the
years.
younger
Yeah,
one's
yeah.
he's under 14, so
Right,
he's
okay.
just signed. So basically, he's got 15s and 16s until he gets his scholar.
Right.
So yeah, we just went. He's just first time in the system. I think his older brother, Caden. He got into the system about under 12s,
Right,
under
okay.
11s, under 12s.
Yeah.
And then now his younger one, I left it a little bit later because I wanted him to develop certain aspects of his game before he went in. And I'm a little bit judgy because I'm a striker.
Yeah.
But his brother's left back or left centre half. So I didn't really know what I was seeing there. Do you know what I mean? So I couldn't really judge it. So I had to put him in and say, oh, you can swim a little bit.
Yeah.
But I was a little bit judgmental on the younger one because I know that position and say, he's missing that at the moment. I ain't gonna put him in yet. So it was a family thing and a decision where we said, he's ready now. He went to Arsenal.
Yeah.
For one reason or the other, didn't get the contract there.
Yeah.
Nah. He's at West Ham because I said, just come home. We can't trust these people's judgments. Do you know what I mean? So he's at West Ham.
Do they support each other, Coley?
Yeah. They've actually
Brothers.
because now they understand, like, this football's a full-time job. It's not just a game anymore. They're kind of like, I really want to do this. So they kind of gravitate towards each other and they give each other advice, which I think is quite cute, actually. And on the weekend, I was actually, not on the weekend, on Friday, I was actually coaching them.
Right.
But against each other, because the older one's obviously a defender, the younger one's a nippy kind of striker. So it's good for them to, and it's actually natural. It's been natural how they've developed because one's always been attacking one, did it, and the other one's always been on the defense. So it's the same personalities, which they get a lot out when they train with each other. So yeah, it was amazing to have them both down and teaching them a thing or two about football. But hopefully, they go on and do what they want to do in their lives, and I can only be there to support.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. That's fantastic. We'll start off. I think we're here at the bat here talking about Spurs because it was an amazing night for the club. Thursday night, Solanke breaks the duck with a decisive penalty. His first goal since January. That's incredible. Anyway, because I really like him. A 1-0 win and. That 1-0 win in Frankfurt, we've been there, Coley, and I think we talked about it last week on the episode. That is an unbelievable result because it's a tough place to play, and nobody saw that coming with Spurs. Everyone was thinking that's going to be it. Andrew will have his resignation note ready, and it's the season over. But incredible result and performance.
Yeah, look, for Ange personally, it's a great result for him. He's on track to saying what he said he was going to do. Second year. He might win a trophy because he said, what did he say at the start of the season? On my second year, I always win something.
I always win something. He must
That's
have been
pressure.
feeling powerful that press conference.
Mate, so he's on track still, like, although it's not been a great showing in the league, he's on track to go on to say what he was going to do. Do what he was going to say. So, or was it the other way around?
Say what
he was going to do. My brain's a bit slow at the moment, ain't it always? But look, for me, when you look at that team, that's got to galvanise them to get to
mate.
some better results for the back end of this season. Because you know what it does? The back end of this season now, it kind of just sets you up for next. Even though you've had a poor season, the last 5 games, do you know what I mean? That's got to set you up for the next season to say, do you know what? We've got something to look forward to. I don't know whether Ange will be there or not. But
do you reckon if they win it, he's still there?
I had this question, Bridgie, posed towards me. I said, do you know what? I remember when Moisey won the Conference League. Yeah. He should have actually. I think he should have walked then. Drop mic. See you later. Do you know what I mean? But then because the crowd's a bit toxic at the moment towards Ange. There's sections of the crowd and they're quite influential. Sometimes if he wins this, he can leave with his head held high and say, "Listen, I said I done what I said I was going to do. Bosh. Hold that. Find somebody else."
I'd love to see a manager drop the mic properly after doing something like that. Do you know what I mean?
It's too much money in it.
No, too much money in it. Imagine how saucy that would be.
Oh, bro, look.
In the press conference afterwards. Just like, don't even go to the dressing room.
It'll look saucy, but the bank account's light.
Ain't happening, is it? Ain't happening.
Yeah, there's a negotiated exit.
There's about 10 million there. There's like, you can't walk away from that. Call me whatever you want.
Little Harley Davidson.
But he is at the end of his contract. He is at the end of his contract come May. So yeah. So if they offer him something at the end of it by winning it, then if he takes it's on him. But I would say, listen, I'll finish off here. Do you know what I mean?
Take it and walk next season.
No, but it will guarantee him a great job the next job. Do you know what I mean?
That's why I think money. I think that's why I'd like to see any manager do it, because I think it would just. One, I think it's really it's integrity. It's like, I think the footballing world will go, I respect that. Doing that, do you know, because he's coming for so much fire from the media. And he's started, hasn't he? Every interview's been back and forth. Did you see? I don't know if you saw after the game when they won, the coaching staff looked like a group of men that had just kept their jobs. Do you know, they look so like buzzing. And you just, the cynic in me was sitting there because I was in the studio. I did cover the Chelsea game, which was dreadful. We get onto that against Warsaw. But I was Tottenham game there and I saw him. And my cynic in me was like, why are you celebrating? You're only it's only the semi-final. But then you think the personal element of it. A lot of them boys could have been looking for a job next year. And you don't know the situation with their family. They proper celebrated, didn't they?
Yeah, but we've talked about every week, haven't we, about when's he going to get a sack? So it's no surprise, really, is it? We're always talking about him and how long he's got left, really. There ain't no, real... And you get that... It's horrible, isn't it? When you're in that team and you ain't getting results, it's horrible. And I think when they get that win, when they do celebrate, that just does show how much they're feeling it, I think.
I mean, I looked... That is a great result. Last time, I think we talked about last time in Frankfurt. It's a proper tough place to play. So it's incredible. You've got to take your hat off to that group of players. I didn't think they had it in them. Interesting stat. Luke just give to us. So put it on him if it's wrong. Tottenham are the only team in European football with 5 players with 20 or more goal involvements, goals or assists. So we threw some names out. We thought, obviously Son would be one, Maddison, Kulusevski, Brennan Johnson. That's incredible. So going forward, they've got it sorted, haven't they? At the back with that high line. And I think they've got good defenders, Bridgie. Romero, Van der Ven, Porro, Udogie they've all missed lots of football. But when they're fit, so maybe Spurs fans be thinking, if we was to win this Europa League, we'll have to give Ange another go, even though we're going to finish 14th.
We talked about this before, haven't we? Was it Carlton that brought it up, where he's known for having lots of injuries, or is it the way that he does the trainer? I can't remember if it was you.
Since Celtic and a few these other teams, apparently, this is what I heard.
We're okay with starting rumours.
Not like one of my rumours about De Bruyne going to Liverpool.
We'll get into that later. This guy's causing chaos in the media.
When things are up the creek, he'll always have something to fall back on his injury list. Apparently, he uses this excuse for quite a lot of things, but it's actually true because he does have a lot of injuries. Whether that's down to who he's bringing in as sports science, whether it's down to his training's being probably too vigorous for the modern day footballer, I don't know, but he's always got that thing to fall back on. And I ain't going to say he's done it on purpose, but that is an excuse that's a valid excuse for him.
But mate, listen, I just remember, right, Harry Redknapp was who I love dearly. He used to, like, whenever the results go around, there's like a few injuries. His shout was, "We're down to the bare bones." Right, listen, you'd be there, you'd be playing, mate.
Bare bones.
Like, you pick up the paper on a Monday, you go, "Wow, we're the bare bones."
With a skeleton.
With a skeleton. You'd be like,
I'm only playing because there's no one else to play. I don't mind feeling like that because it makes me feel. I feel special with it. I'm like the chosen few, still here, strong. You know what I mean? Backbone of the team.
Listen. The group chats were popping off. My pals, as we talked about, all Spurs fans.
Yeah.
And they cannot believe their luck. Bodo Glimt in the semi-finals of a European.
Bodo
Glimt.
Hold on. Let's talk about this name. I'm not being disrespectful, but that sounds like a rock band or something.
Yeah, mate, it's like a heavy metal rock band.
Iron Maiden.
You got to watch Bodo Glimt.
Bodo Glimt. Let's go watch Bodo Glimt down at the O2. Yeah. Go on. Sorry, Bodo.
Sorry, Bodo. No, listen. They're famously, they're from the Arctic Circle, right?
Where?
The Arctic Circle.
You been there?
Mate, no, I ain't.
Have you been there?
No. I've seen them famously beat Jose Mourinho's Roma heavily at home a few years back.
In the conference league.
They got this AstroTurf pitch, which is a massive advantage. It's horrible.
Yeah.
No, but the players, so the fans will be going, Bodo Glimt. They beat Lazio at home and then got beat in Rome. So like the players will be like, AstroTurf, but come on, guys, Bodo Glimt in a semi-final to take yourself to a European final.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's brilliant.
How would you fancy going as Bodo Glimt in your prime?
The way Tottenham season's gone, it wouldn't surprise me if they come unstuck, mate.
Yeah, it's very Spursy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Turn up.
It's just totally different, isn't it? I feel like the ball don't zip as much either.
No.
I know it's gonna be nice, flat and even, but it just don't play the same, does it?
It doesn't. I've played in a lot of AstroTurfs in America at the back end of my career, and a very similar situation to what they're facing, Bodo Glimt. I can actually remember playing Edmonton away, which is a team in Canada. Again, right? I think we've talked about it. I mean, we went there and we had to go. It was like an 8-hour flight, and we had about 5 or 6 Mexicans on our team. I think I've talked about it. And we got off the plane, right? These guys are prepping. They know what they're getting in for. And it was like, when Cool Runnings, when the Jamaican bobsled team got off the plane, I had so many layers, Mexican boys, right?
Just getting ready for this.
And the guys going, this is going to be horrible, this is going to be horrible. I'm like, how horrible can it be, a game of football? Yeah. AstroTurf pitch, like -12. Know where all the snow's been shoveled off to the side. And it's the first time in my life I'm preparing for a game, and I thought to myself, I don't want to play. Walking out, look, and it was like, America had to do 2 national anthems, Canada and America. I'm sitting there -10 freezing. First ball into midfield, it all bobbles about on an AstroTurf. His bounce is different. Crashed into me. I'm like, just like, no. Go. So you got the Spurs team will have to get their mind right for the away game, but you expect them to get through to the final.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know the worst about that when you're bringing up the cold. That swings to my mind. When you go out and you get warm and you're in the game. It's coming off, getting all nice in the warm, then you've got to go back out again.
Oh, mate.
That's the worst, mate. That's happened a few times. I'm just like, oh, mate, you go out for second
you're
half,
freezing,
you're like that. It's horrible, mate.
That's horrible.
But you see this game there?
They should go through, come on.
They should do, but I'd advise them to play their younger players.
Why?
Because they're better on Astro.
You reckon?
Yeah.
That is out there, Coley.
What?
I reckon younger players are better on Astro because they can move better. They're more sharper. I think age plays a factor in this time.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying that age in general. Of course, age in general does, but I don't think experience has any use on AstroTurf.
It's a different game.
It's a different game. Yeah. I'm telling you.
That is out of the box, Coley. That's Carlton Cole.
Don't you think? Don't you think though?
No, I know where you're coming from, but that's a brave man. Son, we're not playing. We're just getting in someone from the youth team in the biggest game of the
I'm not
season.
saying that someone younger in the squad.
Young
that
legs.
probably wouldn't
Young
play
legs.
as normal, like normally in the Premier League, but younger legs than your like Son. I think he could play his type style of play.
Yeah. Sorry to jump in, but I agree with you. I think what you got, because having had experience of playing with it, and if he's got anything about him, you cannot play that passing out the back game on the AstroTurf. You've got to go, right, we just need to... I'd play Sarr and Basuma in there with like a Maddison or someone, and just go, right, we're just going to... Like what they did at times at Frankfurt, like what everyone's been saying, be better in a low block, win the ball and break. You've got so much pace in Son, Brennan Johnson, Solanke. So I think that's the route to go to Spurs. And I personally would love to see a Spurs in the Europa League final in Bilbao against Man United. I think for the country... And just the level of anxiety for both clubs going into that game will make it so watchable. Yeah. Don't you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's all or nothing.
Where is the final again, sorry?
Bilbao.
Bilbao, is it?
Yeah. Look at the face on him. Look.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Bilbao be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice
paella.
Might go along and watch it, you know what I mean, even.
I've already...
But the Champions League finals in Bayern.
In Munich, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to the Champions League final to work, which is something that very, very lucky to do. And the Conference League final is in Wrocław in Poland. So I'll be
Poland? You going there?
Hope so, mate. If
Chelsea get there, you'll be going Poland.
Yeah.
What about have a little night out in Poland, wouldn't we?
You're more than
I'll
welcome.
go if I'm invited.
Yeah.
We'll get you an invite.
Where is it?
To the bosses.
Where is it? Warsaw?
Wrocław. Yeah, it's good geese. Good,
How do you know?
Mate, I've been there.
Have you been to Wrocław? When did this happen?
When did it happen? Mate, I've been. Don't worry about Wrocław. I've been. It's nice. Mate, nice. I'll tell you, I went with England when they played against Ukraine, and night before a game, like the team, because it sounds a bit ropey, doesn't it? Wrocław. It ain't like Bilbao or Barcelona. Don't roll off the tongue. But we went. We're going to go to a local restaurant, and I'm thinking, you know, Polish. What is the delicacy? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, and I'm like, but we went to a local Polish restaurant, and it was the nuts.
Yeah,
I had a great meal, and we had a few beers afterwards, and it was lovely.
Do you know what? Talk about delicacies. I didn't know what to expect when we went to Prague.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what
Prague's
the Czech,
beautiful city.
Yeah, but I didn't know like what the Czech delicacy was.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and we went to a nice restaurant there, and it was lovely.
Yeah,
I was thinking, this is nice little potatoes.
What is this? Ready, steady, cook. Let's get on to the football. Right. We digress. Right, so Spurs. Listen, we expect Spurs to get there.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, yeah. I mean, fresh off the Europe. Oh, there we go. Nottingham Forest currently 6 and can climb to a 3rd with a win, with a top 5 finish, securing Champions League football. Where do you stand on Nottingham Forest, Bridgie? Because since we've been really talking them up on the pod, they've fallen off of it a little bit. The performance against Everton and the result was poor, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're falling off a little bit. But like, if you look at the teams around that, like you've obviously got Newcastle, City, Villa, and Chelsea. With that game in hand, and it being Spurs, I just fancy them. I just think Spurs will struggle against Forest.
Do you think Spurs go completely? This is a story. Do you think Spurs go completely now? Premier League is just prepping for these.
I think if you look where they are, I think they're going to be concentrating. They're going to be concentrating on Europe.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at the way Forest play, I think they'll do well. They counter them. I just fancy Forest to get a spot for Europe. You know, I really fancy them. When you look at the teams that are around, and I think they'll probably be more up for it with Tottenham. You know, they've got concentrating on Europe. I just see them being more up for it.
Fancy Forest.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the Lane as well.
I fancy them.
Yeah.
Do you think? Do you think? So they're going to get European football, yeah?
Who's Forest?
Yeah.
I don't know, mate. It's tight.
It's touch and go.
They've dropped down to 6 with the game in hand. They
got the game in hand, and they're on 60 points.
They've got the easiest running. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Chelsea got a tough. I think as much as I'd love Chelsea to do it. I think it's tough for Chelsea to go and do it, especially the way they've been playing.
Yeah.
Chelsea need it.
Forest,
Chelsea need it. We'll get onto that though.
Yeah, we will.
But when I was talking about Forest, we was talking about Champions League before.
Yeah.
I think Conference League will settle them in nicely into European football.
You think they'll be better?
Better off. I think they'll be better off because I just feel Champions League's it's a big jump from it. It's a huge step from having no Champions League before. Yeah. I know Leicester done it and they got to a quarter final, didn't they?
Yeah. But their league form, they went from champions to
plummeted.
Yeah,
and still plummeting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leicester fans.
lot of plummeting.
I was reading the comments yesterday on Twitter about the owners. But listen, that's another subject. But look, when I look at Forest, I just think gradual progression's better than just going from here to there. It's a lot to take on, especially if you ain't really got Champions League quality. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying quality, but Champions League experience as well. It will attract better players, but are they just gonna up and leave the players that got them there? That's like another scenario. Imagine you get Champions League and you want to be staying in the Champions League and you want to compete. You're gonna have to buy players to be able to do that. And some of those players, they've got a unity bond.
Strength.
See that strength?
Unity.
That's where you can't like take out certain quality of player. Just to put a better player in.
Yeah, true.
You know, so unity sometimes goes a lot further for me instead of having the best player on the pitch. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I'll probably say if they're going to nick it, they need to beat Spurs. Otherwise, I think they might
fall off.
Yeah, because that game in hand, there'd be a 3-point gap between them and between Villa and Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? If they don't, I reckon it's going to be a struggle for them.
Yeah,
I think they need those 3 points. That's why I think they'd just be more up for it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They're going to know they need that.
And by the way, Everton went to the City ground, and that was a last-minute goal from Doucouré last week. But Everton really took them to the sword, didn't they? They created chances, and so listen, they need a response. But every time this season, they've had a little blip. Forest, they have come back and had a response. I think it'd be a good game tonight. I'm looking forward to that game. Right. Historic 5-4 thriller. Seals Europa League semi-final. What a game.
Mate, I don't know why, especially as I've played for City as well, I do not know why I was really happy for Man United to win.
Yeah.
I've never been happy for Man United to win, and I don't even know why. I really don't know why, mate. I was so buzzing for them, but I don't know why, because I don't really like them.
Because, Bridgie, you know what it is to be a footballer, and you know about how much how much
stick they've had. And I think there was one bit that stuck out for me.
And you're a good guy.
I actually messaged him while the game was going, was Rio, when they were talking about a miracle. And I was thinking to myself, not really. You don't really need a miracle, do you? Because it's like, there's 10 minutes. You just got to nick a goal now, and then the game's open, isn't it? And then I think it was a statement. I don't know if it was Robbie Savage or Rio that said it. It was like, what does it come to that Man United have got Harry Maguire up front and Mainu? I was just buzzing. They both went and scored. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Making a statement like that and then they both score.
To be fair, that Maguire goal, I couldn't believe it.
Mate, I was literally...
I didn't even know that he played up front at the time. What's he doing there? He's lazy.
Carter had just gone to bed, and I shouted out, "Carter, come down! It's going to go to penalties." And then Maguire just nodded one in, mate. I was so happy for him, Maguire, mate. Like we've said before, he comes under so much stick. I think it's going to be the only... I don't want him to go and win it now, but I was happy for him the other night.
You don't want him to go and win it?
No, I was happy for him the other night.
That's all you're getting from me.
You got my little bit of love there. Be happy with it. What did you make of it?
Oh, that game. It was like a 5-0, wasn't it? Yeah. So basically a 5-a-side.
Mate, it's a good game for the neutral to watch,
isn't it? It's not a serious... It wasn't a serious game.
What a serious game.
It wasn't a serious game.
It was a massive game for both them.
It was a great game. Don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't a serious... 5-4. Like, come on. Like, that's not normal.
I know.
Where do we do that at?
I know, mate.
That's a 5-a-side score.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Sunday League score, mate. The quarterfinals of the Champions League.
Quarter League and the Champions League, and you're talking about the Europa League, and you're talking about 5-4. It's not cagey, is it?
What I would say is, Ruben Amorim, right? So he 6 months ago, when he got the job, I think it's about that time, people were talking about him like, This always does my head in when a new manager comes in from abroad who's had a good reputation. Like, hey, what's he going to do? He's going to bring in this, like, there's no secrets under the sun, mate. Like he's going to come and reinvent football, right? And I'm sitting there watching it, like, what's he going to do? Like, you've got all these people turning up, all these, like, I'm not going to say ex-players.
Experts.
I don't know where they come from. Never kicked the ball in their life. Going, yeah, he's going to be like, oh mate, what he does at wherever he was, he gets the fullbacks rotating in the air, and then these ones get on the side receiving on the back foot, and then final third entry, all of the buzzwords, and I'm sitting there watching my telly, going, you nonsense, you're talking rubbish, right? Yeah. Biggest game of his Manchester United career. My guy put Harry Maguire up front and started going long.
He knows what he's doing, mate. He knows what he's doing.
You need a goal. Bang, the big man. Yeah. When he hit his head, I swear. Listen, I love Harry Maguire, and I've got a soft spot for him. I think he's the most underrated footballer in this country. 100%. One of them is, I think, mate, what he's done for England has been brilliant. So I loved him. And I was watching the game in the... I've just finished the Chelsea game, and I've come in to say my goodbyes in the green room. And this is how you know. I thought, because I sort of wasn't watching the Man United game, and everyone was in there. Like all the pundits who watched the other games, because we were all in the same studio, all come in the green room. The bosses were there, and everyone was just transfixed on it. And then I swear, when I heard Harry's head hit the ball,
he knew it.
It made that sound even on the screen. I was like, bang! And in the whole green room, not even ex-Man United players was like, wow, buzzing. And only football can do that for you.
That's what it is. Like whoever, it could have been Leon that scored a last-minute goal like that. You'd be buzzing because of the drama, and that's what we like to see. We like to see drama. We don't see that no more. That's the whole point.
We love drama.
We were just talking about football being boring not so long ago.
Yes.
And this is what I'd like to see. Although I've like poo-pooed it off with it's basically a five-a-side score. But I'd prefer that and watch loads of goals going rather than just watching cagey football and a game just winning 1-0. Do you know what I mean? That means nothing's really changed. You just change your style of play, but it's not as exciting as it used to be. Yeah. But this brought us back to the old school, nostalgic.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because we want to see loads of goals going.
Yeah, we do. We do.
We'll obviously talk about Harry Maguire because buzzing for him nicking that goal. But I tell you what, Maino's goal.
Yeah.
Mate, he took that so well.
He's scored a couple of goals like that when he shifts it and then curls it. That's his forte, isn't it?
Unbelievable techers.
He loves it.
Finish. Great touch, great finish.
He has. And we've been gassing up Man United, and now we're just, with all of that, and all the Man United fans will be in their motor going, yeah, buzzing, the boys love us. Yeah. Now, Man United's worst ever Premier League season deepens after Wolves defeat. How can you go from that? I'm watching it and thinking that could be the change for them. And they just got dispatched by Wolves at the weekend.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I just think, look.
Some free kick as well.
We always say about Man United, they get battered, and like in the media and in the press, whatever, by pundits. And then they'll go and shut us up quickly.
Yeah.
And then they'll just be back to...
It's ain't a consistency of that.
No, they'll just be back to where they was before. And then we're looking at it thinking... we're back to square one with them again. So, look, with Man United, I think this is a settling in period for Amorim. He's trying to find out who the best personnel is still at the end of the season, still trying to find his best team. He's going to have to buy a player. He's going to need a window at least to start looking like what his team wants to be looked like. What for him anyway.
Yeah. Their chances, though, United, to be fair against. We did have a few chances, you know.
Yeah, that's what. So against Wolves.
Yeah,
that's why he dragged off Højlund and put the boy Obi on.
Yeah, young lad.
The young lad.
Yeah,
and that's a statement as well. That's saying that Højlund ain't good enough.
Let me, because you being a striker, Cole. Let me read you about this. Højlund came with a massive reputation, didn't he? They failed to score in 9 of Ruben Amorim's 22 league games. Højlund has just 1 goal in his last 28 games, while the team is conceding over once. 1 goal in 28 games, Bridgie, as a striker.
Cool,
he played like that, didn't he? I remember he looked like he just wasn't pulling the trigger.
He needs experience.
What does he need, Coley?
He needs experience, right? Someone to show him how it's done.
Yeah,
and because he's still young, he's not the main. He shouldn't be the main character.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like he should be learning off someone. And then trying to build into what he's going to be potentially in the future. But right now, everything's on his head.
Yeah,
because he's like the main striker. Marcus ain't there, so no one can blame Marcus anymore. So he's the next in line. It's going to be him. And he's too young for you to be judging him just yet. He needs someone around him just to take the pressure off him. And there's someone around him right now to take the pressure off him is even younger than him. So where's he? So he's the one that's supposed to lead the march, and it's hard. That's a hard ask. Leading Manchester United's attack. Look at the strikers they've had in the past. What are they known for? Strikers, really. They've had Van Nistelrooy, Dwight York, Andy Cole. Like
Rooney, Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic.
Tevez, come on. And then now Højlund is expected to carry that buck at his young tender age. That's not fair. It's not fair. And it's in a time when they're not pulling up any trees. They're not pulling up any trees. And nor is he.
Or planting any tree houses.
There ain't no tree house.
There's no tree house. Right, that's the end of part one. You've been listening to The Dressing Room with Al Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up in today's programme, speaking to Al Arabiya News earlier on this week, the US Energy Secretary says Washington and Riyadh are on the path to an agreement to jointly develop a Saudi civil nuclear industry. On time and on budget. That is the status of the historical district of Diriyah, one of Saudi Arabia's major giga projects. We'll be speaking in a moment to the CEO, Jerry Inzerillo. And against the backdrop of the Saudi Grand Prix in Jeddah, we ask, could the kingdom soon have a Formula One team of its own? Hello and welcome to the programme. The US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says that Washington is edging closer to a landmark energy partnership with Saudi Arabia. Well, this could pave the way for a civil nuclear industry in the kingdom. Well, Wright, who was on his first visit to Saudi Arabia as secretary, made the comments during a visit to Riyadh, where he spoke to my colleague, Hadley Gamble. Here's an excerpt.
There's been dialogues across the energy spectrum. We've talked oil, we've talked natural gas, we've talked solar, we've talked energy storage, we've talked moving water, we've talked industry, but certainly a good chunk about nuclear as well.
And you're anticipating that you'll be signing an MOU in the coming months on that?
Well, I think in the short run, we'll sign a broader agreement about cooperation across the energy space, in partnerships, in investments, in investigations. Nuclear is certainly one of those areas. To get a specific agreement to partner on commercial nuclear development in Saudi Arabia, that'll take a little bit longer. That'll be months, not weeks.
But you're going to get there.
I think it's likely we will.
Now, does that require that the Saudis sign a 1, 2, 3 agreement with the United States?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that won't happen without that agreement being signed.
Correct. Yeah, we'll need a 1, 2, 3 agreement and a broader, specific framework for how we're going to cooperate together and how things will work. But based on the discussion so far and where we stand, I think it's likely we get there.
And that was the US Energy Secretary Chris Wright speaking to my colleague Hadley Gamble. Well, I'm joined now by Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much for being with us. As ever, Ali, great to see you. The US and Saudi Arabia, it seems, are set to sign a cooperation deal to develop a civil nuclear industry. Just tell us, why is that significant?
Well, Tom, if we look at the agenda of the Vision 2030 and the way the industries have been promoted, the impact that is likely to have on the economic development of the nation, the theme seems to be quite recurring. We want to build things in Saudi Arabia, use them in Saudi Arabia, export them. And in this particular subject, the only addition is the fact that Saudi Arabia also wants to use sustainable and renewable energy. Now, not many people know this, but around 1 to 4% of the world's uranium is actually estimated to be in Saudi Arabia. So it goes without saying that there is a desire or intention to mine, develop, use this for the purpose of local benefit, and then distribute to the world as and where required. Now, earlier this year in Davos, actually, the Minister of Energy, His Excellency Al-Jubeir, he said quite clearly that Saudi Arabia would like to mine the material, run the beneficiation process, run the downstream, and extract the maximum value from the resource. So this is, of course, a significant deal because it's the creation of an entire industry, much like the others have been promoted under Vision 2030.
Okay, what's the incentive financially for Saudi Arabia to engage in this program? Because there are going to be some pretty significant one-off startup costs, aren't there?
Of course. I mean, there are startup costs without getting into the specific numbers. Which industry doesn't bring with it significant capex or opex, especially in the early stages. However, we've got to model out what the impact is on the economy, what it represents as a percentage of GDP, what it would represent as a mature industry once we add another source of energy to the energy mix. So the costs, of course, they're relative and the appropriate teams and stakeholders will be evaluating these, but the net benefit is positive because it adds to the energy mix of a nation that's traditionally an energy nation.
Okay, so as we've been saying, this ties in very neatly with Vision 2030. Just tell us briefly, what happens next?
So we can speculate at this stage. I mean, as the Minister of Energy from the US shared, it's likely that there would be a deal upcoming on the horizon. As we understand it, there's a number of discussions and negotiations that need to take place. And the expectation, at least on some fronts, is that we would see some form of deal in the near future. And I suspect, it's expected that Donald Trump will be visiting Saudi Arabia as one of his first destinations to visit. If we are speculating, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something come together by this point in time.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. Ali Raza will be with you again a little bit later on in the show. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other business news stories in the kingdom. And companies are continuing to launch IPOs despite volatility in the global markets. The latest firm looking to list is Jeddah-based coffee chain Barnes. That's according to a Bloomberg report citing the company's CEO, Mohammed Al-Zain, who says that the chain is seeking expansion in the Middle East. Well, it will list on the Saudi Tadawul Stock Exchange, hoping to see at least several $100 million coming in, proceeds that will go towards the expansion plans. Saudi Arabia's space industry is expected to grow to $31.6 billion. That's according to a new study conducted by the Saudi Space and Tech Commission. Well, last year, the country's space economy reached $8.7 billion, while the space economy is valued at $1.9 billion. The CEO of the luxury confectioner Batil says that she is aiming to triple revenues across the company's cafe and food outlets by 2029 and grow the number of stores from 200 to 500 worldwide. Well, Batil, which has roots going back 80 years, specialises in dates stuffed with nuts or covered in chocolate. And last year, Saudi Arabia saw a 16% increase in date exports, representing more than $450 million. The Saudi asset management industry has grown by more than 20% during the course of the past year, crossing $266 billion in assets under management for the first time. That's according to the credit rating agency Fitch. Well, the industry is likely to attract steady inflows for the 2025-26 year, with managed assets to surpass the $350 billion mark, according to that report. A growing investor base, favourable demographics, ongoing reforms and strong capital markets are among the key reasons for that trend. And electronic payments accounted for 79% of all retail purchases in Saudi Arabia in 2024. The Saudi Central Bank announcing the number of non-cash transactions reached 12.6 billion last year. That's up from 10.8 billion transactions in 2023. Now, national heritage and tourism are central pillars of Vision 2030, and the Kingdom is targeting 150 million tourists by the year 2030. Well, the Diriyah Cultural Heritage Project on the edge of Riyadh is one of Saudi Arabia's so-called giga projects and has a UNESCO World Heritage Site at its core. Well, also known as the City of Earth, Diriyah is a $64 billion project, which is on track to be a 14 square kilometre city with dozens of hotels and restaurants. Well, on time and on budget, the project has secured hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign investments. Well, we're going to speak now to Jerry Inzerillo, the Group CEO of Diriyah Company. Thank you very much indeed for making the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. We know you've got a very busy schedule. You've got a career that spanned more than 50 years. You've been working for Diriyah for 7 years. Just tell us a bit about how you ended up there.
Well, it's, everything in life is episodal, especially when you've had a long career like I have. And I was very fortunate because as a young man, I had great Saudi friends. I've worked in the Middle East quite extensively over the last 30 years with One and Only and Royal Mirage in Dubai and Atlantis. So I knew the region very well, had a lot of Saudi friends, been coming back and forth to the Kingdom since the 1980s. But my other company, Forbes Travel Guide, which gives the 5-star out to hotels, has a very robust global training division, and we did quite a bit of training in the Kingdom. So I had a chance to read Vision 2030 when it was first released, and I was thrilled on the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and our great Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, vision to include tourism into Vision 2030. Arabia, love the country, love the Saudis. So when I was approached and met His Royal Highness, and he knew that I knew Diriyah, he said, "Look, would you help us on this journey?" And I just thought it was one of these opportunities once in a lifetime, and here we are 7 years later.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like an absolutely amazing project. So clearly, tourism is a major focus for Vision 2030. Where does heritage fit in?
Well, there's two things, and that is that, everybody rejoices when we celebrate National Day on September 23rd. Me too. But when I got here, I understood the 300-year legacy of Diriyah, and again, custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince. One of the greatest things that's happened since I've been here is the national holiday of Founding Day on February 22nd. Now, if you move the clock ahead a little bit to February 22nd, 2027, that's the actual 300th birthday of the first Saudi state. So while we rejoice in celebrating the unification of the third Saudi state, National Day, we celebrate Founding Day. Now, why is that important? Because we're a culture very rich in heritage, very rich in history, very rich in everything that's over 300 years. So Diriyah is the birthplace of the kingdom. It's the ancestral home of Al Saud. It's the roots of the nation. It's the source of our identity, our national pride. And that's why the UNESCO site, we just finished welcome 3 million people. And this is on our way to welcoming 27 million people by 2030.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you whether there is indeed involvement from the very top on a day-to-day level. I mean, you mentioned the Crown Prince, you mentioned other senior figures in the country. Does that manifest itself in your day-to-day role as the Diriyah Group CEO?
And that's the thing that's probably most extraordinary for most people to consider, because Saudi Arabia is a G20 country. It's in a very complex region. But the fact that the Crown Prince is the chairman of the Diriyah, all three entities, Diriyah Foundation, DGDA, Diriyah Gate Development Authority, and the PIF company, Diriyah Company. To this day, 7 years later, he approves every rendering. If we need answers out of him, we have direct access to him. And he's involved, maybe not in the day-to-day, but he's involved in the total strategy. And, now lately, we've had so many diplomatic missions coming to the kingdom. Everybody comes to Diriyah. So from His Royal Highness to Foreign Affairs, even our protocol department now, we're doing between 9 and 15 royal and ministerial protocol movements a day. So he's very involved. That's why we say there's only one Diriyah. But if you look at the national tourism strategy, he's very, very involved in that. And we've already welcomed, by December of 2024, we've already welcomed 100 million visits to the kingdom. And this will go up to 150 million visits by 2030.
Because it sounds like tourism is really taking off to Saudi Arabia, and heritage obviously playing a really central part. Tell us a bit about your ambitions for Diriyah and where you'd like to see it in a few years' time, and how you're going to turn it into a truly global landmark.
Well, again, because it represents the image of the kingdom, even when the kingdom had the privilege of being the presidency for the G20 in 2020, that iconic picture that goes all over the world of all of the heads of state. Obviously, during 2020, the world was, in the middle of COVID. So our presidency, which was extremely successful, was done electronically. But with that, we took the family picture of all the global leaders, projected it on Salwa Palace, which is the UNESCO World Heritage Site. And that one image got over 1 billion hits, right? So the symbol of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is its birthplace, which is today the UNESCO World Heritage Site. The kingdom now has 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. People are coming from all over the world now to see Al Ula, our jewel, to see Jeddah, all the others. So heritage, culture, very important because we're abundant in that. We will welcome people from all over the world. 2027 for the Asian football games. 2029, our colleagues in Neom in Trojena, our Neom city of Trojena, will welcome the full Asian games. This will be a game changer for the kingdom because most people around the world don't know that it snows in Saudi Arabia. Then we'll get ready for the brilliant, largest expo ever staged in the world in 2030. We will rejoice in us hosting the 2034 World Cup, knowing the ambitions of His Royal Highness, the capability of the kingdom, and the ambitions of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal. I think it's only a matter of time before the kingdom can put in an Olympic bid. So it's a very exciting time. You're coming to a beautiful country with very warm, welcoming society, deep and rich culture, national heritage. So it's a great, great, great time for the kingdom.
Wow, it sounds like there's a huge amount happening. Let's go back to your project, Diraya, and talk about where it is. Where are we with it? We're being told it's on time and on budget. In terms of what's complete, just tell us what percentage still remains to be built.
Yeah, so Diraya is on time, on budget, which is remarkable for a 14 million square meter, $64 billion project 7 years in. We just had a meeting with His Royal Highness in Jeddah a few weeks ago to report on that. Diraya is complex because it's right in the middle of Riyadh, right? To do the land acquisition, demolition, infrastructure, several $1 billion of smart city infrastructure, water, power. We planted 6.5 million trees. But Diraya, in terms of its amenities, we'll have 42 hotels, of which the first one is already open. We'll do a 91% occupancy at our beautiful Bob Samhan Hotel this month. We'll have over 500 retail, almost all signed, all the great luxury brands, 100 restaurants, Bajeri Terrace of 20 restaurants thriving. We'll open our new addition to that called Zalal within the next 90 days, which is going to be a great amenity. We finished 9 kilometers of parks so people can enjoy their time outside, which is a quality of life initiative. Our wonderful colleague, Jane, and her staff have put Sport Boulevard all through the UNESCO site now. So that first phase of Sport Boulevard is open. So we now, infrastructurally, land acquisition, 100% done. Demo, 90% done. Major infrastructure work, very complex, about 75% done. In the next 30 days, we will divert King Khalid Road to put a giant park on top of it. We diverted the Western Ring Road to put a giant park on top of that, which means that you can walk from the UNESCO site right into King Saud University. So with all the infrastructure, land acquisition, demo, this is very exciting because all of that's done over 75%. Now, in buildings, we can't put all the buildings until we cap off the 10 million cubic meters of infrastructure we put underground. That still will require another 18 months, right? So when we look forward, just simply to 2027, we're ready. All the hotels, the retail, all the plazas, they're all designed. We'll debut a new boulevard that's the size of the Parisian Champs-Élysées. That will have the new Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Opera House. That will have the new Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Contemporary Art Museum, the new exhibit center. It'll have a new 20,000-seat multi-purpose entertainment arena, the new King Salman Mosque, and beautiful hotels and shops and galleries. So these are all designed and planned. So by 2027, you're going to see a lot of buildings coming up because we'll have the infrastructure. But DG1, 5 kilometers, the beautiful 9 kilometers of the Wadi Hanifa, Wadi Sfar, which is our Bel Air, all of that will be finished for Vision 2030 and for the Expo 2030.
I mean, everything you're saying, Jerry, makes it sound as though you're at the epicenter of perhaps the most exciting place on Earth right now. The amount of activity, the amount of ambition, the amount of energy. I mean, is that how it feels right now?
It definitely feels, and keep in mind, to my fatigue, but keep in mind that today, while there's only one today, and very important, today is only one of dozens of dynamic, truly visionary projects throughout the whole kingdom. So that's why we praise His Royal Highness, because we work an 80. I work an 80-hour week. My team works an 80-hour week, and we're just one exciting development. But the national tourism structure, the diversification of industries, all of the benchmarking of Vision 2030 on time, The kingdom will be unrecognizable physically by 2030. But probably the thing that's the most dynamic, the most exciting of all of this optimism and positivity is the development of our society. All these great young Saudis, highly educated, very passionate, in the workforce. 82% of my staff is Saudi, 39% Saudi women, 16% of those Saudi women fired up and in management, 14% of our staff from Diriyah. So, you know, the kingdom is going through a historic renaissance now, unilaterally, unified in positivity and optimism. And Diriyah is trying to be a major part of that positivity. But there are dozens and dozens of projects that are performing and realizing the Crown Prince's vision the same way Diriyah is.
And Jerry, you've mentioned the Opera House, which is a major, major project. When's that going to be ready?
We hope to have the Opera House ready by 28. Right now, everything's on time. You know, you never know geopolitical events and stuff like that, but the Opera House is just breathtaking. It'll be one of the most beautiful opera houses. And, you know, there's a lot of beautiful opera houses in the world, but this one is just exciting. And then thanks to the leadership and the global stature of His Highness Prince Badr, our wonderful Minister of Culture, I feel very confident that within the next few months, we'll be making a major announcement with Ministry of Culture and Diriyah on a great joint venture between us and one of the great opera companies in the world for a winter residency at the Opera House. But that's going to be amazing. That's what RCRC, with His Excellency Ibrahim Al Sultan, the Opera House. When you see that new Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Contemporary Art Museum, it will astound people on its beauty. Ministry of Culture in the process of curating a brilliant collection for it. That 20,000 seat performance arena, you look at the brilliant job that His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh is doing, he and his great team at the General Entertainment Authority and our entertainment division. That's going to be a hub of activity. The new King Salman Mosque, breathtaking, befitting a great king. That the exhibition center to bring people from all over the world. That's all on that boulevard. All the big luxury hotel operators, most of which have broken ground now. So there's a lot to look forward to, especially we'll have a lot of assets open by 27, but the big complex assets to be done by 28 and 29 are going to be very world-class. World-class.
I can really hear that excitement in your voice, Jerry. You know, I mean, you're really creating this hub of culture that's going to be recognized globally. You're doing it with some partners, some international firms, some European firms. Some big contracts went out last year towards the end of the year, about 1.4 billion in construction contracts. Are there more of them on the way?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yesterday we signed a 5.1 billion SAR contract on the entire, you mentioned the Opera House, but on that, because the Opera House is more than just the Opera House, it's fabulous, but the plazas around it where people can gather, the collection of restaurants and coffee shops and art galleries and fashion houses, and in praise of the Crown Prince, which you asked earlier, we were with him in Jeddah 2 weeks ago. We built a model of this new boulevard, and he wanted to know all the street activity. We're going to go see him on the 23rd again because he's very, very focused. What will make this a great gathering place? Why will it be a hub? Why will it be a magnet? How do we attract families to come? So the street activity, to make today one of the great cultural gathering places in the world, is a very, very big goal. And what I'm happy about is that we don't even have these amenities now. We're just starting. And we've already welcomed 3 million people to the UNESCO World Heritage Site of At Taif.
Jerry, one thing I just wanted to ask you, the first Saudi Arabia Sotheby's auction took place in February, and we actually covered that here at Al Arabiya News. Do you think that's the face of things to come for Diriyah in terms of the sorts of activities we can expect to be seeing there?
Yes, and we appreciate your coverage, and you did a brilliant job for us. So thank you. But this is a trickle of what is going to be coming. Because right now, you have to understand the maturity and the sophistication of the Ministry of Culture. They're hitting their groove right now. So Sotheby's, Christie's, all those type of things are not one of a dozen initiatives that are happening in the next 5 years. They're one of hundreds. If you look at what's happening now in the Ministry of Sport, they're hitting their groove. We're doing global events with regularity in the kingdom now. You look at the General Entertainment Authority. They're hitting their groove. All kinds of entertainment mediums from all over the world, people coming. I mean, Riyadh season, tens and tens of millions of people. We just finished today a season, and we're a small cultural heritage season. We had over 1 million visits. Right? So now, if you look at all the different ministries, they're all fired up, but now we have the hardware behind them. You know, you look at the great work that my colleague John Pagano is doing in the Red Sea. You look at the great work that's being done in Jeddah, and Neom, and Al Ula, and in Dammam. And so everybody's hitting their groove. So by the time we get infrastructure and a lot of the hardware, the buildings in place, wow, it's going to be super exciting for 27, 28, 29, 30.
Jerry, just before we wrap up, we're almost at the end, I wanted to ask you, what would you say are some of the biggest misconceptions about doing business in Saudi Arabia, and how would you dispel them?
Well, I think our biggest misconception is that because we weren't open for tourism prior to September of 2019, and again, we praise the king and praise the crown prince, the misconceptions are, is Saudi welcoming? I don't know much about it. Is it deserts? Is it camels? What people don't realize is that it's one of the safest, warmest, welcoming societies in the world. So when people are coming here now, they said, we can't believe the treatment and the welcome we got. We can't believe how beautiful the kingdom is. You know, in the GCC, here's interesting. If you take the 5 GCC countries other than Saudi, they fit into the state of California. You know, geographically, they're small. Saudi Arabia is 5 times the size of California. Today, 14 million square meters is the size of Beverly Hills, 14 million square meters. So the two misconceptions, I had no idea the welcome was going to be as warm, hospitable. I had no idea the country was as beautiful as it is. So now, with His Royal Highness's vision of expanding the 2 holy cities of Mecca and Medina as the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, we will be able to welcome not 16 million pilgrimages, but we're building up to 30 million pilgrimages a year. But now, instead of these wonderful people coming from a life fulfillment of a pilgrimage to the 2 holy cities and leaving, now they have 90 days. They can go anywhere in the kingdom, enjoy the tourism, enjoy the hospitality, enjoy the warm welcome. So right now, Instagram, Snapchat, all the different mediums, everybody that's coming here, I had 2 this morning where people take pictures and people can't believe it's Saudi Arabia. So our Saudi Tourism Authority are doing a brilliant job, Ministry of Tourism, brilliant job, and we're quickly overcoming those misconceptions of a country that people didn't know.
Well, we really appreciate you speaking to us. You've been extremely generous with your time. Jerry Inzerillo, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Really a lot of fun. Thanks.
Okay, well, also listening in with me was the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia holding company, Ali Reza, who's standing by. Ali, I just want to ask you, have you been to Diriyah? And just tell us a bit about the scale of the project.
Absolutely. I mean, to anyone listening in, if you get an opportunity, it's one of the biggest recommendations I can give you for being in Saudi Arabia, let alone in Riyadh. It's absolutely magnificent. I mean, you walk in, especially if you go there in the evenings, walk in through Bajeri Terrace, you walk out, look over a canyon of sorts and see Al Taref on the other side, which of course is, we could say, the home of Saudi Arabia. The landscape is beautiful. The hospitality is flourishing. I mean, if everything that Jerry just shared with us is any indication, I think it goes without saying that even given that we are in the early stages of the project's development, we've come a long way. It's made strides. It's just an absolutely incredible place to visit.
Yeah, and in terms of its value, I mean, what sort of a value will Diriyah bring, do you think, to Saudi Arabia?
So, look, first of all, we can talk about the economic numbers, the change to the building out of an industry, the number of jobs it will create, and all of the usual discussions. But first and foremost, under the Vision 2030 initiative, it's important to recognize that there is an entire program dedicated to quality of life. And I think that goes to the essence of what's happening here. Diriyah, amongst many other projects like Qiddiya, the entertainment city, like Red Sea, like so many of the things happening around the nation, they are providing significant opportunities for not only the local people, but also the world to come and enjoy everything that the nation has to offer, the heritage, the culture, the landscape, the hospitality, the famous Saudi hospitality that the nation is famous for. So first of all, that's what these projects are creating. That's the significance of Diriyah, number one. Now, on to the second part. Economically speaking, these projects, including Diriyah, are expected to create hundreds of thousands of jobs. They're expected to create, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of economic opportunity for not just the large enterprises, but SMEs. Something very interesting that I observed the first time I went to Diriyah was that you have to purchase a ticket to go to Al Bajeri Terrace in Diriyah, which is a great place to go and dine and enjoy an evening of a conversation and some food. You purchase a ticket. Now, when you arrive at a restaurant, so you book your place at a restaurant, have your meal, and the price of the ticket is credited from the meal. It's such a small observation, such a small consideration, right? But it shows the granularity with which these projects are being developed, the care that's been taken to ensuring that every aspect of the project and the people involved in it experience success. It's not always an easy task to build out an entire hospitality region and to have restaurants that are competing for attention, and people that, of course, would like to see a beautiful place but just come, perhaps sometimes take photographs and enjoy the landscape. So the leadership has ensured that we're actually feeding the businesses that are helping build this region. And I think that's where the magic is.
Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Ali. We'll be back with you very shortly with our next segment. Ali Reza, thank you. Now, is Saudi Arabia looking to buy an F1 team? Well, as the kingdom hosts the Grand Prix this weekend in Jeddah, a Saudi official has hinted at that possibility. Well, the chairman of the kingdom's Automobile and Motorcycle Federation, Prince Khalid Al Faisal, has told reporters that there's a lot of interest in owning a team as the motorsport returns to the shores of the Red Sea for its 5th edition. Well, Saudi Arabia first hosted Formula One in 2021 with an energy giant Aramco, a global partner and a title sponsor of the Aston Martin F1 team. Well, the PIF is invested in McLaren and has been since 2021 and has a significant stake in the luxury car maker Aston Martin. So, Ali, I just want to ask you, we're nearly at the end, I just want to ask you what you think. Is Saudi on track, do you think, for an F1 team?
Well, as His Excellency said, why not? I think that was the sentiment. Why not? The reality is Saudi Arabia has made strides in developing a motorsport industry. We've all seen the relationship between Aramco and Ma'aden now with the Aston Martin team, the McLaren involvement, the F1 race. Qiddiya Entertainment Park is set to host one of the world's fastest and longest racetracks, F1 racetracks, which hopefully will be open by 2027. So if all of this continues as is, I would concur. Why not? I don't think we can completely rule it out.
Yeah, Ali, I have a feeling we're going to be doing an episode about Formula One at some point in the not-so-very distant future. And it's not just Formula One, is it? I mean, sports generally are of huge importance to Saudi Arabia moving forward, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, sports, again, going back to my earlier sentiment about the quality of life, first of all, the Saudi population is a very young population. 65% of the population is under the age of 30. And sports is, of course, something to enjoy and socialize over and participate in, but it's seen as a pillar of society. So across the nation, we're seeing the great work of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, SFA, the Sports for All Federation. There's a large number of entities and initiatives underway to ensure that we have maximum inclusion from as many of the civilians and residents as possible, for there to be relevant funding and incentives available to build enterprise in the industry. Sports is seen as an industry, as a pillar of society, and a contributor to the quality of life of the entire nation. So yes, of course, it's very expansive on the agenda.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Pleasure. Thank you, Tom.
That is all we have time for this edition of The Real Deal. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again next week. Do get in touch with me and with Ali Reza via LinkedIn. If you've got any questions or any suggestions, we'd love to hear from you. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News.